most of all. I feel bad. It's sort of the language learner curse. I feel like there was a time when we used to crash like almost every night, and it would happen like right as he would usually be like in the middle of his update, and that would suck. Do you remember those days?
Unfortunately, wake up in cold sweats every night thinking of them.
Oh man, yeah, but at least it's gotten more stable now. Like we've gotten a little better. We've learned some tricks about it, but yeah, we try. I mean, at least it happened before he like got into his update and was just getting started. But yeah, it's always a little awkward because we want to get as many people in here as possible for languages update, but we also don't want to keep him like sitting around for 30 minutes, waiting for the audience to come back. So whenever you're ready, buddy. I don't want to delay too long, but like I said, we don't want to. Anyway, I'll leave that balance to you. All right.
Yeah, seems like we still got a couple people trickling in here, so maybe we'll give it a couple more minutes. Again, I don't know when I got cut off with the break, but we do have a map up for the evening as well as text. I've thrown them both up in the nest. If you're on your mobile device or on your computer, if you scroll up to the top here, you should be able to see it. If you're looking at it, we'll be using Andrew Perpetua's map tonight. He's recently revised it a bit. I chatted with him, and frankly, I love the fact that he includes all the artillery shelling, even if that adds like another 6 hours to his workflow every day. But those dots are very large. He's revised them to be a little bit smaller. So hopefully that will also give you an idea. Red dots are Russian shelling, blue dots are Ukrainian shelling. The front line, generally somewhere between the two. If you are looking at the map, there's also a number of other icons. If you click on them, it will pop up on the left side of your screen. Some of those are older, broadly speaking. The ones that look like little forts are fortifications. Red shaded areas are Russian. Blue shaded areas are Ukrainian. Yellow, darker blue areas are generally Ukrainian advances. Darker red areas would be Russian advances, though we haven't had many of those. And then yellow is contested and generally unknown. But with that, let me go grab a bottle of water real quick, and then we'll jump into it.
All right, I'll put out one last call. Please retweet the space, everybody. Let people know we're back up and running. Language is about to give us update. We thank you very much. Yeah, it's just a Twitter thing. It crashes once in a while. We try to get people back in. Sometimes it goes better than other times. I feel bad. I always feel bad when it would crash, and I'd give Doman, almost an empty room. Be like, here you go, Doman. But yeah, so thanks.
Did you guys
thanks everyone.
crash the space again?
Sorry, boss.
It was my fault. It was Craig and I's rants that clearly did it in.
The universe just couldn't hold together the knowledge you were laying down, and you caused a Twitter singularity.
Yeah, something like that. But with that, just because I'm trying to make it a bit of an early night, this should be a relatively quick update, all things to be considered. So we will jump into it as per usual. We'll start in the northwest of Ukraine, proceeding clockwise from Belarus and ending with some general statements. And with that, if you guys can hear me all right, let's begin. Check. So this is the military update for October 5th, day 2022, day 224 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In Belarus, the risk of missile strikes and airstrikes, including suicide drones, given what happened yesterday, from Belarusian territory continues, but the Belarusian military themselves remains a non-threat. Regarding Kyiv and Western Ukraine and the politics of the day, Ukraine will be working to join the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development with a regional office set to open in Kyiv later this year. The United Kingdom's Prime Minister stated that Ukraine will win and that no peace agreement should cede Ukrainian territory. The UN Office on Sexual Violence and Conflicts will start working in Kyiv in the next few weeks for investigations of crimes committed during the war. The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency is on his way to Kyiv as part of negotiations to create a safe zone around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. He's due to visit Moscow after. Japan has reopened their embassy in Kyiv today, stating that the security situation is what they can live with, essentially. Previously, they had pulled their embassy first to Lviv at the beginning of the conflict and then out of the country entirely. And then much more local news, the man who had killed a Ukrainian policewoman in western Kyiv 2 days ago after being suspected of child molestation, was killed himself after he had initially managed to evade police. This doesn't appear to be related to anything to do with, Russian sabotage operations, as some theories have claimed. Unfortunately, almost 40% of Ukrainians have lost their jobs and are not working now since the war began. 2/3 of the population of the country has seen their income reduced. In the north of the country, between Kiev, Sumy, and Chernihiv regions, all the way down to Kharkiv, Russia does continue harassing fires without change, and Kharkiv was again shelled overnight. However, we're still not seeing any real major assaults. There's limited, skirmishes along the border, but broadly, the Russians are not trying to commit to pull back into the north of the Kharkiv region again. Moving east towards the Kupiansk and Svatove area, Ukrainian troops in the north, across the river from Dvorchna, continue to skirmish towards the suburb of Tavelzanka, and the extent of their movement is unclear. Russian leaked battle maps from yesterday seem to indicate that Russia is broadly withdrawn from the east bank of the Oskil River, everywhere south of Dvorchna, and Ukrainian and Russian troops continue to exchange shelling here. There are reports between here and Kupiansk that Ukraine is amassing forces for another major push to the east. Russian troops are continuing to attempt to form a defensive line from the east of Kupiansk down the P07 highway from the towns of Orlyansk down to Pisilchan. Per Ukrainian forces in the area, it appears that while shelling continues, Ukraine is currently not trying to sprint down this highway at this time. However, these Russian defenses here are things that have really only sprung up in the past couple of weeks and are unlikely to be heavily reinforced. Moving further to the south, from Borova, which was liberated by Ukrainian troops several days ago. On the highway from Borova to the east towards Svatove, Ukrainian forces continue to push up towards Russian positions along the highway itself. However, they're saying, hey, we can kind of avoid some of these positions right along the highway, instead pushing towards Ryhorodaka to the northeast and just kind of ignoring the Russian hardpoint on the highway itself near Pershotravny. And 23-year-old Irishman Rory Mason was killed in the fighting in Ukraine in the Kharkiv region near the Russian border on September 28th. It was announced today. Moving down to Liman and the areas around it. It is reported that a detachment from Russia's 3rd Guard Special Forces Brigade, which had managed to break through into Liman with about a dozen soldiers during the final days, took massive casualties relative to their size, with 9 dead and 2 heavily wounded. This unit can be broadly considered the best of the best among Russian military units, and they're being thrown into the meat grinder, as per one of the surviving relative statements, indicates that sometimes the best just isn't good enough. Roughly 75% of this unit's frontline recon fighters, out of about 100 to 150 soldiers, have been lost in Ukraine since the invasion began. Ukrainian troops continue to push up from the northeast around Liman, pushing up along the eastern side of the Zarabets River from Nevsky north towards Novovodyan, and to the northeast across the P66 highway that cuts between Kremina and Svatove. While it is still not entirely clear if Ukraine physically controls the highway itself, it does appear that at the very least they control it by artillery fire, which is reducing quite heavily any supplies or reinforcements that Russia would send on down. Ukrainian troops also continue to skirmish around Kremina and Rubizhna, or rather around Kremina itself. However, Russian forces did try and push them back a little bit to the southwest today as the shelling continues. Ukrainian financial aid and pensions are being restored in liberated Liman, and a humanitarian convoy is en route to the city. In lighter news, while the Russian forces had killed large numbers of animals in the Liman Zoo during their occupation, it appears that the local bear there merely suffered a concussion from shelling, but was found surviving, locked in the cage. He is being treated and rehabilitated. Regarding Seversk to Lysychansk, there is no major change in this region. Russia continues to shell across the front line, as does Ukraine, and Russian troops continue to attempt skirmishes to the southeast of Seversk into the hills, however, broadly, without any success. These are not necessarily full assaults, but more recon enforced. Once they get engaged, they retreat. The same thing can be said down closer to Bakhmut city. While Russian forces do continue to do house-to-house fighting in the southeastern section of Soledar and Bakhmutsky to the north of Bakhmut city along the highway, they broadly have not taken any territory for several weeks. Russian forces continue to launch airstrikes and artillery strikes into eastern Bakhmut city on Ukrainian defensive positions there. However, despite Russian claims to the contrary, Ukraine has not lost these locations nor retreated further back into the city. And to the southeast, Ukrainian forces continue to hold the line near Zaitsev, despite the fact that Russian troops continue to assault them from 3 different angles. Broadly speaking, there's no news to be reported from Mariupol today. And aside from continued assaults towards Avdiivka from Donetsk city, there's no major changes there either. Shelling continues along the front lines. Moving to Zaporizhia and the southern front, Ukrainian troops known to be grouping near Vuhledar with a possible assault force forming there were apparently repelled a couple days ago as they assaulted south towards Yehorivka, a place which would have allowed them to break through into 2 angles and further press behind Russian lines. Russia has brought a tremendous amount of artillery here to shell these troops, and Russia did apparently attempt an assault closer towards these Ukrainian forces the other day, which was repelled. Broadly, the situation here remains unchanged, despite the fact that Russia continues to use heavy amounts of artillery. Further to the west, Russian forces shelled into Haleopol, a large Ukrainian center of not just commerce and humanitarian aid, given the situation just a few miles south, but also a large military concentration. However, this time they killed a number of energy infrastructure workers. Putin signed a decree today in Russia on the transfer of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to Russian control. This holds no significance for Ukrainian operations. Apparently, the Ukrainian plant workers are being threatened to sign contracts with the Russian energy operator charged with taking over the plant. However, the 5th reactor, reactor number 5, is planned to be restarted at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant at reduced power in order to provide for steam and heat to the nuclear power plant itself. The power plant was put into cold shutdown several weeks ago. Some damage was repaired, and seems like they're comfortable with opening it up in at least a limited sense. Moving west towards Kherson. Broadly speaking, Ukrainian forces are appearing to consolidate their gains over the last 48 hours as Russian troops continue to shore up their defensive lines in the northeast. The Ukrainian group here, titled Alexandria, was thanked by Zelensky by name today. Russian forces again deployed suicide drones towards Mykolaiv to the northwest. There were 4 Ukrainian airstrikes over the last 24 hours and 1 Russian helicopter strike. Ukraine launched over 350 artillery missions and eliminated 58 soldiers, 9 tanks, 17 armored vehicles, 7 artillery guns, 2 ammo depots, and 6 UAVs. To the northwest of Kherson city, shelling continues on both sides of Kislivka, with reports that Ukrainian forces are making gains towards the town of Kislivka along the main highway itself, while Ukrainian and Russian forces both continue to skirmish with competing counterattacks near the town of Ternovy Poti, just to the northeast of the highway there. Moving further up towards Russian positions around Snihorivka, lying on the west bank of the Ingulets River and one of their major bases in the area, the situation is very unclear, with Ukraine continuing to shell the area. There were unconfirmed reports of a mass retreat or surrender of Russian troops here. However, the Ukrainian Oblast governor stated that while Russian officers, or at least a large number of them, have left the city to parts unknown, the Russian troops still remain. So keep an eye on that. This may be the beginning of the end, hopefully, for these troops here, as they are continuing to be threatened by the encroaching Ukrainians on the far side of the river, coming back along to their back end. Speaking of, the Ukrainian forces near what was previously called, I was calling the pocket on the side of the Ingulets River, which is now drastically expanded given Ukrainian gains in the last 48 hours, continues to be the main site of Russian shelling, and Ukrainian troops working to consolidate their positions up and down this side of the river also attempted assaults towards the same highway that they've been pushing towards for about a month now, with unknown outcome as of yet. To the northeast here in general, it appears that Ukraine is working to consolidate its positions, including in the recently liberated towns following the Russian mass retreat. At this point, it does not appear that Ukraine has broadly broken through the Russian defensive line hastily set up between the towns of Mylov and Borozensk, although a number of Russian drones were shot down today in this gray zone between the two armies. Russia has reportedly broadly mined the areas as they retreated and actually detonated a number of their own ammo dumps in some cases in order to deny them to Ukrainian troops. The terrain here is by and large flat, aside from very minor small river valleys, by which I mean maybe an elevation difference of 100 feet. However, if Ukraine is able to advance into the center between their two major strong points here of Russia to the small village of Sukhanov, lying just along the highway, they will be able to essentially move wherever they want to the northwest or southeast, given the terrain features there. Ukrainian shelling continues, both at these Russian positions as well as across the river, where it's known that some Russian artillery systems are trying to support from there. Ukrainian troops are broadly believed to have advanced at least to the immediate southeast of Mylov, immediately along the coastline, as well as to some of the outlying villages near Borozensk. From this area down onto Berislav, right across from Kakovka, there's really only one more major river crossing near the town of Novokairi, which is likely to be the next major Russian defensive point if and when this current defensive line fails. And shelling continues into Russian positions around Kherson City, as well as their attempted pontoon operations. It was reported that during the assault over the last 2 days, Ukrainian shelling was so strong around Davidi Brid that Russian troops who were actively trying to leave had to physically pause and wait for the shelling to die down before running any further. And there is apparent footage of Russian soldiers surrendering themselves and their BMP armored vehicle to Ukrainian troops for a cool $5,000 US. Now, there's some claims back and forth about the video. This has happened in this area before, so it's not out of the question. We'll just have to see. My personal opinion is that these are Russian troops that surrendered, but that the video was reshot a second time. In Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea, reportedly in the Black Sea, there are 3 combat ships and 2 submarines with about 36 ballistic missiles available for use deployed off the coast of Crimea. Heavy storms continue in the region, and yet another Russian recon drone was shot down just to the southwest of Mykolaiv across the strait near the port of Ochakiv, which had also been targeted by suicide drones the other day. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated some 200 Russian soldiers for a total of 61,000 on the nose, 20 armored vehicles, 11 tanks, 8 artillery systems, one of them being rocket artillery, 18 cars and trucks, 4 helicopters, and 4 UAVs, with the losses most pronounced in the Kupiansk and Luhansk regions. Otherwise, the OPEC oil cartels say that they will reduce oil production, which may undermine the G7 plans to limit prices for the Russian oil on the world market. Germany has sent an additional 2 armored recovery tanks to Ukraine, bringing the total to 5. Ukraine has also signed a contract for the delivery of the modern Iris-T air defense systems. Ukraine submitted a joint application to host the 2030 FIFA World Cup in partnership with Spain and Portugal. Finland will begin construction of a border fence in their southeast along the border with Russia. While there is no plans to block the entire 1,300-kilometer border, a fence about 130 to 260 kilometers long is planned to be erected in areas of high risk, such as those near traditional border crossings. Russia has banned radio stations from playing songs by Russian artists who do not vocally support the war with Ukraine, as well as international artists such as Madonna and Lady Gaga, who have spoken out against the war abroad. Kazakhstan has announced that they will reject Russia's demand to expel the Ukrainian ambassador following the Russian demand to do so after the ambassador made a statement in August quoting deceased activist and soldier Roman Ratushny, quote, "The more we kill Russians, the less our children will have to kill," unquote. Kazakhstan has, however, asked for Ukraine to consider appointing a new ambassador. Iran today claimed they have not provided any drones to Russia for use in Ukraine, despite ample photographic and video evidence to the contrary. The countries of the European Union approved the 8th package of sanctions against the Russian Federation. Putin also formally signed the law ratifying the occupied southern and eastern territories following their sham referendum as part of the Russian Federation. In Russia, in Chechnya, Kadyrov announced that he had been given the rank of 3-star general in the Russian military by Putin. There does appear to be scapegoating of Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu ongoing. Russian authorities also detained the head of the Wagner Group's affiliate, who is responsible for running a number of military blog Telegram channels that have been more sharply criticizing Russian military leadership as of late. This was done in a very public way. Video was published afterwards. Seems to be a little bit more than a rap on the knuckles for those that were being just a little too critical of the Russian state. And the conflict intelligence team noted today that the regions that are reporting the most disproportionate amount of mobilization are consistently the poorest and most ethnic minority-rich regions of Russia, while Moscow and St. Petersburg show the latest or the lowest mortality rates, with Moscow not changing, 0% change, and only a 3% increase in St. Petersburg. The Republic of Dagestan in the south, which is still having considerable anger, to put it mildly, regarding mobilization, has seen an increase in the male mortality rate of 105% since the war began. With that, I should be about done. Thank you so much for listening. If there's any questions, I can stick around.
Thank you, Language. Thank you very much for your update. As always, a great pleasure to have you here, and very instructive. I have a couple of questions if you can answer, but I will let James go first, and I will continue.
Hey, thank you. I think I missed my window of opportunity, but I just wanted to toss out there that, so I'm a native of Texas. My family operates fracking wells, producing both oil and natural gas and other, liquid gas products. But Texas itself is reaching a new milestone in terms of renewable energy, with the nation's largest solar infrastructure going online now next to Houston, 1.3 gigawatt. And in Austin itself, where I live, the Tesla Gigafactory is starting to crank out the so-called megapacks with utility scale battery backup to do peak shaving and offset grid interruptions going online by the end of this calendar year. So Texas is rapidly creeping up on California to become, the nation's largest renewables state, and likely that's going to continue unabated. Natural gas prices are going up in Texas due to the interest in exporting the product, and so the solar and wind and other renewables installations are simply going to continue. And I just want to toss that out. It's no longer apropos of the subject matter, but I thought it might be of general interest.
Thanks, James. So let's, Anna, do you have some questions for Language?
Yeah, not all of them are bright. I will let Craig
Don't say
go.
that. Don't say that. And it's good to see you again, Anna. I'm glad you're doing well, or hopefully doing well.
Thank you. Yes, I'm doing better, and thank you.
And real quick, Anna, before you ask, I'll invite anyone else who has any questions for Language. Please come up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It's always good for Language to have a few questions. It helps him, make his updates better. So thanks. Back to you, Anna.
So you mentioned Iran earlier. My question was, I read something, but I'm not sure. Did they recognize the annexed territories or not? That's the first question. I have more.
Broadly speaking, they didn't. They didn't quite come out as far as to say we do not recognize them, but when asked, they dodged the question and then said we are committed to a peaceful resolution to the conflict in Ukraine, which is a lot less than I'm sure Russia was expecting. At this point, the only country that has formally recognized this is North Korea, which says a lot about Russia's standing in the world right now. When even the people sending you military equipment are saying, "Hey, we'll give you guns, but we're not going to get on board with you."
I love that part. Second, what are the Russians commenting in any way? I know they annexed in theory, like the Shamaranda, everything it's in theory and on paper. Do they have at least a clear border? Do they have a plan? This is our new territory, or something, or it's just everything in theory, everything on paper. We just want that. We don't know what we want, but we want it. So
yeah. So they are trying to set some stuff up along the southern line. They've officially tried to set up the borders. Unfortunately, this has really just mostly resulted in them cutting off the singular major border crossing for Ukrainian troops that were trying to get back into Ukraine. The line of people waiting there extends well past 4,500. There's been a few, and the wait takes several days. There's been at least one person who's died of other medical issues while in line, an elderly man. And I'm getting a DM from Aaron Boomer saying he also has a question. I think he's trying to come up. I don't know. If there's still space up here, if he might be able to as well. But hopefully that kind of answers your question. They're tentatively trying to set stuff up. That doesn't work really well in the Luhansk region, considering where Ukrainian troops are. And it's very much not working in the Kherson region at all. So really, it's just in the Zaporizhzhia region where there was already some loose border crossing, if you want to call it, between the Russian and Ukrainian occupied zones. However, Russia has been locking that down. Now they say, oh, well, you're all members of the Russian Federation, and now military-age men can't leave because you're subject to conscription. That's the biggest change that we've seen on the ground.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question from yesterday, actually. With I don't see Burma. I for the moment. Yesterday I had some problems bringing people up, so I don't know. I hope I'm not glitching again. So my question was about Kherson. It's actually not my question. It's a question from yesterday from Scott Park, and I didn't had time to ask it. So he was interested in its Kherson symbolic and historical value for Putin, and why is he so keen on taking this?
So I think right now the biggest, I'm not the person to ask about Kherson's historical value. I just don't have enough knowledge of the subject matter to speak authoritatively on it. It is, however, by far the largest population center that Russia was able to take due to very dubious circumstances, a lot of, frankly, treason, and people betraying stuff that allowed Russia to get there well beyond that they should have been. But Russia wants to hold on to it, so that way they can claim that, oh, we've liberated Kherson, next stop Odessa, next stop Kiev, and so there's a political calculus to that. Also, given the Russian losses in recent weeks, retreating from their largest gem in their crown of the occupied territories would not play very well. That's the bulk of why it seems that Putin has committed to it. He has an emotional attachment to keeping it. He has a political attachment to keeping it. Militarily, frankly, Russia's not really gaining much by leaving tens of thousands of their troops stuck on the far side of a mile-wide river while they could just pull back over and use artillery to blow everything to hell. But hey, I'm not in charge of the Russian military, so I can't comment why they continue to do things that don't make any sense.
Thank you. Craig, you're up next, and then Phil.
Thank you. I just had a quick question regarding this mixture of regular army and Wagner. I've seen, I've heard, but I haven't learned yet this dynamic between these private I know you and I have spoken on other places before about it, but I kind of want to, at least for the benefit of the audience, and at least again, a refresher for myself, remind us of the relationship between the uniformed Russian soldier that is under the state control versus these Wagner, right? There has been some integration that we've seen before, but are we seeing Wagner more as, and I say this delicately, but more as a political arm of the Kremlin's will on the battlefield, and not so much soldiers, but the go-getters that the Kremlin obviously blesses, and the army and the generals know that this comes from the president, even though it's not official. And so, can you kind of speak to that relationship a little bit deeper, if possible, with these new conscripts and everything else?
Sure. So Wagner PMC really operates hand in glove with the Russian government. They have for some time since their inception. However, they're, as much as they like to paint themselves as the Navy SEALs of Russia and all of that jazz, the bulk of their doings in the Middle East and North Africa and Central Africa, most recently, keep an eye on everything happening with, I think there's like 2 or 3 coups going on in the same country back to back, is that they recruit a lot of local nationals, they promise them money, and then they run them as mercenaries into combat in ways that support Russia's claims abroad. We've already seen this in Syria a lot. We've seen it in Mali. We've seen it, with mercenaries from Libya and Afghanistan. They do have some guys who actually are former Russian military and kind of know what they're doing, but by and large in this war, we haven't seen them be anything special. They all die just the same. What we have seen them do, though, and where they are at least semi-competent, is in leading under-equipped and under-trained troops, because this is what they do. Now, most recently, because they've taken a lot of casualties, they have been the nexus of recruiting the less politically desirable elements of Russian society, most notably prisoners. These are the guys saying, hey, serve for 6 months, and if you live, all crimes are forgiven, which some people are taking them up on. With the most recently mobilized conscripts, it doesn't necessarily seem like they're in the area where Wagner is at their heaviest, which seems to be around Bakhmut, i.e. the place that Russia continues to just run people into a meat grinder day after day. Although that does happen to the freshly mobilized troops, that's less common with Wagner leading the charge. But these former prisoners and whatnot, they're quite literally just cannon fodder. As far as what I expect them to be used for in the future, I wouldn't be surprised to see them leading or working alongside main Russian military groups, because they have that experience with leading under-trained, under-equipped forces. But beyond that, as some kind of a command structure, I don't see them having a big role on the battlefield. Hopefully that kind of touches
But they do, but do they have independence of action on the battlefield without checking with local colonels or brigadiers? I mean, these guys have to have some sort of, and where I'm going with this is that this idea of somebody shared basically a message today that kind of threw me for a loop, that showed a lot of Russians, I don't know if you saw this language, that showed a lot of Russians kind of complaining about how their guns don't work and it's super cold outside and they're all wearing balaclavas, all masked up, but it kind of looks like a pseudo little revolution where they just have a bunch of soldiers committing mutiny and all the rest of that stuff. And I'm wondering if that spreads, kind of, where does Wagner stand, or PMC, or whatever you want to call it, where does that stand in the organizational structure of what we're seeing here in Ukraine, right? are they under the command of a colonel that can use them as he sees fit? Are they more or less, does a colonel just kind of give them a couple of companies and they just says, yeah, sure, go ahead and try it, right, sort of attitude? Or do they have their own ability to kind of take from things, right? You see where I'm going with this, right? I'm trying to understand where their place is.
Yeah. So they do have some, I'd say they're a little further up the totem pole in the hierarchy of the Russian military. We saw this most around Popasna, Bakhmut area, where they were basically able to order around Russian VDV and other units, and from them, they did bring a lot of their own stuff then. I imagine those supplies have been decreased. They do take things as they will, but by and large, they do try and operate somewhat independently. Although, when push comes to shove, Wagner does have a bit of a superiority complex, at least among their longer serving members, and they'll just take things. As far as, troops, it does seem like they're just given free reign over the DPR, LPR conscripts and said, go nuts, have fun. So they are given a higher level of autonomy than other Russian units, I think, again, because they have at least some claims to, hey, we know how to lead under-equipped, demoralized forces, and if they go along with you guys, they're just going to get in your way, so let us do what we best with them. That's as best as I can assess the situation.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil, you're up next.
Thanks, Language, for that update. I just had a quick question about the drones used by the Iranians. I don't know if you saw a tweet, but one of the drones that was shot down looked like it had an Intel chip in it. And I was thinking, that made me think about the whole sanctions situation. And are the sanctions really hurting Russia's ability to get these, kind of different things for their military, like the optics and that sort of thing? And with all the, they do still have some kit that, the T-90 tanks that were around Berova, that did seem to have the better optics and that were those like kind of skirted around the sanctions as well, or were they just built well before sanctions took place? Thank you.
So as far as the Iranian drones with chips, I honestly haven't seen that picture. I imagine the one you're talking about wasn't the one that's shaped like a triangle, the Shahed 136 suicide drones, but looked more conventionally like what you would think of as a, military drone. Wouldn't be surprised if there was higher level technology in those. As I understand it, some of those have been used as the brains behind the drone swarm that was attacking Odessa. In fact, it may be the same. It's still not clear because one of those drones, the Mahajer 6 drones, was taken down into the sea a couple days ago, and then there was pictures yesterday. I'm not sure if it's the same drone or if it's two different ones.
That was the one. That was the one that they took it apart and they showed an Intel chip in it.
Oh, like Intel, the company? Yeah, I mean, there's numerous ways to get chips like that from Western nations. Yes, it's, especially with sanctions, there's a lot of issues with that. But to be perfectly blunt, where there's a will, there's a way. And it's not entirely difficult for nation states to get around sanctions, especially in dealing with microchips. They can't necessarily get them in quantity. However, Iran does have, at least previously, enough support from other nations that they were able to subsidize that and move them through there. As far as Russia goes, I don't know exactly when the T-90 started getting produced. I want to say it was within the last decade or so, a bit of a modernization project there. They haven't been entirely cut off since 2014. They've been heavily restricted, but they have still had the ability to at least nominally improve aspects of their military, just not nearly as much as they would like. I think the biggest impact there has come in the form of restricting their precision-guided munitions, because a tank, up until now, they really just sit around. They parade them down Red Square every year, but they're not actively getting blown up. Versus their missiles that they were dropping on people's heads in Syria, that's depleting a resource that they couldn't accurately, or adequately, I should say, create more of. So hopefully that kind of answers the question. Does it?
That does. Thank you, Language. And I would argue just a little bit that that the Russian tanks have been helping, but they've been helping the Ukrainian military once Ukraine captures them. Thank you very much.
No, absolutely. And yeah, no, it's good. And somebody's saying that some of the T90s were actually originally started getting produced back in the late 90s or mid 90s. So, those, who knows exactly when those are from. The most recent model is from the last couple of years. I don't know. I'm not good enough with tanks to tell you, based on the pictures I've seen, exactly what kind of T90s were found hanging out by the riverside near Barova.
Hi, language. I made her up, and so with the T90, the T90, the original is, it's said to be 1992, 1993 is when that prototype came out, and is a functioning unit, and then T90A came out in 2004, and then the later variants are from 2016, 2017, the T90M, and then the T90M Provi 3 and T90MS was 2017 and 18. So those are the newer versions with the arena and the bigger turrets, supposedly to have the arena on the active protection system. And then, but there's sources differ per year sometimes, and then so that's the story on the T90s. I mean, these latest variants, they've only produced 150 to 200 of them, maybe less, maybe just 100 of them, of the T90Ms, these latest upgrades. But so I wanted
Thank you, Aaron. Oh, real quick, Aaron.
Yeah.
They've captured. I saw like the weapons trackers. They had both the M variants and some A variants, but the A variants, they mentioned that they also had the optics for the M variant. So that's why I was like interested. I was like, well, how did they get enough to like upgrade some of the older tanks with the newer optics as well? So I was thinking maybe they were being able to skirt around sanctions. So thank you very much for that explanation.
Yeah, and I just had a question for language. How long do you think it's going to? How long do you think that the Kherson? I just wanted to see your general opinion on how long the Kherson front will last before it's possibly a total collapse. I mean, I've heard some figures of 7 days. I've heard, several weeks, maybe maybe 3 weeks, maybe a month. But I definitely don't think it's going to be that long. But
so it's very difficult to predict that. I suspect it's going to be closer to several weeks than several days at this point. It's important to recognize that there's still probably at least one more line of defense that Russia can pull out of their ass before it gets down to Berislav, at which point, with the, frankly, de facto capture of the Novokakhovka Dam and the river crossing Russia's attempted there, things get very dicey for troops in Kherson City. Then the big question becomes, what happens to the west of Kherson City, as we've seen skirmishes back and forth, nothing super substantive over the past several months, but should that become another large assault along with Russian troops broadly pulling back, I could see them falling back to Kherson City pretty quickly, at which point the million-dollar question is, do they decide to stick it out and try and fight, or do they just pull back across the river in a mass retreat? I imagine it'll be somewhere between the two, leaning much more towards a mass retreat. The partisans are very hungry for blood in Kherson, and as soon as they're let off the leash, you will know it, as will the Russians. Meanwhile, I don't think Ukraine is interested in engaging in a pitched urban combat in Kherson City, not the least because they have hundreds of thousands of their own civilians there, but also because they'd rather not destroy their own city to save it. I think those are going to be the main stopping points. But I would argue it's somewhere closer to weeks than days. Ukrainians have surprised me before. They'll continue to surprise me in the future. But we're still talking about a relatively sizable area with a large quantity of Russian troops. And Ukraine gains nothing by doing this in 2 weeks instead of 3 weeks at the expense of an additional 1,000 soldiers' lives and equipment. So that's about my estimation on it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you, Language. That's great. Awesome. Great to see everybody here. Thanks, Language.
Thank you.
Kingpin, thank you for being so patient. You are up next.
Yeah, hey, my main question, I don't know if you mentioned this already. Do we know how many people have left Russia just like in total since February 24th?
I don't know how many since February 24th. I do know it's somewhere in the millions. We know that apparently some million people have left Russia since Putin announced mobilization, 700,000 of which were Russian nationals. So somebody else may have a clearer answer on it. I'd have to go digging through and look it up, but it numbers in the millions of people leaving Russia since the invasion began.
Oh, and then another question I have.
Ballpark 3 to 4 million. I think 3 to 4 million, something like that. Anna, do you know any numbers?
No, I'm sorry. I don't have that number.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Kingpin.
Yeah, and then the other thing I was wondering, does it look like, because right now Ukraine's taking a lot of territory, they just started entering the Luhansk Oblast. Are there any signs that Russia is starting to like divert some of its troops either from like other fronts or some of the new mobilized troops, or is it still pretty sparsely like populated in terms of like Russian forces trying to defend the area?
So they've moved some troops around from other fronts. We have seen confirmation, and I may have left it out of the update or not read it, of Russian troops being rapidly redeployed. We've seen this in the Luhansk region, east of Kupiansk, where a couple guys got captured. And they're like, last week I was in Moscow, and now I'm here. I surrender. And then one I did forget to read regarding Kherson, there was a soldier who 5 days ago was in, I want to say, Omsk or Tomsk, somewhere in central Russia, got mobilized, immediately sent to Kherson. As soon as he found his way to a phone, he immediately called the surrender hotline and surrendered because he was like, buddy, I'm not a part of this. So we're already seeing Russia throwing these guys into the front as well as moving some of their other troops around where they can. Broadly speaking, from what I understand, Russia is trying to do their mobilization in a three-part system. Part one is what we're seeing now, literally just meat to clog the gears of the Ukrainian advance. You get a week of training if you're lucky, a rifle and a trench to, try and shoot one or two Ukrainians before you die in, right? The second group is supposed to get about a month of training, and they're already being trained in areas close to the border in Russia. These guys are hopefully able to at least survive for a little bit, maybe hold out through the winter, at least know how to run things like artillery and crew-served weaponry. The third group, which if you're lucky you get put into, is supposedly actually trying to get a couple months of training. All of this is ludicrously less than you need if you want to survive in a modern battlefield. But for the Russians, this is the best they can hope for. And these guys seem to be what Russia envisions as their mainline force going into the winter and possibly an assault force thereafter. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, that actually answered it really well. Oh, one more thing that I just thought of. In terms of supplies, are there any indications on like if Russia has enough supplies for the winter, like just basics like winter coats for all the new mobilized soldiers? And then also, do we know how many of those Iranian drones they purchased and still have left?
So it's unclear exactly how many Iranian drones. It was reported to be possibly, several, somewhere in the low hundreds. I haven't gotten any more confirmation since that. I know that they were asking for several hundred. They have used a plethora of them, though the exact numbers there are also difficult. I would argue less than 100 have been used, but certainly somewhere in the pulling a number out of nowhere, I'd say north of 60 to 70, somewhere in that range, because they tend to use them in groupings. Because otherwise, you can shoot down one, but if I have 6 explosives hurtling towards you, it's going to be a bad time. As far as everything else, Russia does not have the gear they need. There was, the widely reported story of a Russian commander going, I don't know what happened to the 1.5 million units of uniforms, which I'm sure he knows exactly where it is. It's sitting in his yacht somewhere in Western Europe that he can't touch. But Russia is running up into issues with that. They actually postponed their fall conscription period that was regularly scheduled because it appears they just don't have enough equipment or trainers to deal with the logistical stress of adding yet another 100,000 plus people to the pot right now, on top of the 200,000 they say they've pulled up out of the 300,000 that they were allegedly going for. People are already crowdfunding for cold weather gear. Some Russian troops have started calling it humanitarian aid for their own soldiers who are based nearby, where the Russian troops have to walk into town to get food and other such goods. It's very unlikely they're going to be well equipped, well trained, or well fed by the time winter hits. And I would be astonished if they're able to be provided with adequate winter gear. For reference, going into the war, there were some units that only had about 20% of their guys with adequate cold weather gear, and hypothermia was a real major concern. I suspect it will be once again.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
That's awesome. Oh,
If
and
I
also,
remember correctly, just real quick, but they burn their tank fuel to keep warm, right? I mean, some of the tank crews.
I think I had heard of that. Honestly, it's been so long. I do remember hearing something about burning diesel. Generally, though, they just hung out in their armored vehicles all night with the engines running to stay warm. But the Ukrainians have
Same
this
difference ultimately.
Yeah, right. But the Ukrainians have this fancy little thing called infrared, right, and thermoscopes, which makes that these Russian tanks. There's at least a couple northwest of Kiev where they set up all this camouflage and they're hiding the tanks in there, and then they let the engines run all night. And so the Ukrainians show up with, at the time, a Javelin, which has a thermal seeking or thermal viewing mode, and they go, I wonder what that, large multi-ton piece of metal glowing underneath that, pile of rocks and leaves over there is. Maybe we should shoot a rocket at it. Let's see if the Russians repeat the same mistake again. I virtually guarantee they will.
There you go. All right, one more, Kingpin. Go ahead.
oh, this isn't a question. I just thought this was some info that other people might find interesting. I was reading, apparently some European officials said that in talks with their Chinese counterparts, they were told directly that they would see the use of nuclear weapons by Russia as unacceptable.
I haven't seen that statement specifically in Ukrainian media, or frankly Russian media, though I don't imagine Russia would publish that. The best that I've heard about Russia's dealings with China from the head of the CIA in a public statement the other day, where he said China expressed, or China's Communist Party leadership, because it's not just Xi Jinping, it's the Central Committee, expressed their dissatisfaction at Russia's, quote, conduct in the war. Does that mean that they suddenly care about human lives? Probably not. Does it mean that they care about the fact that Russia is failing to new levels every day? Yeah, probably more so. So when Russia says, hey, we just need some more weapons from you, China goes, why don't you try and start winning things before we start backing your horse? So I imagine it also, China has no interest in seeing a nuclear conflict for the first time since 1945 anywhere in the world, because that is usually quite bad for business. So I wouldn't be surprised if they said that. I don't think anybody out of Russia is really looking forward to the hypothetical use of nuclear weapons. So I don't think they're going to go anywhere unless he sits down with Kim Jong-un. I don't think anybody's going to be like, yeah, buddy, go ahead.
Thanks, Kingpin. All right, we got a few hands, so I think Anda. Go ahead. Who's next?
Actually, Pop Test was the next one, and then Aaron.
G'day, thanks for having us. Greetings from Australia. I've got a follow-up question for Craig on the logistics. He's still on. That he spoke about yesterday, my time. And also in regards to the situation in Kherson. I was just wondering what the likelihood of the Ukrainian forces concentrating their forces away from Kherson and down to, say, Melitopol in the hope of recapturing Mariupol to block that land bridge. And also in regards regards to the logistics side, if that scenario was to occur, would it be of benefit for Ukrainians to? I saw recently that they were receiving long-range HIMARS rounds to use in consultation with the USA on prospective targets. So my wondering was, if they were able to, the Ukrainians were able to, say, capture Melitopol and break the land bridge there, would it be of benefit for them to take out the Crimean bridge?
I think I can answer the logistical comments last question, and then somebody can kind of talk about that operation. I think General David Petraeus added his 2 cents this past Sunday when he gave a pretty lengthy interview. I think it was the ABC. No, excuse me, sorry, it wasn't George Stephanopoulos. He gave an interview, I think, to one of the Sunday morning talk shows here, and I would encourage you to listen to that interview that General Petraeus gave, especially in regards to that Zaporizhia region. It's very subtle, and he kind of says it with a smile. But if you listen to that interview, he talks a little bit about that. In regards to the logistics, the issue with the HIMARS and interdicting supplies is that Russia is trying to adapt by burying their ammunition. They're trying to adapt by pre-sighting or pre-selecting areas where they're going to store stuff, and then they dig it up so that way they can't target this with HIMARS. There has been some evidence of Russia doing that, and that they've, to some degree, accelerated that process. They're no longer operating on the warehouse model, so to speak. They're basically taking everything out of the warehouses to 4 or 5, 6, 7 different places, burying the ammunition, and then when somebody needs something, you run through your essentially your dig sites. You run through that, to say nothing of the inefficiency of the manpower that it's going to create to make the whole, rather than actually fighting. Okay, that's one thing, but irregardless, I think it shows that Ukraine is able to use HIMARS in the way that they were designed to be used, which is to attack these ammo supply depots, give the United States this longbow effect where it can reach out and touch supply lines. So instead of a B-17 or B-17 Fortress flying over Germany trying to attack a ball bearings factory, now you have medium and intermediate range ballistic missiles that can reach out and destroy these things at a very precisely, right? HIMARS can hit the target where it needs to hit it. It's pretty accurate. And so I think that even as Russia adapts, it's just digging itself, all pun intended here, deeper and deeper into a hole by operating on this model of being so scared about a HIMARS attack. You're quite literally digging holes in the middle of fields to store your ammunition. That's not a good sign for your logistical future. It may save you in a couple of days, but long term, that's not very healthy.
As far as the military side of it, I don't think there's any evidence, much as some of us have discussed, of Ukraine having presently received these long-range, they're called ATACMS missiles, the ones that they would likely need at the Crimean Bridge. The other thing is, it's almost certainly on the menu at some point. It would definitely send shockwaves through the Russian public psyche. It was a huge, huge, huge infrastructure project. And I'm not going to say it'd be like blowing up the Golden Gate Bridge, but it would probably have the same sort of morale effect on the average Russian. That's something you can look, see, and feel and go, oh, this isn't good. But it's going to take a little time to get to Melitopol. It's going to take a little time to get everything secured enough and have those sort of long-range munitions to do it. And also, just from a physics standpoint, taking down a suspension bridge is usually a little more challenging. These are designed specifically to take massive amounts of force in the form of cars and weight from top. So you have to hit the support structures, which, as I understand, are broadly very reinforced concrete because, again, massive bridge. So it would require a lot of munitions. I don't know if that's necessarily something you can just drop on a single day with what Ukraine has and is likely to have, unless they can start flying aircraft over, at which point, that's so close to Russia, the war's pretty close to over then. But it would definitely, even just dropping a rocket in the middle of it and saying, hey, we can reach out and touch you now, would probably have a very similar effect to outright destroying it, in that now people don't really want to cross that bridge across I don't know how many kilometers of open sea, saying, oh, well, maybe my commute's going to be a little hairy today. The political consequences from it, I think, would be more substantial and more immediate for less risk than actually leveling the bridge, though I wouldn't say that's off the menu just yet. And hopefully that kind of answers the question.
Great. Yeah, but it does answer the question. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. One other quick little question. On the interactive map you've got displayed today, in Kherson there's a label weird Russian fighting. Can you elaborate on that at all, or
Sure.
Is that just an example of corrosion?
So that's from a couple different. I actually checked out of that because I'm running that off a separate phone, which is connected to the Wi-Fi. I'm going to step out of this Wi-Fi in a second. But that's from, I want to say, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Some Russian armored vehicle rolled down their main street somewhere near, I want to say, the rail station in downtown Kherson, and just started lighting up a building. They were apparently getting shot at least a little bit from there by small arms. Without putting too fine a point on it, I talked to partisans in Kherson. They weren't there. They were worried at first. They're like, there's one group we haven't heard from. Maybe they were like way the hell out from where they're supposed to be. We don't have any cells there. We don't have any units there. We're not doing anything there. That's not us. It was confirmed that wasn't them. So, the official statement from at least the partisans was, this is more TikTok bullshit. They're trying to prove that they're, killing us here, but they don't even know where we are. So that's as best as I can tell right now, is that it was just, but people are saying, oh, Russian troops might have been engaging themselves. There might have been, interfaction violence. I think the easiest solution is the simplest one. The Russians wanted to stage a video where they get to fire, a machine gun into a civilian building in the middle of the street and say, we're here, we're in charge, and we're killing all the rebels, when that is not quite the case.
Great. Look, thanks, guys. I really appreciate your work that you're all doing here. It's very informative. Keep it up. Thanks very much.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Aaron?
So I know that at least 6 Giran 2, the Russian name for the Shahed 136 drones, were shot down yesterday in one report. It was reported that they had ordered or had gotten about 1,000 of those. Now, I thought that was a bit high for them to get 1,000 of those drones, but it might not be. These are the kamikaze drones.
Anywhere close to 1,000 drones.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. It was just no. I mean, they've used a bunch of them, and then what for these drones? What do you think are the estimates?
I think I've answered this a little bit before. It's probably somewhere in the low to mid hundreds if I was a betting man. Iran does have other conflicts they're involved with. Whatever the hell is going on in Iraq these days, which is a much longer conversation. Things that are happening with the Houthi rebels and Saudi Arabia, where we have also seen these employed, as well as a number of other locations around the world that Iran's interested in. I imagine, plus for their own national defense, given the fact that we're actively shooting down Iranian drones, at their borders. I don't think they're just going to give them all away. And I would be astonished, frankly, if Iran had a stockpile of thousands of these to begin with. I mean, for comparison, the US, we've been making Switchblade drones, which are comparatively much cheaper, much more logistically simple to create. And we've sent several hundred of them. I think between those and some variants, we might have sent a little over 1,000. I want to say it was like 1,000 and a couple hundred. And that's over 6 months, 8 months after we've had stockpiles of some of these things dating back over a decade. Iran doesn't have that capacity, and even if they did, they don't have the storage that they would be comfortable with draining for this, given everything going on in their neck of the woods. So I just, at best, a couple hundred. And then I think there was a number, it was like a couple hundred, and then there might be a much smaller number of these more combat capable drones. I want to say there's the Volhajar 6, the one that got shot down, which is more of their mainline drone, and then they have another one. I think it's the Shahed 129. Iran isn't super creative with their names for their drones. They call them all martyrs or pilgrims in the case of the Muhajir. And those ones, the Shahed 129s, those are actually a bit more of a threat. Those are at least nominally more capable long-range drones, stay up for 24 hours. Those were supposedly tasked with finding and killing HIMARS. Haven't seen any indication they've done that. Really haven't seen any indication of them on the battlefield, aside from claims from Russia and some folks in Iran saying that, oh, we probably sent these. So unfortunately, I can't give much more specificity than that.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. And I've read similar things. Definitely, it's copied stolen technology from the U.S. drones and different stuff, but the technology is not great. I mean, their 129s is okay, but yeah, they're certainly.
The 129, aside from electronic warfare countermeasures, is actually probably a concern. Like,
Yeah.
let's not I'm not saying they're just splitting hairs here, but if it's the difference between a suicide drone, okay, there's range on those. If it's the Muhajir, obviously those can be taken down. The Shahed 129, that's, at least from the technical specs, a decent enough piece of kit that we really haven't seen before. But they likely have very few of those, if any at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pilot Vinny, I saw you requested to come up. If you have a question, you can ask it now. In general, you have a heart-shaped button on the right hand of your bottom screen. And when you push that, you have an option to raise your hand. So we can keep up the order. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the helpful insight. I hadn't spoken on here for quite a while. So I just wanted to make a quick comment on Language had talked about the ACTA missile system. I've just been a little perplexed over the past couple of months. There have been so many people, a lot of prominent people talking about that. And I've had, I guess, a little bit of insightful look into that, and that I've worked for I won't say which one, but a Florida-based defense contractor over the years past. And with these Actum 140 missile systems, there are only about 3,700 of those made in total since the early 90s. 500 active in the U.S. supply, and of those, it's probably about half of that, maybe 200 to 300. The navigation systems and the propulsion systems in those do go bad over time, so they have to constantly be replenished. So there's only about maybe 200 to 300 of those in active U.S. supply. So I think all the people pushing this, that Ukraine is somehow going to get those, I think it's just a dream, and it's not really based in any type of sound logic or reality. So that's why I think the HIMARS and a lot of these other weapon systems are a much more practical and realistic outlook for Ukraine to get in the future. So that's all I wanted to add.
That's tremendously insightful, actually. I didn't know about the degradation concerns of them. At this point, the U.S. has come out and said it doesn't seem like it's necessary at this time, not for the least that pretty much everything that they want to hit in Ukraine is within range of HIMARS systems, and they seem to be working pretty well. So, but that is really interesting, and I honestly didn't know about the degradation down to possibly just several hundred of the long-range attackers.
Okay, how you doing on time language?
If there's no other questions, I'd actually probably like to head out, make it a bit of an early evening tonight would be fantastic for a change. If Jimmy won, I see, yeah, Jimmy's been up here. I don't know if you have a question, brother. Maybe because sometimes the hand system is a little less than intuitive on the app. Do you have a question, Jimmy?
I'm okay. Okay for now. Yeah. Thanks for asking.
No, yeah. Well, with that, let me just check the DMs real quick, see if there's anything there. Thank you from Michael Bond. So apparently, this is more of it's a comment, but it's interesting that apparently Chinese diplomats have removed talking points blaming NATO for the conflict and made it clear that the use of nuclear weapons would be viewed as totally unacceptable by Beijing, referencing the earlier question. And then from Steve regarding the chips, the Intel chips, those are not subject to sanctions and are available worldwide, which is, kind of explains what's going on. Questions about the Russian Spetsnaz group that got schwacked in Liman, how they die. I don't know exactly how they died. I know how they were about to. There was a lot of Ukrainian troops around them in a certain area of the city, as best I understand it. So I don't think it was artillery. I wouldn't be surprised if it was vehicles and rockets and stuff. But beyond that, I don't know. I mean, there's no real reason to go running into a building where actual, pipe carrying, heavy hitters are when you've got a tank outside and you can just drop it on them. And I think this is more hypothesis, but I suspect the Ukrainians with their tanks and everything else there would choose to use them for that purpose.
Thank you, Language. Thank you very much for your updates and for the map and for everything you're doing for this space.
And likewise, thank you guys so much for, all the time and energy and effort you spend here. I know I kind of come in and leave, but I know you guys spend long, long hours taking care of it, and that's commendable, frankly. I couldn't do it.
You're just modest, as always. I wish you a beautiful, relaxing night, and I will actually ask Craig a question if he's ready.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Yeah, of course.
So I heard a short discussion yesterday because I was on my way to work about the grains in Russia. I heard they have a really big production this year, and I also understood that there might be a problem shipping them out, not due to insurance. Do you know anything about this, and how does the insurance system work on grains?
So are we talking about the transportation of these grains on the actual vessel that's moving them, or are you talking about the physical commodity of grains?
For start, the transportation. So how are they shipped, and how are they insured, and how does the process work?
Well, I mean, it works much like you mailing a package in the mail. The item arrives at port, the ship gets there, it's unloaded, and then its destination is determined prior to, obviously, departure. At least that's the goal. And then that's pretty much it. The ship will not leave port based on the insurance that, and I'm getting a little too far into it, but a ship carries insurance year round, but a certain trip carries its own risk in the portfolio of insurance options that are offered to the ship owner. And so they have varying rates determined on what they're doing. You get your insurance on your vessel, whether it's act of God, fire on board, to yes, actually being fired on and sunk, especially around the Horn of Africa. That was an insurance package that was presented to ship owners, right? In the event you are hijacked, we'll cover that. Just pay your premium. And so, strangely enough, there was pirate insurance. Same thing goes for situations that we see around the Black Sea. These ships are obviously insured heavily. They can't set sail without insurance. No ship owner is going to let that ship go anywhere without it having insurance. And as they rightfully should, these vessels are worth tens of millions of dollars. And so that's pretty much that. There isn't a whole lot more to it. In terms of the commodity is insured through a financial product that you buy as a hedge, or against risk, right? And so even if the commodity, if just a trainload of grain, the grain itself, the dollar value is insured relative to market value. And then if something happens to it, it goes bad or the train derails, then you're recuperated. So it acts much like your car insurance, right? In the simplest of terms.
Thank you. So I understood that. So that part is okay. But I'm not getting why I'm searching for that article. I read on Bloomberg that the insurers are afraid of or avoid of insuring Russian grains, and because they say they are in an active war zone, but so it doesn't add up for me. Do I make sense? I'm searching for that article. It was from a couple of weeks ago.
Sadly, I'm not sure the article that you're referencing. Obviously, I can, you can DM it to me if you find it, but I can't place that either in my head in regards to the article that you're mentioning.
Okay, I will search for it. I will let Colby ask his question, and I will come back to you with it. Colby, please.
Thank you. Craig, remind me, if I recall correctly, near the start of the war, a lot of the major insurance providers began to refuse to provide insurance for Russian flagged vessels. Do I remember that correctly?
They weren't refused. The premiums tripled.
Oh, the premiums tripled. Okay, I thought that some of them had just like left the Russian market and included in that were also their vessels, but if the premiums are skyrocketing, that kind of has the same effect.
More or less, yeah. So there are two things that happen. Immediately, probably within about 3 months, Maersk, excuse me, which is one of the, if not the largest shipping company in the world, it had decided to pull out of the Russian market. There are still independently run small, what you consider in that industry to be small book people that can still service these, but because the supply of ships is so small, you can ask a higher price, right? There's no competition anymore. And so the cost skyrocketed in terms of getting the ship, because Russia doesn't own all these ships, right? These are commercial ships, privately owned, that have to dock, just like they were 200 years ago. These are privately owned vessels. And so these small market, small book groups all of a sudden had a feeding frenzy in that they saw their profits go through the roof. Those that decided to do business with Russia, some might call that blood money, but it is what it is. And so their costs, so you lease the vehicle or you lease the vessel, and then you have to turn around and go to another supplier for the insurance on the vessel. Now, the insurance cost is paid into. So obviously, like classic economics, any cost is passed on to the consumer, right? And so the consumer in this case is Russia. That premium tripled on the ship owner. The ship owner just passed that cost on to Russia, as is their wont traditionally. And then they just passed that cost on, but then they got them again when they went to actually go lease the vessel itself and pay for the services of that vessel. So two different prices are fixed into one unit. And so it's safe to say that the cost of that tripled easily, probably more.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had this. We had on our space previously some So we had the Alexander Commission, which is the head of Ukrainian railway company. And prior to that, some months back, we had the head of railway, the head of the railway company in Moldavia. And to my recollection, they both said that having higher prices for shipping for a commodity which is not particularly expensive in itself, it's not helping. But I understood that in September, Ukraine managed to ship out fairly larger quantity of grains to its destination. You said this at some time that, I'm sorry, the grains are sold in advance. This is how the system works. The production is bid and sold in advance.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct. Yes, it's a commodity that is bought on a futures market. Yes, ma'am. I'm reading through that article you just sent me, Anda. So give me a minute to. If there are other people, by all means, please. I'm just reading through it now.
Yeah, no problem, Craig. I'm going to do some general announcements, Anda. So if everyone could please do retweet the space. We recently had a crash, so if you could retweet the space, it would really help us out. We really do appreciate everyone who listens to the program. Everything's possible because of you guys. So we try to bring you guys 24 hours a day. We try to bring you guys experts who can answer any questions you have about Ukraine. Of course, we try to bring you special guests, really distinguished people like General Hodges, Mick Ryan, General Ryan, I should say. And of course, academics, experts in economics, politics, finance. Anna just mentioned Alexander Commission, who runs Ukraine. I never can say the name of it, Anna. Can you say it? Ukraine in the middle. I lose it in the middle.
Ukrainisnica, I don't know. I will butcher it as well. I'm afraid Axel helped me when I need it.
Anyway, so yeah, but anyway, yeah, the Ukrainian train service, right? It's a very important part of the Ukrainian infrastructure, I guess we should say. It helps people get around the country. It helps equipment and supplies get around the country. Craig will tell you all day how important Ukrainian rail systems are. And so it was great to have him on to talk about just how seriously he takes his job, how dedicated he is to making sure that the trains run correctly and that everyone has like a good experience, even during a really dire, difficult time. And yeah, we have lots of great interviews like that. They're available up on our Spotify, so please do check it out. It's available at MriyaReport, one word, on Spotify, or if you just Google MriyaReport Spotify, I'm sure you'll find it. It has all of our interviews with our distinguished guests, edited, curated by our editors. So it's very high quality stuff. You can show it to other people, let them know what we're all about. Of course, we have a great panel. We got Craig here staying up late for us. Craig and I had a bit of a kerfuffle. I talked to him, and I'm doing some scheduling stuff for the show now, and I'm still learning about time zones. I'm real bad with time zones, and I talked to Craig in my time and not Craig's time, and hilarity ensued. And I'm so sorry, Craig, because the whole point is I wanted to get Craig to bed a little earlier. I feel like we're keeping Craig up too late with our questions about trains and such. And anyway, we do thank you for toughing it out here with us tonight, Craig. But anyway, if anyone does have any questions for the panel, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Please do feel free. You can come up and ask anyone on our panel a question, and we'll do our best to answer. And last but not least, we are all here to support MriyaAid.org. It's a great organization. We here at MriyaReport, we're not like directly related, but we're all run by volunteers. Me and Andre are both volunteers. We just do our best to run the space, keep the discussion about Ukraine going, fight Russian disinformation, and so forth. But the people at MriyaAid.org, their specialty is getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and we really support what they do. They get things like bandages, tourniquets, night vision, body armor, drones, firefighting equipment, mine disposal equipment, all kinds of great stuff, right? So anything that you send over there, it's run completely by volunteers. So that means 100% of everything goes directly to procuring the non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So please do check out MriyaAid.org. Take a look at what they're doing every day to help Ukrainians, and please consider, if you can, giving what you can. We know, it's everyone's financial situation is different, so we don't want to put anyone out. But anything anyone can give, no gift is too small, or no help is too small. I'll put it that way. So thanks very much, guys, for listening to my announcements. We got a couple of hands, so I'll leave it to you, Anda. Go ahead.
Danielle, good morning. You had
Romanian favoritism. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, go ahead, Anda.
No, he was first, and after that, Michael.
Good morning, Anda. Good morning to all. Can I derail the discussion? Like always. Okay, first I want to congratulate the team of MriyaAid. I saw ready for ship on the tourniquets. Also, my subject is our dear Nazi Prigozhin. Elliot Higgins, I hope everybody know Elliot Higgins being the leader of Bellingcat, said in a tweet, the idea of Prigozhin can attack Shoigu look like all the political establishment is out of hand for Putin. And that made me think a bit, because I sent to Yehuda a link. The source was not so trustful, but the video looked legit. The Rosguardia units, special forces, arrested in Moscow this night the PR guy called Wagner, the guy who has a lot of Telegram channels where they make all the shady stuff what Russians do. And it was very, very interesting. The unit is not a Kadyrov's unit. It's a unit directly under Putin rule. So he made a move to Prigozhin who make a move against Shoigu. And also we have Kadyrov promotes to a new rank of general, the Colonel General. So all good in Mordor, everybody loves killing itself. Doesn't.
Thank you, Daniel. You bring us every morning some tidbit of amusing amusing news on bright Russian moves. Thank you. Michael?
Hi, Anda. So I follow the economic developments in connection with the war pretty closely, and I heard your question about buildup of Russian grain, and you're absolutely right. It has been reported that they're having a higher than usual harvest, but at the same time, their inventories are building up, and they may in fact have a storage problem. They may not have capacity to store it all, because usually they, have an average harvest and they're able to ship it out immediately, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. And part of that, it's not so much they can't get it out because of shipping. In fact, several months ago, I think about 2 months ago, the US Treasury Department had to issue a clarification advising that none of the sanctions that the US has put in place prohibit the export of agricultural products or fertilizer. And that was something they did to sort of sweeten the pot in order for the grain deal to even be signed. But that doesn't stop buyers from around the world who would prefer not to support Russia from refusing to. And so I've added 2 items to the nest. The second one back actually deals with a tender for grain that was put out by the country of Iraq. And interestingly, in that tender, they specified they would not accept any bids for Russian-sourced grain. And that seems to be an emerging trend, which is contributing to the inability of the Russians to export their harvest. And given it's a bigger than usual harvest, they don't have space to store it all, and therefore there's the possibility that some of this excess, harvest might go to waste. Interestingly, that same item in the nest that cites the Iraqi bid for grain provides, I guess they make public, I think that might be under their laws, the prices that they received as bids. And you'll note how low the Ukrainian bid for the grain is. And that's partly because they have to be bidding low in order to make their grain attractive, because the shipping costs are much higher because of the safety concerns and so on with getting ships out of the Black Sea. I also just wanted to highlight the other thing I added to the nest. A lot of the news that I come across on grain coverage, so I cover economics generally, so you can check me out if you're interested in that. But grain is a pretty niche subject, and there's an account. It's called Exit 266, and they put out a daily update on the grain, and you can see they do all sorts of graphs, and they specify how much of what grain type goes where. It's very detailed, and it's done each day. And so that's the source that I tend to look to. One other quick note is there was a question about the insurance for ships. And one interesting development, it's not that insurance companies have been prohibited from covering Russian ships at this point, but there is a prohibition in the EU sanctions against some of the middle market. So the people who, generally it was for oil product, not for grain product or agriculture product, but the people who would go out and, the oil exporters would say, we need to export this much, we're going to need these many ships, they're going roughly to these countries, and then these middle managing companies would make it happen. And many of those companies are European based, certainly the ones that dealt with Russia. And they were actually prohibited, I believe, in the 7th round of EU sanctions, maybe the 6th, from continuing to deal with Russia, certainly on the oil exports. And they were given I think a 2 or 3 month sort of wind down period, because there were, ships at sea. I think that wind down period is ending soon, certainly by the end of the year. And that process has put a real damper on Russian shipping. Interestingly, much oil that goes out, even if they're arranging shipping without middlemen, a lot of it is going out on Greek flagged tankers. And that has not been prohibited by the EU at this point. But interestingly, a lot of the new rules that are coming in this 8th EU sanctions package, it includes some of the mechanisms for their oil price cap. And what that will mean is that many participants in the oil market, I believe including shipping companies, if they can't show that the cargo that they're transporting was purchased below the cap price, then they'll receive significant sanctions themselves. So shipping is not being cut out entirely, but it is being restricted in a number of ways to achieve specific economic goals.
Thank you, Michael. Can I have a follow up on that, or maybe Craig had something? If not, I'm gonna ask my question.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Of course, go ahead.
So I also read that some Greek ships are shipping grains and oil for basically for everybody. From what I understood, they are one of the major players in the shipping business. So um, how can EU block them other than using this cap that you're talking about, the price cap?
Well, so the goal, depending on the product, isn't necessarily to stop the shipments entirely. For example, I referred to the fact that both the EU and the United States clarified that their sanctions don't apply to Russian agricultural products. And you may not like the fact that sanctions haven't been applied there, but it's viewed as a trade-off in that a lot of Russian agricultural products will make it to market regardless. And in fact, just from a humanitarian perspective, you generally want their agricultural products to make it to market, because if they were entirely locked up in Russia, while their revenue would be down, that would cause famine in many places around the world, which obviously we want to avoid. At the same time, the allowing shipping of Russian grain and so on, fertilizer, was considered part of a quid pro quo in order for the Ukrainian grain deal to be signed up. And so I don't think they want to prohibit those types of cargo. In alluding to the price cap, that is the mechanism that Europe and the United States have chosen to deal with Russian oil. I think that's sort of a realistic perspective, in that China and India buy significant amounts of Russian oil. While it seems unfair if they've increased their purchases, thereby giving Russia more revenue because they can buy it at a discount, we may not find that fair. But if Europe and the United States stopped all ships from carrying oil, that would significantly harm relations between Europe, the United States, and China and India, along with several others around the world who continue to rely on Russian oil. And if they were cut off, there would be significant disruption in their markets. And so it's, as much as you want to reduce Russian revenue, it probably can't be reduced to zero for political realities in the short term, which is why they've taken the cap approach. If anybody listening, and if you have any idea of other cargo types that we might want to entirely prohibit, let me know. But really, agricultural products and energy products are the ones that have received the focus, and they're being dealt with very specifically.
Thank you. I will let Craig answer, and then I will go to Bart's Blonde, if you be so patient.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick here with Michael. First of all, Michael, it's good to have you back. It's been a while since you and I spoke. I remember when you and I were talking about bonds several months ago, Russia defaulting. So always good to have you back, and of course, you're always more than welcome. I guess it wasn't a question, but it's more or less a theory that I've been kicking around, that where is the end game to this economic, virus that it's infected itself with, the mobilization? And as I try to read some of the symptoms of this disease play itself out, whether it's shipping costs or oil or lack of markets or what have you, there's something that's been kind of gnawing away at me. And that, economically speaking, all these systems that have been put in place by the West, they're not going anywhere anytime soon. Even if the war ends tomorrow, these are still going to be on, and they're going to be on
for a long time. And so my theory is that Russia knows that. And rather than expose itself to continually trying to operate in the marketplace of the West, it's almost kind of, where the West is shown to be in charge, which is financially, regulatorily, all these type of sanctions that are passed down through U.S. Treasury, etc. Where I'm seeing this going is Russia is starting to isolate itself pretty extensively. And it's actually taking steps because let's be clear, if it wanted to get the weed out, it could get the weed out theoretically, right? It's not exactly like it doesn't have access. There's something about, because I'm reading through that article that Anna sent me, and something just seems off, right? I mean, Russia needs money. It needs something. It needs America. It needs dollars, is what it really needs, right? Because they don't know if those billions are going to be seized by the United States. Why would they do this, right? Why not try to do this? And I couldn't help but think that they would subsidize. This is where I'm going. Why not subsidize their farmers and others to achieve a lower bid spread than what you saw in that article that I just read, right? Why aren't they doing that? Because that seems like a pretty rational response, does it not? To just subsidize it so that way they can bid lower?
I haven't been following the grain cost for Russian grain. The one item that I posted was that Iraq tender where Russian grain was specifically excluded. Could it make sense for them to subsidize their export market so that they can get it out if too much grain is building up? Yes, they could. What I wonder is whether Russian farmers may just have to take the cut themselves, right? Like ultimately, if grain builds up too much, the price.
That's exactly where I was going with this. You hit the nail right on the head, right?
So I mean,
yeah.
So when you talk about subsidy, that's just a question about, do farmers take the hits or does the government take the hit by backing their farmers? I don't know how financially strong Russian farmers are. Perhaps there are others who might have insight into that. I will say that certainly in Ukraine, I'm hearing lots of stories about farmers whose harvests are down because they don't have access, like they don't have access to their field, or their costs are up because of fuel costs are through the roof, and there's the risk of unexploded ordnance, and fertilizer costs are up, and so they're getting their revenue in now from selling their summer harvest. And apparently winter wheat is regularly sown in Ukraine. Now is the sowing period, or we may actually be at the end of it. And I did see, again via that account I shared in the Nest Exit 266, that she shared an article by Karen Braun the other day saying that Ukrainian winter wheat sowing is only at something like 27% or 30% of what it would normally be at. So that means if farmers aren't getting the revenue in that they need to buy their inputs for the next cycle of sowing, that cycle just isn't happening. Meaning, as much as there's a shortfall in grains now, it could be markedly worse in 3, 4, 5 months when that harvest should come in, but if it was never even sown, then it doesn't exist. And I'm bringing up the Ukrainian example just to say I would expect that if Russian farmers similarly have to take a significant discount on their grains, whether the state of Russia subsidizes them or not might come down to practical matters, like do they realize how bad a problem it could be if Russian farmers don't have the revenue to buy their inputs for the next cycle of harvest or planting.
And that's exactly where I was going. It was, and you skipped a step, but you got exactly where I was headed, in that this ultimately leads to in effect, that you just have to kind of do the 1, 2, 3 right of this. Somebody has to take the hit because Russia needs money. And so there seems to be in this travesty of this virus that Russia has injected itself with, these problems will start to pop up all over the place. Grain is just one thing. Now you have to remember almost every other facet of the economy is going to undergo some measure, maybe not of subsidizing, but certainly, well, sorry, I know it's up, but it's going to come out of your pocket. It's not coming out of ours. So sucks to suck, but that's the way of the world, right? And then you go back to the Kremlin. The issue that I'm trying to get at here is that in that article, if you can't get the grain out, then to me, when I see something like that, I don't think that it's an issue of getting the grain out. If they wanted to, I'm sure they could, but it's an issue of cost that's, I think, driving that kind of argument, right? Is that, yes, we need currency, but it's going to cost a lot of money for us to do this. So maybe there's this game going on where Russia is trying to get hard currency in exchange for a commodity without being too much out of pocket on something that they themselves say, you know what, this is an extra cost on us, but instead of us doing it, so a bureaucrat, somebody in the Kremlin says, well, why don't we just have the farmers take care of it, right? That is the product of what you're going to see in Russia. That decision-making tree is going to be replicated a lot, right? And that is something I think bears watching as we just look at this one again, this extrapolation of the Russian economy.
So to the extent that you're implying that this process might actually be the Russian regime almost imposing a tax on their farmers, to the extent that's happening, that would imply that the Russian state has a big hand in setting the ask price for their grain export. And I just, as a practical matter, I don't know whether that's done by, farmers collectives in a private market way, or whether the Russian state, is intervening to keep the ask price for Russian wheat high.
They do have police powers, so it really is whatever the government says it is, right?
They totally have the potential to do it. I just don't know if they're exercising that power, but it's certainly a plausible theory. I also don't, off the top of my head, I don't happen to know, how significant the export of grain is in terms of foreign currency inflow. Obviously, as the energy export, which is where they get most of their foreign currency, as that's being dramatically curtailed with the EU oil ban coming in December, and the EU talking about potentially a natural gas price cap, then any export other than energy becomes more significant. I just don't know whether Russia would be playing particular hardball with the price if their grain exports are, only, single-digit percent. But I don't know how significant that is. Perhaps somebody else listening does.
Okay, so I think Craig's got to get going. So Craig, if there's anything you want to say to close out, buddy, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I would just say that, Michael, make sure you're not a stranger. Come back to this space. I am missing good, solid economic discussions. Finance is here, so I'm sure you guys, I don't know if you guys talk in the back channel, but you guys should get to know each other a little bit.
Yeah, we do a bit, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so there you go. So, finance, again, come on the space whenever you like. Always good to talk to you. Good to hear from you again. Hope you're doing well. And with that, Joseph and Colby, Michael, Daniel, everybody, hope you all have a good evening and take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. I will learn what time zones are. I promise. Anda, we can go to hands, I think. Thanks for maybe stick around, Michael. We might have had a couple of questions for you from your great discussion you were having with Craig. Back to you, Anda.
Thank you. Bart's Blonde has been extremely patient. Please go on.
Hi, I was wondering if anyone had seen the videos which were posted I saw at least 2 videos today. One was posted by Christo Grozev at Bellingcat and Dmitry at War Translated. They were videos of Russian soldiers recently conscripted and delivered to Ukraine, I suppose. And they were sort of having, taking essentially videos and complaining to the superiors in Moscow. But in both of the videos, there was separate discussions of the fact that there was an illness spreading through their their camp, essentially. Like that, at least several people said. I mean, in addition to saying things like there are severely mentally ill people here, our guns were given to us without ammunition and things like that. Several people mentioned that there seems to be some sort of contagious illness in the camp, and I was assuming that it's COVID, but I was wondering if anyone had heard anything about that there is some serious medical issues floating through the Russian conscripts.
Anna, any thoughts? Or I can go ahead.
I saw the video you are talking about, the one Dimitri posted earlier, and I think it's safe to say that having or not having proper warmer clothes, and they also didn't have so the COVID outbreak didn't stop. It could not be pretty to be in the cold, to sleep in the field, to not have what you need when you need, like medicine and amenities and anything. So yeah, it's pretty possible to have them impaired by various illnesses. You must think that in your circle, like in mine, it's not only COVID. People do have a number of other diseases. Some are you like diabetes, for example. Yes, you probably know a lot of people who do have diabetes in your circle, and that and others will affect your ability to fight, especially if the conditions in which you live are not great. Correct?
Yeah, so on that, I think you covered it pretty well. I would just maybe add just maybe a couple things. So I think, as you correctly pointed out, there is a shortage of medications in the Russian army. I don't think it's directly due to any kind of sanctions. It's just they're short on stuff for various reasons, supply issues, and so forth, and corruption, I imagine. But so another thing is that I believe they've been eating like old rations and stuff. There have been some reports of botulism outbreaks and other, diseases associated with just bad camp hygiene, for lack of a better term. We've all seen videos of the Russian camps. I mean, they're not pretty. So I mean, we have to imagine, even in those conditions where like modern hygiene standards aren't observed, like old army camp diseases popping up. I'm trying to think of what exactly they would be, but I think, just generally speaking, stomach flus and stuff could get in the tainted water supplies.
Dysentery.
Yeah. Thank you, Colby. Dysentery. That's a good one. And yeah, stuff like that, like old timey, army diseases and, spoiled food, things like that. So I think it's very possible that some of these, diseases kind of spreading around are the result of that. But I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that if they're talking about a disease spreading around, that it's probably COVID. I mean, that seems logical as well. So in any case, I think we've tried to cover the gamut of like what it could be. It could be a few different things. Back to you, Anna.
Thank you. Bart's Blonde, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I was just sort of musing about it. I know that tuberculosis rates in Russia tend to be very high, in addition to HIV, and it just seemed to be a sort of quasi dystopian. Um, it's pretty strange. I mean, they were shouting, but um, people sort of just haphazardly shouting, "There are seriously mentally ill people here," and there's people here who shouldn't be here. And I'm just imagining like these conscripts from Dagestan who probably got dragged into it, and then they're thrown into a group of conscripts with the mental patients and people who've recently been released from a penal colony, and then everyone gets a gun. And I can't imagine really how terrifying that would be. And then all of a sudden, there's a widespread illness floating through the camp. I mean, it sort of reminds me of stories that I read from like the Civil War. But yeah, it sounds like a party. So
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I would surrender. If you're literally getting like medieval diseases in your military camp, just call up the Ukrainians on a modern cell phone and surrender. Like, I mean, what else can you do? Or find one of those posters. I mean, I don't know. But of course, I don't know. It's not possible for everyone, but I mean, it'd be possible for certainly a lot of them. So hopefully, and it seems like that's happening. Ukraine's definitely underplaying the number of surrenders for various reasons, but yeah, I think it says a lot about how minimally the Russian state values human life, values these people that they're throwing into this situation, and they're not only and just a lack of military professionalism, right? We hammer that home, right? I mean, any military that's professional would never allow their guys to get exposed to this level of negligence of their well-being, like their hygiene and so forth. So, yeah, it's something that hopefully Ukraine ultimately can sort of use to their advantage, and to drive Russian forces out of Ukraine territorially. And I think that if the Russians know what's good for them, they'll get out of this, prison slave army system where they are subjected to disease and sexual violence and regular violence and a multitude of other things. So anyway, thank you very much, Bards Blonde. Back to you, Anna.
Thank you. Carlos Brosser.
Hi, I have a question about the Ukrainian mobilization. I heard some days ago, Zelensky and that cancelled mandatory mobilization or draft or whatever they call it. And I'm wondering whether this means Ukrainian men, our fighting age, are now allowed to leave Ukraine if they want to or not.
Mic check.
Yep. Here, I don't know the direct answer to that question, Carl. Yeah, but it's a good question if anyone does know the answer. But yeah, so Carl is correct that the Ukraine basically decided not to further mobilize the country and get more men. They seem to have enough men volunteering, and they obviously, as we've learned from the Russian example, kidnapping a bunch of people from productive jobs when they don't want to fight just results in like a third of them slipping through your fingers and fleeing the country, and then another third of them not really being effective in their new job, and then another third of them maybe working out if they're not getting their stuff stolen or whatever by the Russian military and so forth. So anyway, I don't know if they can leave the country now as part of that. So it's a good question, Carl. If anyone has the answer, please do chime in. Anna, back to you. We do have a new speaker, Voltaire. If you had anything you wanted to say, usually we raise our hands. You can press the little heart button in the center and raise your hand on the right there. But go ahead, buddy.
Russia has the most warheads. I don't know the numbers, but it's close with the USA, about 50 something. Then Ukraine is the third most warheads. UK, the fourth. So if the war is really escalating there, we must be more vigilant. So I'm sorry if I don't have an American accent. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you, Volt. You have a button to mute your mic when you're not speaking. I seem to have a problem. I seem to have a problem, and I don't hear some of the speakers. So I will let Joseph co-host for a little bit, and I will jump back. I will jump back immediately.
You bet, Onda. Until we get Onda back, we will go to Fluffy.
Hey there, can you hear me? Mic check?
Yep.
All right, cool. So I'm pretty sure with the mobilization thing, what I understood was because they're still under martial law, that men can't leave the country still. But what they're doing is they're canceling the normal registration thing that they would have every year because they are under martial law.
Gotcha. Thanks, Fluffy. Yeah. So martial law has basically been declared by Ukrainian Parliament, and they're renewing it. I want to say every month or every few months. They renewed it recently, and I presume is that within that subset of rules or laws is the whole stuff about men not leaving the country, and maybe also you're saying like some mobilization stuff that kind of would supersede the existing mobilization that is done like yearly. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Fluffy?
Yeah, that was my understanding of it, is that, because they do the annual draft thing, but because they're already in a draft, basically, that they're canceling their typical draft.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. So yeah, thanks. So I always appreciate listeners coming up and answering anything I don't have direct information to. I miss John, man. John used to just to be able to tell me all that stuff about how the RADA worked and all that. But yeah, he's busy. He's busy learning about rockets in school. So we let him. But if anyone has any questions for our panel, we got a pretty good panel tonight. We got me and Colby, and Onda's coming back up. So we always do appreciate people coming up and asking any questions. We are a 24-hour Twitter space discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We try to bring you guys, guest speakers and experts. Most importantly, people on the ground. We talk to soldiers in Ukraine. We've talked to everyone from a private to a major. We've talked to the former head of the SBU, the Ukrainian Intelligence Services. And yeah, it's been quite a ride. Never thought I'd find myself in this situation, but here we are. Russia's invaded a sovereign country, and they're literally trying to destroy an entire nation. And so yeah, we all have to do our part and help out. So we really appreciate everyone listening and helping out. Be it through Maria Aid or just even retweeting the space, getting our message out, and just keeping attention on Ukraine. Right? I know there's a lot of stuff going on. It can distract people. I'm not saying that it's bad for anyone to have any other things going on in their life or anything like that, but of course, it's nice to keep Ukraine on everyone's mind. I think it's a really important issue. It's thanks so much for everyone for listening and staying involved. With that, I will go to Gunther and then Bard. Gunther, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a question sort of in lieu of the OPEC decisions today, and I've always wondered why do we send weapons to Saudi Arabia in particular? I don't. I mean, it's just sort of part of me is just sort of never understood that part of it, and I think as part of being smart about our energy policy, it's also definitely be smart about where we send our weapon systems. So anyway, if you have any thoughts on that, I'd appreciate it. Colby, I bet you might have something wise to say.
Yeah, let's try not to get too far down the rabbit hole. I've got some opinions about it, but I think Colby can handle it reasonably well.
Yeah, so I won't take us too far away here. I'll just say that the Saudis have always had a fairly realistic assessment of what the American-Saudi relationship is. I feel like they understand pretty well that, or at least from their perspective, this is a business transaction. They have a lot of oil, which America very much needed when this relationship first began many years ago, because America didn't have as nearly as much oil as they needed. So they have the oil, and America could provide security. So that's a business transaction. Some of the Americans seem to have kind of deluded themselves into thinking that Saudi Arabia was an American ally or friend, and I don't think the Saudis quite viewed it in those terms. But it's hard to argue that it wasn't a good deal for America for quite a while, because they were providing a very valuable resource that everybody needs. So America got what they wanted, and Saudi Arabia got what they wanted, which was security and weapons. And obviously, this has created some tension more recently with some conflicts of or divergence of interests and unrealistic expectations of what Saudi Arabia is willing to do for America, because again, they kind of view it more as a business transaction. But to the extent that there is any sort of alliance that America thought there was, when Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries told America, like, hey, we have this neighbor called Iran, and we kind of view them as an existential threat. A lot of American policymakers didn't really accept that, and that's caused a lot of the recent friction with OPEC not willing to increase production right now.
Yeah, I sort of wonder, how like Germany made its obvious policy mistakes, and just the U.S. maybe ought to look at its. Anyway, that was the reason why I brought it up. Thanks.
Thanks, Gunther. Yeah, so I think it's it's relevant. We just got to be a little careful with stuff like that. Otherwise, we can go 20 years ago. We gotta go back to the Cold War, everybody, and so forth. So I think Colby handled it pretty well. I think Bard was next. Then we'll go to Carl. Bard, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if on this space before anyone has brought up the history of Ukraine lectures currently available, being taught by Timothy Snyder at Yale, but they're online and they're available. They're really, really interesting. And one of the things I was thinking about in the early lectures, he talks about how he's going into the history of Ukraine and discusses how it's really important for people studying history to resist the temptation to think of history as predetermined. And you were mentioning how this space is a forum for fighting Russian disinformation. And I was thinking about how Putin, when he gives his speeches, including the little show last week, where he discusses the history of Ukraine and describes it, essentially he describes the fate of Russia and Ukraine together as having been predetermined, even though it wasn't at all. I mean, history is that's one of the things that Snyder talks about, is how history is so could easily go one way or another. I mean, if Volodymyr the Great does not convert to Christian Orthodoxy in 988, then all of a sudden there's no Ukraine and there is no Russia. If the Franks don't defeat the Islamic Caliphate in 732, then the whole of Europe becomes Islamic. And I mean, all these different things. And yet the way Putin describes it is he essentially says that it is what it is meant to be. We have always been together. It's like the worst domestic violence you've ever seen, only writ large, involving nation states, because he's essentially saying we are meant to be together. It is how this is how it has been predicted, and that which the universe has created shall not be torn asunder. I mean, essentially that's what he's saying. And I was thinking about how other people in the West, including Elon Musk, yesterday in his tweets, he's saying Crimea, what shouldn't Crimea go back as it has been since the 1700s? Crimea belongs to Russia because that is what it is and how it was predetermined, essentially. And I was thinking about how, people in the West are parroting this notion of a predetermined history and using that as a justification for the war, essentially saying that because this is how history predetermined the fate of Ukraine, that therefore it is part of Ukraine's fate that it must be married to Russia forever.
Thanks, Bart. Yeah, I certainly am a fan of Timothy Snyder's lectures. We've certainly brought it up a few times on the space, but so it can never hurt to bring him up again. I think he's a good source. And with that, we'll go to Carl.
Mic check.
All good, Carl?
There.
Yep, you're good, Carl. Can you hear me? Oh, Twitter, you're doing it again, aren't you, Twitter? Carl, I'm gonna drop you, my friend, unless you hop in right now and say you can hear me, buddy. I'm just trying to have a nice, easy night co-hosting, and Anna's having all kinds of problems hearing speakers, and poor Carl. I just had to bump Carl. I hate doing that. I like having Carl up here. So hopefully Carl comes back up. We get Anna back, and everyone comes back and has a great time, and Twitter works, and we all live happily ever after. That's the dream, everybody. We're getting Carl back up right now to go with what Carl had to say. Then we'll go to Gunther. Carl, welcome back. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, buddy.
No worry. I was listening to Bob's Blonde, and she has some really good things to say. And at the end of it, she was mentioning Musk, and it's quite interesting. In the last 2 hours, he's been at it again, having a back and forth with, I don't know, that one Republican politician, or I can't remember the name, but he's kind of just justifying it by putting maps of the 2012 Ukrainian election and showing which part of Ukraine voted for the pro-Russian party, which is just ridiculous. But he's been going back and forth with a lot of people in the last hour or two on this. I had kind of hoped that maybe he would have got the message the other day from the really strong backlash that he received. But oh well.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. I think it's a good point. Gunther, go ahead.
Yeah, I love history, and I think it's so worthwhile studying, and I personally find it fascinating, and it's a way to really bring perspective and think about things. But boy, does it ever get misused. And one way is just by predicting, because things have been one way, then therefore they will be that way. I mean, Europe, at least Western Europe, let's just say for now, has been under a state of constant warfare like thousands of years. Yet since after post World War II, it has been fairly stable. And the European nations of 100 years ago were like the most militaristic, violent, chauvinistic people in the world, and that's not in England now. That's not a Germany. That's not a France. That's not and things do change, and they can get better. And just because the history in one way has no bearing on how we as adults get to choose to move forward. I like you bringing what you brought up.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, we're here, Voltaire. Go ahead. Do you have a question?
Yes, just like to tell participant about the transceiver 1732. It was invented by Sir Alistair. It's a transmitter and a receiver. So transceiver. So I just I I love trivia. Okay.
All right, thanks. Well, if anyone does have any questions for the panel about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it's always nice to have new people up here, and you know, it's nice to see some new faces every night. It's you know, usually it's me and Colby up here talking about new weapons. So I guess Colby, the time has come. We've slowly lost people. My Android phone has slowly enraged enough people to stop bothering trying to come up. Onda, I don't know. I'm still trying to get Onda back up here. We'll see how that goes. So now's the time I ask you, the time of night where I ask you, Colby, are there any new weapon systems or aid going to Ukraine that we've seen from any, you know, I guess major countries, for lack of a better term? Go ahead, Colby.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there is. Well, it's nothing breaking.
Thank God, Colby. Go ahead.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. Yeah, but so if anyone has any questions about that topic, I think Colby's always a good resource for that stuff. He keeps pretty good track of you know, what various countries are sending, at least publicly. Of course, there's lots of stuff being sent not publicly, but we can't talk about that. But you know, Gunther, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question about the Gepards, which are, you know, if anything, they're very dramatic weapons. There was some incredible quick video of them being operated in Odessa today. Has there been a more of a consensus on those weapon systems? Or a
So
change
we've talked a few. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, my microphone button's glitching out, which means I'm going to crash soon, possibly in mid-sentence, and then we'll have no co-host, and Colby will be basically up here alone, which will be great. Thanks, Twitter. Anyway, so Gunther, we've talked about the Gepards a bit on the space a few times. It's sort of at this hour, and I think the general thought is that we've heard some talk among Ukrainian high command that they were very useful in the recent push in the Kharkiv region. And I think also in other regions, but I know specifically the Kharkiv counteroffensive, that one, the Gepard was mentioned as being useful. They didn't say specifically how. We've kind of talked about some different uses it might have, probably a ground role, but probably an anti-drone role. I mean, if we're thinking in terms of like, how would you use something like that? Probably anti-drone, but maybe other stuff too. And so, yeah, overall, it seems like the Ukrainians are pleased with them. I think there are more coming. Is that right, Colby?
More Gepards coming?
No.
I don't know. Possibly. I don't know if I've seen that reporting. Was Germany going to send more? Is that what you're seeing, or?
No, I don't know. I thought maybe there might be like one more batch coming, but I was, maybe I'm wrong about that, Colby.
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
think so, but you could be correct. I don't recall seeing a report of more Gepards being sent, but possibly.
Yeah, I will defer to Colby on that and say probably not. But yeah, so anyway, the batch that they sent, it seems like they work quite well. It's just, yeah, it's something that the German army, it's a capability that the German army decided to keep around that a lot of NATO armies maybe phased out. And it just seems that it's been relatively useful, probably because of the drone situation, right? We now have a good use for a gun, you know, a little, you know, wheel mounted cannon like that has like a mounted radar, right? I think that's kind of maybe the idea. Gunther, any follow up there?
Yeah, no, the video. So Thomas Theramer had it on his posts, and it apparently was being used against drones in Odessa, and it's very dramatic to look at. So,
To be clear, the video that he posted is actually from it was training. He was just saying that he believed that it was being utilized against drones in Odessa because there were some videos floating around, but they weren't that clear. You would never see a video coming out of them being operated that way for OPSEC reasons. They wouldn't divulge that. So the video he shared was a training video, and he was just referring to that they had been used against drones in Odessa.
Oh, well, it was so awesome to look at. But thanks for crushing me.
No, thanks, Gunther. I think it's important to know, verify videos, but also, as you said, I mean, I think the new or the first off, Theiner's great. We talking to him. CJ has some good conversations with Theiner once in a while, great source. And
he's going to be
I
a
would
guest,
assume,
I believe.
Oh yeah, he's going to be a guest soon. That's great news. Thanks, Colby. Great guy. And I think he's probably right about that. That they're being used in an anti-drone role, probably in Odessa. I have to imagine his information is probably good. Cool fact. Thanks, Gunther. We now Anda's been raised back up, and the curse of my blindness has been lifted, and so we have all the new people up. So thank you very much, Anda, for coming and saving the day, my hero. So real quick, we'll go to Bard, who's been patient, then we'll go to all the new hands. Go ahead, Bard.
Yeah, I was watching an interview with General Petraeus on some television show, and they were sort of impatiently asking him, why won't the United States just send a fleet of Sherman tanks to Ukraine? And I think the way he was describing it, I don't even know if I understood what he was saying correctly, because the way he said that the Sherman tank, he said, first of all, the Gepard is a great tank. It's more nimble. And said, the Sherman tank is 70 tons. I think he said 70 tons. And I don't know if I heard this right. It doesn't make sense that this is what he would have said, but I think he said it's like he thinks that it has a jet engine. He's like essentially powered by something as strong as a jet engine. And I was trying to imagine a vehicle that is 70 tons, which would essentially be, I guess, like 20 of my cars. And I was wondering if there's something in particular beyond the fact that I imagine that something that weighs 70 tons would tear up the asphalt of any city street that it drives down. But is there some particular
I'm sorry,
reason
let me,
why the United States would
can I
not
interrupt
send?
you for a second, just before you go any further? Are you sure that was a talk about Sherman tanks? Sherman tanks are Second World War tanks. I think you're talking about Abram tanks.
Yes, Abram tanks. Yes.
Yeah,
Abram
just
tanks
so
is what I'm
because I
talking
was like, I was listening and I was just had to, had to become a speaker. So just to make sure, thank you.
Yeah, I'm confusing the tanks. I don't know anything about military equipment, but he was essentially saying that it weighs 70 tons and it's powered by something that's the equivalent of a jet engine. And I was trying to figure, so is there a reason why why General Petraeus would think that the Gepard is just a much better option for the people of Ukraine to utilize in their fight, as opposed to just this very large, hulking tank from the United States? Because it seems like some people are trying to draw a distinction, a very refined distinction, like suggesting that somehow the tank is a particular piece of equipment, which would just enrage Putin for an American tank to be, on the battlefield. But to me, there's a panoply of weapons that we've delivered. And I don't know what exactly the psychological distinction would be between, artillery versus a tank versus a HIMARS, or why it is that the Abrams tank is just not the right weapon to deliver.
Okay, so yeah, big topic. You did pull a little switcheroo on us there. There's Gepard and then there's Leopard. So Gepard is actually like a little anti-aircraft dealie. It's like a ground-based, like old school, shoots a machine gun in the air, pretty big cannon in the air thingy that Germany has with a radar on it and so forth. The Leopard tank, as you mentioned, so everything you said about Leopards and I think Abrams is broadly correct. Just like you sort of quoted General Petraeus broadly correctly as far as I could tell. Colby's going to, of course, probably say not quite, but broadly speaking, it's been a topic in the space in terms of the jet fuel idea. I think there's some talk about Australia's sort of tested these without using jet fuel and they work. There's also people who've said basically the jet fuel thing isn't necessarily as big a hurdle as everyone makes it out to be, which I think is broadly correct. So yeah, I think maybe Colby, who has some connection to the M1, might be able to take this home. Go ahead, Colby.
Thank you. So yeah, I did not see this interview with General Petraeus, so I'm not specifically familiar with his remarks. I sincerely hope he was not comparing the Gepard and the Abrams, because they're two different vehicles that can't be compared in any sense. Because one, as you said, is an anti-aircraft vehicle, a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, and one is a tank, and these are two different things. The Abrams is in fact almost 70 tons, but so is the Leopard, and the Leopard 2, and I imagine the Challenger weighs in somewhere similar. As I have discussed frequently, Western main battle tanks are quite large and they are quite heavy. This is a design choice, and they are that way because they have lots of armor, and you need to have a larger hull to accommodate a larger turret ring, which allows you to accommodate a larger turret, which allows you to accommodate a gun with sufficient ammunition that can point its barrel down, which is a notable feature that Russian tanks do not have, which is actually a pretty important feature for tanks, to be able to point your barrel down, and that's not something that Russian tanks can do very much at all, whereas Western tanks can. So that is a design choice that leads them to being very heavy. As for the engine, the Abrams was designed with a turbine engine and to operate on jet fuel, but since then the engine does not require jet fuel to operate. It is a multi fuel supply engine. It can use all sorts of different kinds of fuel, so you don't need to put jet fuel in it. You can put diesel or other fuels. So that's not really a problem in terms of logistics. It wouldn't need to have a dedicated supply of high quality jet fuel. I'm not 100% sure what the United States still uses for its Abrams, whether they're using jet fuel or other sources. I don't know what they have it optimized for, but it can use all sorts of different fuel types, so that's not really a problem. The problem with Abrams, again, the size means that the size and the complexity, it is a logistical burden because they do tend to be somewhat maintenance intensive. And they're so large that it's difficult to transport, and it may prove problematic for smaller bridges. Certainly, when so many of them in Ukraine have been shelled heavily, I wouldn't trust it to get over the Novokhovka Dam. Certainly, so that's a challenge. And so far, most Western countries are pretty resistant to the idea of sending advanced main battle tanks to Ukraine. I'm more of the opinion that they don't need them to win. If they get them, that's great. It's a nice to have. But it's I don't think it's super likely right now, but time will tell whether we see any country decide to. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to either the Kingdom, United States, France, or Germany. One of those four, because they have all the MBTs and all the people that operate Leopards, they would have to get permission from Germany to send them. So it ultimately comes down to those four countries. One of those four countries has to make the decision that they are going to be willing to send one of those four MBTs, either Abrams, Challenger, Leclerc, or Leopard, because they have all the control over those arsenals, whether they get sent or not.
Thank you, Colby. Goose, you're up next.
Sure. Yeah. I'll try to arrange my thoughts here because I got a couple of thoughts going in different directions, but it kind of relates to this weapons delivery scheme and what someone had said earlier about history and how we got to where we are. It just reminded me, like, I've been listening on and off mostly since the beginning of everything, and I remember seeing the big discussion about disconnecting Russia from the SWIFT network, and that was like a big hoo-ha where everyone was amazed and shocked that this major financial step would be taken. And it's really sad, but we've come so far from then in so many tragic ways. But I find for myself, it's easy to get lost in should we deliver this vehicle or that vehicle? And it's hard to remember like a peaceful time before all of this when just the disconnection of the SWIFT network was going to be quite a big step. And I wish we could go back to that time, but I guess that time's long gone. And it brought me to thinking I had seen a video after the first few weeks of the invasion had gone terribly for Russia. Some Wagner guy was ranting on some self-recorded video arguing. It's vulgar, but he was saying we should. What are we doing? Are we fighting a war here, or are we masturbating? Like we should.
Gus, please be mindful that we try to keep this space clean as an so it is transmitted also on radio, and we have no control who is listening, so there might be children listening, and I'll be thankful to phrase more attentive your statements, and we all understand your predicament, your worry, and the current difficult situation in which we all face, but especially Ukraine faces, because they are under direct attack, and their people are dying literally daily due to Russian attack on their in this invasion on their soil. Yes. So we all feel for them, and that I do understand your feelings, and I do understand it seems a long time has passed, and we are all worried about the future, I think, and worried about Ukrainians and what's going on. But please be mindful when you speak, how you phrase it, and what you're what you choose to talk about. Thank
Sorry,
you.
I just was trying to. I mean, I understand it was a direct quote from the guy, but I do apologize. I guess where I was going was, I feel like Russia has. I don't feel like they have. I think they've been trying with full effort this entire time. I'm not sure that they ever were fighting with one hand behind their back, but I guess I'm just the disconnect between the spool up time of effort from the West and the all out effort from Russia is just shocked me today. I suppose it just landed all for me today. Anyway, sorry. I know my thoughts are jumbled. I'm sorry.
So just to be clear here, since I became a speaker, I wanted to comment this. Russia is not fighting with one hand behind its back. There was never anything like that. If they were, there were no sense to have mobilization. They are fighting literally in Donbass, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. If they were fighting with their not with their full force, there is absolutely no need for them to mobilize people, to have all those videos that we're seeing right now with this mess that is happening. They're fighting with absolute full force. They're failing with it. No one wants to fight there. They created a paper tiger paper tiger instead of the army, and they're facing the consequences right now. And to mitigate those consequences, the political establishment of Russia and their special, how you say this, FSB and GRU are doing their best right now to influence Western opinions, Western countries to stop aid to Ukraine, because they understand that that's the only way for them to tip the scale. They need to Ukraine to cede the territories and lose and stop flowing of military aid to Ukraine. And that's what you see right now what's happening. If that was not the case, you would not see, Elon Musk tweeting against Ukraine suddenly right now, not before this. You would not see others, speaking. There is a huge amount of media pressure right now on Ukraine to cede the land and to for other to stop support of Ukraine, military aid for Ukraine. And then it became so loud only now, and it became so loud only now exactly because Russia has no means to fight. We knew it as Ukrainians. We knew it for a long time that they don't have an army. They have like around 300,000 people who actually can fight, who actually have some motivation and equipment for them, and a lot of equipment for them. We had only like 1/3 or 1/4 of that, unfortunately, in terms of equipment and ammo. And that's the only thing that that's why we need help of the West with the military aid, and that's all you need to know here. They're doing all they can, but they're failing at it. And so someone is hot micing really bad. I think it's Fusilier.
I'm so sorry about that, Constantine. I thought it was you, man. I thought you were just in a windy spot, buddy.
Yeah, me too. I'm sorry.
I wish I was.
Okay, sorry about that.
And
Dr.
I'm sure it
Nefar,
wasn't Fusilier's fault, by the way. Sometimes people just come up and their mic is like unmuted. It's just a glitch. So we're sorry about the misunderstanding, everybody. Sorry. Back to you, Anda.
no, you're right. Dr. Nefari, you were next, and then Sean, Andre, and Voltaire.
Hey, I want to say hello to everybody. I'm Cuban, so I want to say that not all Cubans supporting the Russian invasion in Ukraine. There is a lot of Cubans that are against it, and it's a lot of Cubans that got mad love for Ukrainian people. I got two questions. It's about military context, and my first question is, are we gonna see any T-14s Armada? They are carrying autoloader like the T-762, I think, the Russian main battle tank on the battlefield, and is going to be a good target for the Javelin? And my second question is it's about the combined arms the Ukrainians pulling around the Kherson area. They're moving at nighttime and they're combining airstrikes with fast movement of artillery. So they're moving at night. That's what Telegram is saying. They're moving at night and they're moving fast. What kind of equipment these guys will be using? They're making their operations so effective. Thank you.
Colby, I saw you put your hands up. Is it to ask Dr. Nefari's question?
Yeah, I'll field that. T-14 is an imaginary tank. They have prototypes. It has not entered serial production. It will not enter serial production. Its capabilities are vastly overstated. The chances of it appearing in the battlefield are basically nil, and even if it did, it would die just as quickly to a javelin as anything else. It would make zero impact on the battlefield, so I wouldn't worry about that. As for what the Ukrainians are doing,
Sorry, Colby. Sorry to interrupt you. I was just wondering, is their auto loader on the tank itself? Is that where it goes? It cuts fire, So any tank that has autoloader and gets here with a javelin, it will caught fire. Is that a problem on the tank?
Correct. The Russian tanks, all the T-series tanks, are designed with an autoloader and an ammunition carousel, and the ammunition is right below the turret, and it is not separated from the crew. It is not protected. In Western main battle tanks, the ammunition is protected, it's separated. So when a Russian tank is hit and it's penetrated, if it strikes the ammunition detonates and the turret pops off. They are not well protected. And we don't know with T-14 whether it uses the same ammunition carousel loader or not, because this is all classified and we only know what the Russian government has released about it, but we do know it is an autoloader. They claim that it has a protected crew compartment, but none of this really matters because, again, it hasn't entered serial production. There's only a few prototypes. The prototypes were breaking down on parade, so the tank doesn't even work. If it made an appearance on the battlefield, it's still going to die just as quickly to a javelin as anything else will. And as for Ukrainian, what the Ukrainians are doing on the Kherson offensive that's so effective, I wouldn't attribute that to any single weapon system. It just speaks to the training that they have received and their superior morale and cohesion and their experience now, and the equipment that they've received from their allies here in NATO. They've put that all together, and they've been very effective. But it's not one single system that's making an impact. But certainly, as far as night operations go, obviously they have superior night vision capabilities. The Russians do, because we've provided them with that kind of equipment. They have a lot of night optics, night vision that's come from us, and the Russians are severely lacking in that category.
Thank you very much, Colby.
Thank you so much.
Walter?
Thank you so much. Thank you, and Slava Ukraine, and love from a Cuban brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
Heroim
Walter,
Slava. You got to say it on us. Sorry, go ahead.
Heroim Slava. Walter, please, while the other people are talking, please keep your mic shut. If you cannot do that, or you don't want to do that, I will drop you. With all respect, it's about respect of others, but it's not pretty, and it's annoying for the people who are talking. Thank you. Sean, please go on.
Good evening or good morning, depending on where you are listening from. Thank you so much to Joseph and Anda and Constantine and Colby for holding us down in this hour. I think back to something that Craig said back in probably March or April when I started listening in. He said, think about what your enemy is going to do and then find hints or something along the way to prove that you're right. And insofar as to say that, predict what your opponent's going to do and then, find what they're doing on the battlefield to back that up. Where I'm going with this is the next 6 months to me are a new phase in this war. The Russians invaded on the 24th of November. February, 24th of February. Within 8 weeks, the ground was more or less thawed. We're going to a new phase where the ground is going to be frozen and there are going to be logistical concerns, cold weather gear, adequate heating, things that we that have not been a concern over the last 6 months or 225 days, whatever it is. So if I can go on a tangent in this conversation, I would love to have the trifecta of Joseph, Constantine, and Colby kind of chime in here. Where do you see the next phase of this war going? To me, this is exceptionally crucial. It's an exceptionally crucial phase, and it's no mistake to see the advances that Ukraine has made over the last 4 to 6 weeks are to advance their defensive line as far as they can. Makes sense because, it's going to get cold soon. So if they're able to hold these lines or even make any sort of advancement, that is absolutely backbreaking. And I don't see how Russia can go into the spring and summer with that being the case. So anyway, I would love your thoughts. Thank you very much.
I think maybe we'll start with me. I'll be short. We'll go to Colby, then we'll have Constantine have the final word on this. So, where the war is going, I'm not a military expert. I guess broadly speaking, I think the question is going to be, who's going to be better at winter, right? And I think that the Ukrainians have already demonstrated, based on the earlier part of this war, that they're definitely better at it. And I think that when thermal imaging is going to matter more in winter and things like that, ultimately it's going to benefit the winter's going to benefit Ukraine. But I think that it is a kind of a question like what impact will that have on the pace of the battlefield? But I think overall we're basically seeing that we're in a phase of the war that's going to last a little while, which is Ukraine is systematically dismembering parts of the Russian army that they see as that they're able to isolate from their broader supply chain, right? So we saw something like that in Kupiansk, we saw something like that in Izium, we saw something like that in Liman. They're very strategically dismembering the train networks and nodes and cogs of the logistics supply chain that Russia relies on. So I think that we're kind of in that phase of the war for a little while. That's my take. Colby, I'll leave it to you, and then we'll go to Constantine. Colby, go ahead.
Take a look at the climate data for Kherson and the Donbass. Frozen ground probably won't be a factor until December, January. So that's still a little ways away. Obviously, Ukraine is preparing now, getting cold weather gear, because at least overnight you'll have it get below freezing before then. But it won't be until December or January probably that you have consistent sub-zero temperatures and the ground freezing up. So that's still a little bit ways away. But a lot of preparation is happening now. Right now, the problem is going to be mud. And that's going to introduce some strain, but ultimately I don't see it slowing Ukraine down too much. It'll probably have more of an impact on the Russians just because they're in worse shape. So it'll have a more adverse impact on them. Where's the war going? Well, Ukraine's going to win. What it looks like between now and when we get to that point, that's kind of unanswerable. It's very speculative. There's still so many different factors that you would have to take into account, things that are just unknowable right now. What Russia does, what further aid comes into Ukraine. There's a lot of variables here. So right now, based on the current trajectory, it's feasible to see in 2 months' time that Ukraine could have recaptured an even more significant amount of territory. The situation in Kherson right now is pretty critical for the Russians. So within a week, it's conceivable to see that they've just collapsed completely. But I'll leave the predictions to Yehuda because he's usually a little bit better about forecasting what's going on the ground right now. But I just anticipate that Ukraine's going to continue to advance at a reasonable pace, probably something similar to the current pace we're seeing, and ultimately they're going to win.
Thanks, Colby. So we'll go to Constantine, who I think absolutely deserves the final word on this as someone who knows people on the ground there. So go ahead, Constantine.
So I'm not sure that I understood the question. I'm sorry, I'm working right now. But if I got it right, the winter will be a problem, but it's going to be a much bigger, problem for Russians. Mud, it not only hurts the advancing forces, it also severely impacts the life of the soldiers on the front line. Cold weather as well. Russia failed. Russia has failed, during the winter. At the start of this invasion, they started it on February 24. Then there was cold, really cold months. There was temperature up to minus 20 degrees Celsius. That is like minus, I think, 14 Fahrenheit. Then there was warm weather and there was mud, and Russia failed offensives. Then Russia failed defensives as well. They had to run away in the top of the mud season from Chernihiv, Kiev, and Sumy. So I just don't think that they know what they're doing, and I don't think they're capable of learning from mistakes, considering their latest statement, and the messages that we get in. And also, I think that if you have winter is going to be a problem for Ukraine, but if you multiply something. It's like it's going to be exponential for Ukraine. Ukraine has, let's say, a value of 10 problems, and Russia has value of 100 problems. And when you square it, you get, if you square 10, you get 100. If you square 100, you get 10,000, and the difference is huge. So with their morale and winter, first of all, it affects the morale. You don't for people who did not serve in cold weather conditions and in Ukrainian specific conditions. It's not that only cold. It's just it's very wet. The rains, the snow mixes up with the rain. Your trench where you live becomes a swamp. There is nothing, like, it's such a depressing state that Russian troops right now that they're facing and they're refusing to fight. That's what we see right now, at least. It's just gonna destroy them in the winter. It's gonna multiply, like it's gonna exponentiate, like bring into the power of 2 their problems. For Ukraine, we've been through this. We've been fighting this war, and it's going to cause problems, of course, but we're going to overcome them, just like we did last winter, and just like we did in 2014 and 2015. We had the same conditions, and it was hell as well back then. But we have our entire society, entire Ukrainian nation standing behind our troops, and not only them, you will also have Americans. Just so you know, there are so many efforts that are united, that just average citizens are working to send Ukrainians winter gear, such as sleeping bags, base layer, shoes, socks, etc. And it also there is also a lot of efforts going on the scale of government, Norway, Lithuania, Litva, Estonia, and United States, Canada. They also send winter gear, and we're gonna be prepared, and we're gonna withstand it. But for Russians, I don't see how can they do this. They spent last winter, before the invasion, they spent 4 months preparing for this. It was all over the news, how they were moving their equipment, how they were preparing for this, and they miserably failed. It was a miserable failure. And what do you think happened? Like, they became better? No, they all over the news, all over Russian outlets, they're saying that, oh, we're so great, it was so great, and we're winning. There is nothing for you to panic, nothing for you to do. And suddenly in September, he says, okay, we need mobilization because things are going. And he does not say that things are going haywire. So it's going to be the problem for those who are mobilized. He did not say, okay, let's support our troops. Let's buy all the gear. Let's give them all that we can. No, he didn't say that. He said that we have the best military in the world, best weapons, and just this partial mobilization, just don't care about it. It's not gonna impact anyone. It's only 1%, and they're pulling out people from the faraway regions that will not have any support in Ukraine. You literally can drive and get. Like I asked my mother, to deliver a car last time because I could not find a driver to deliver a car to the unit, and she did so. Imagine that you're living in Buryatia, 2,500 kilometers away from Ukraine, behind the Ural Mountains, and how you're gonna help your friend who is going there. You're not gonna drive it. You're not gonna do anything. They're on their own in the land that hates them, and it's gonna be a disaster. I don't think that winter. In fact, I think the winter is gonna play in the Ukrainian hand. It's gonna be hard for us, but it's gonna be exponentially harder for them. Yeah, I should have said it shorter. Sorry for ranting.
No, it's great, Constant. I think if anyone should speak to this, I think it's you. So hopefully that was a fulsome answer, good sir. I believe it was Sean who asked the question. On back to you.
Yeah, Sean was the one asking the question, and I see his hands is up. I think he has a further comment, and then we go to Fusilier, and then I will ask Constantine a question if he has time. I know it's late where he is. Sean?
I just want to say briefly, Constantine started by saying, I don't understand the question, but then he gave a perfect answer. So I like to chime in kind of late with these open-ended kind of questions just to keep the conversation going. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Fusilier?
Good afternoon, Andrew. Good day, everybody. Andrew, I just wanted to actually pick up on a comment you made about you never know who's listening. Colby, you may remember a couple of nights ago we had a conversation and we used the term catastrophic success. I listened to and can recommend highly a BBC podcast called Ukrainecast, which you pick up on BBC Sounds down here in Australia. And today, the BBC defence correspondent used that term exactly and paraphrased the conversation that Colby and I had a few days ago. So clearly, some mainstream journalists sometimes listening to us waffling on. So, Andy, you're right. You never know who's listening. Actually, the reason for me raising my hand was about the conversation we have about what happens when the war ends. Like you, I'm absolutely convinced that that Ukraine will win this war and Russia will lose it. But I sometimes have a bit of a sort of visceral reaction when people say, "Well, we don't care what happens at the end of the war. We don't care what happens to the Russians. Who gives a damn?" Well, I'd just like to put out there that maybe we should. There was a conversation the other day that Yehuda had. Although it may have been language, and I sometimes get them confused, where they were discussing the end of the First and the end of the Second World War. And the lesson to learn, I think, from the end of the First World War was if you don't take an interest in how the peace affects your enemy, how the peace affects the defeated, you can end up with a Second World War. And in a case where we're going to end up with two nations with a deep antipathy towards each other. I doubt whether Russia or Ukraine will be friendly with each other for at least a generation. Then how that war ends and how the defeated enemy is treated does matter. As much as that's a difficult conversation to have, I think it is an important one to have because we don't want to end up in a situation where we have a disgruntled Russia in the same way that we have a disgruntled Germany, and that leads to another war. And it may be inevitable that this war has future chapters, but how we end it may determine whether that occurs or indeed how badly it happens. Open for debate. I'm sure there will be people who strongly disagree with that view.
Yeah, so Fusilier, I'll make 2 points, and then I'll turn it over to Anda, who I think has something to say. So real quick, so I guess maybe like I would, I don't want, I'm not going to die on this hill, but this is just like my hot take. Take it or leave it. I think that I don't think we'll see a meaningful Second World War scenario from Russia because Russia isn't Germany, basically, for lack of a better, like a simpler or a more complicated explanation, just to simplify it. They don't have the industrial or the capacity to create a new military machine that they'll be able to wield against any country within the next decade, maybe 20 years. I mean, that situation could change, I guess, if other countries radically change their alignment to supply Russia with weaponry. I guess that's like maybe something that could happen, but like I don't think that they're right now they're using the last of the fumes of the Soviet Union they're burning everything that they have left, and eventually that's going to run out, and then they'll be in a situation where they don't even have that stuff, and they'll have to rebuild from an even worse position than they're in now, right? So I guess like that's like my sort of hot take. I take it or leave it, but I would say this: just we do get in a situation sometimes on the program where it's not that it's not important what you just like, as you said, you're correct that sometimes we try to avoid that topic a little bit. And it's not that we don't think it's important. It's more that like we don't want people to come into space and go, what's this Ukraine space? And like we're in here talking about the future of Russia all day, right? So we've taken, I think, 2 approaches to that, and we're trying to like address it a little bit. One, I think we're going to try to limit like the amount of time we spend on it a little bit. So we're happy to do it, but just maybe in like smaller chunks. We got to focus on Ukraine a little more for like the audience. And then 2, we try to get like real experts on who are like actual Russia experts. Maybe someone like Dr. Ian Garner, right, is someone I remember on the program who's a real Russia expert. And then we can give like a longer form, more structured interview with stuff like that. So that's like my like two thoughts on the matter. So I'll turn it over to Anda. Anda, go ahead.
You covered like 90% what they wanted to say. I fully agree. Sometimes Russia comes into discussion because people are worried, and 2, it does what they do. How was Colonel Spencer used to say that the enemy gets a vote. So what they do influences the battlefield, influences the economy, influences Ukraine. So it is an important topic. We cannot take them out completely. But as you said, at some point we cannot speculate too much, as it is unclear how damaged their economy is, how damaged their army is right now, how long this war will continue, when the Ukrainians will be able to get them out of their country, how sanctions will work further on. So there are many unanswered questions to which at this point we can only speculate. We can draw parallels with the First and Second World War, but you must take into consideration that German economy recovered pretty fast after the First World War. They weren't, the type of war that was waged was different, and there are many unknown. So Fusilia, I see you still have your hand up. If you have a reply to our answer, okay. If it's a new question, I will go to Spring, and then
No, it is a response, Andrew, and thank you very much, both to you and Joseph for your considered responses. Joseph, just to reassure you, my comment was not aimed at redirecting this debate away from Ukraine, and indeed actually focusing down. I think, you know, the analogous conflict is actually World War One, and whilst it is quite different, you know, no two conflicts are identical, quite obviously. There are some real analogies, and I think if you were to substitute, you know, Ukraine for France in the situation that happened in World War One, it was, remember, Germany that attacked France. It was the French that pushed for those really punishing reparations, which one could argue led to a war that started 22 years later. So it's not, you know, this generation that will fight it. It is the next. And all I'm saying is that, you know, maybe as great as friends and supporters of Ukraine, now is the time to be having a debate or a conversation about, you know, what does success look like for us? And that was my comment. With regards to the Russians, all I'm going to say on that respect is no, they're not the Germans. You know, I live in Australia because my family, my mother was born in Berlin. She's Jewish. 4 of her 5 great uncles were killed fighting for Germany in World War One, and the remainder of the family went up a chimney because of the eruptions that occurred after World War One. The Russians are very different from the Germans, but having been to the 1980 Moscow Olympics and spent half of my military career facing a Russian threat, I think if one had to characterize them and the Ukrainians, it would be, you know, incredibly hardy and robust. You know, they might not be as organized and efficient as Germany, but their ability to endure is, you know, one has to recognize is legendary. So look, all I'm saying is that I think from a Ukrainian perspective, you know, I would far prefer Ukraine to follow a sort of Second World War allied approach to victory than the French approach to victory at the end of World War One. That would be my preference, but clearly I don't have a say. Ukraine, the victors, are the ones who will dictate the terms. I just think now is the time to start having that debate. But I'll end there and drop down. Thank you.
Could you please elaborate what exactly do you mean by follow the Second World War with Germany rather than the First World War?
Of course. I think the Allied powers absolutely rigorously. I mean, again, I sound like an advert for the BBC podcast here, but there's a very good podcast on the Nuremberg trials. You know, the Allied powers pursued the perpetrators of the German aggression in World War II to the nth degree. But they were also magnanimous to their own ends. They wanted to create a Europe that was capable of standing up to the Soviets. I mean, there were a whole series of drivers, but essentially, the United States, the victorious powers, were far more magnanimous than they had been in World War One. I think in World War One, you know, because of the horrors that France had suffered at the hands of the Germans, there was a real desire to exact revenge. And I think there is a very strong argument, probably made better by more educated people than me, that desire to exact retribution at the end of World War One led to, or was a causal factor in World War Two.
I'm sorry, I just did not hear anything exactly what you mean. I'm sure you mean something, but it was not clear. Like Ukraine is not trying to impose, you know, some kind of, you know, to Russia to cede its land. Ukraine is not asking to give its back Kuban or any other Russian lands or pressure Russia, I don't know, into anything else. And what is your, do you mean like reparations or like concrete things, not, you know, not just general statements?
Sorry, we lost him. We're getting Fusilier back real quick. I think this is Constantine. I'm just asking some questions for Fusilier to clarify. So I'm fine. I don't think Fusilier is like trying to redirect the conversation. He's just asking. I tried to give him kind of our side of things. So Fusilier, go ahead and answer Constantine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I had a phone call coming in the middle of that, so I didn't hear all of Constantine's question. I'm sorry, Constantine. I do
He just
apologize.
wants you to. We want to understand specifically what you mean by like this World War II or World War One analogy, like in terms of Ukraine directly.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I'll put it as simply as I can. I think at the end of World War II, the victorious Allied powers made a peace that would allow for peace to endure. So they could have exacted. There was certainly a view from the Russians that Germany should be sent back to an agrarian. The Germans should essentially be made into an agrarian power. That any industrial capability they had should be removed. That they should be on the end of absolutely punishing restrictions or terms. The remainder of the Allies, the other Allied powers, as far as I understand, made the decision that would just be kicking the can down the road, that effectively they would be setting the conditions for a future conflict. In World War I, the French did exactly that. They exacted punishing reparations on Germany, and there's the argument, as I said, that led or was one of the causal factors of World War II. I'm not going to tell the Ukrainians who have suffered extraordinary privations how to make peace. I think it's an interesting conversation for Ukrainians to be having, given that they're successful on the battlefield.
So I will be more straight here,
sure,
because you still did not say anything concrete. You're just talking about general phases. Just to understand, you're talking about Crimea, right?
Absolutely not. No, I don't think that there should be any. There should no Ukrainian territory. I don't think Russia should be rewarded for its aggression in any way at all, Constantine. So I think when it comes to sovereign territory, there should be no concessions. I think that the issue then comes down to reparations. The economic impact on the Russian people, as opposed to their leadership.
So I understood. What you mean is the pressure after the war in terms of economics. That's what you mean. So Russia is not put into a miserable position and is able to recover without any problems, rebuild its military and invade it again, right?
Okay, yeah, I'll be really simple. I think that the criminals who started this war, i.e. Putin and his, should go to the equivalent of the Nuremberg trials. This is a personal view. The political leadership and the military leadership should be punished for their crimes. Ukraine should get its sovereign territory back, but the Russian people should not be put into a position where they feel such antipathy towards Ukraine and the West that their children in 20 years' time want retribution. That's a personal view.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, that's a good view. I will argue a bit with that, but I agree that like it has to be something to be viewed on. First, we have to win the war first. That's what I think we should focus on. But just so we understand that someone destroyed Ukraine. Ukraine after the war is not going to be the prosperous country with the with blooming infrastructure and everything perfect. It's going to be a country ravaged by war into which no one wants to invest because entire infrastructure was destroyed, including railway stations that are half functioning right now, energy infrastructure, no oil refineries. Everything was destroyed, and no roads as well. Stagnation of 2 years of war. People who have been displaced and afraid to come back, even though it's Ukraine is going to win. Just want to want you to be very careful. People wanna see prosperous Russia and sign back the contract, start paying Russia billions of dollars back, and Ukraine is gonna be once again, even more destroyed, poor country that investors are gonna be afraid to go in with hand asking for donations. Please help us. I just, while I do understand the idea, let's not, humiliate Russia. I just, let's win the war first, and then think about it. Because Ukraine, there is so much suffering and pain and destruction that someone has to be held responsible. If it's not the Russian people, I don't know who. It would be great if West is so generous to say like we're paying for everything. But as I see that Russia, including Russian people, have to pay for this because it was totally their fault. Otherwise, they will come back, they will rebuild, and they will attack again. The second, First World War. I understand your First World War, thoughts and concerns, but Russia, after its collapse, Soviet Union after its collapse in 1991, was given big options. No one was pressing on it. No one was forcing it to pay reparations, and they just drove themselves into misery. And then when the oil prices went up, they started invading other countries. And that happened exactly because they did not feel guilty. So they did not feel any consequences of their actions. So it's just it's a large open questions that should be discussed after the war is won. But I totally agree. That's a very interesting conversation. What to do after the war is won? That's the key here. So I would suggest let's focus on that at the moment. And your idea, your thoughts and concerns are totally legit. I'm just we don't have the answer for them because we are not at the point of where the war is within the reach of winning. There is still so much to be done, and that's why support the MriyaReport, send your bucks to the charities that support Ukrainian armed forces and Ukrainian and Ukraine in general. We really appreciate it this, and we really thank America. And not only America, Europe, United Kingdom, all the countries in Europe, Poland, Lithuania, Australia, and tens of other countries. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you,
Konstantin. So yeah, this is I think a great discussion, and we're not putting anyone on the spot here. I think we're just getting some clarity, and then Konstantin gave a very clear answer. So hopefully, everyone got something good out of that. So I think we can go to hands now. People, thanks so much for being so patient. Back to you, Anda.
So Spring is next, then Christian and Jens.
Hi everyone, hi Anna, hi Joseph. First of all, I don't have a crystal ball to answer to what will be after the war, and I won't be wasting my time with that because we are starting from wrong permissions. First of all, there were 2 world wars. In this case, it's not a world war. It's more of a regional war that all the Western world is supporting Ukraine. So we have a lot of different things, and it will be to the Ukrainians and the parts that take part in those conversations to decide what they want to have. If they will want to have reparations of war that are natural, they will have it. If Russia is going to be humiliated or not, we'll see. It's not. I'm not concerning with that right now. Right now, I'm concerned that Ukraine wins the war and get back their entire territory. And Crimea is part of Ukraine. Don't forget that it has been, and from people that doesn't know history, in 1736, Russia occupied Crimea. Okay, it was not a Russian territory, and that is the truth of history. Okay, thank you and wish you all a great day.
Thank you, Spring. Thank you very much. And a great day to you too. Dan?
Yeah, what I wanted to say is actually, or respond to, is actually several speakers behind. That's just a function of how long it takes to get up. The woman up earlier was talking about Abrams to Ukraine, and the Abrams to Ukraine issue, I mean, there are some logistical issues with getting the tanks there. They're big, they're heavy, you need 6 trucks for every tank. All of that is just money. The only reason they're not there is that people are more worried about Vladimir Putin's mental state than they are Ukrainian lives. It really is that simple. People are worried that if 200 Abrams come over the ridge and smash his army into the little tiny burning pieces they would turn it into, that he'll flip out. And I just don't see why they think that's going to do it after 50 or 60, or I actually think it's more than that, Russian dead. He's lost the war. If he wanted to fight NATO, he'd be fighting NATO. The smart time to have done that would have been when he had an army. Send the bleeping tanks. If you don't believe me, I just sent Constantine and the MriyaReport main channel a tape of Zelensky reading the families of fallen soldiers. And every member of the United States Congress needs to watch that and ponder why the tanks aren't there, because they would end the war. And that's kind of what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan. Just real quick, one thing I've been learning about the host account is just the way Twitter works. It sends like a bazillion DMs out to everybody. When you host a space, it's like, hey, I'm going to send DMs to everybody. And so as a result, it's really kind of tough for the host account to get like DMs. So it might be better just like do the co-host directly, if that makes sense. I'm just like saying that as a general note to people, but that's kind of my understanding. I might be told that's wrong by some people, but anyway, yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I sent it to Constantine. I mean, I'm aware that there's just an overwhelming volume issue there and some other things. So I sent it to Constantine as well, because I read his stuff often enough that like Twitter brings his profile up easily, so I can find it and send it.
I
no
got
worries.
it. I've seen this, and thank you for sharing it. You know, I'm watching. Probably there is not a single piece of news and single video related to Ukraine that I did not see, but I appreciate you sharing it. And yeah, it's, you know, those are one of the things that how war looks like, you know. And we had you know, Putin may as well film those videos. Videos like that. I don't care. We did not come to Russia. Russia came to us. They can leave at any moment, and they will not have, you know, need to mourn their soldiers. Ukraine does not have that luxury. There is no place for us to leave.
And you're perfectly right, Konstantin. And not only that, there's no place for you to leave, but it's not fair for the Ukrainian people to have to endure this. but they are defending their own land and their own children and their own soldiers. So yeah. Dan, you had a hot mic. Do you have something to add, or we go to Christian?
Well, no. Actually, I've got to go to bed, so I'm going to step all the way down and off here. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Christian.
Hey everyone, thank you. I understood Fusilia's point exactly. First, let me just say a little about the First World War peace treaty. It was the Versailles one. And basically what he's saying is that Germany had to pay like excruciating reparations, and the Allies kind of requisitioned parts of Germany like Saarland or Rhineland, and they would extract the reparations from those regions. For just two examples, there were more. The point is, this raises a lot of questions, and it's not really an answer to give right now, because of as Konstantin said, he's absolutely right. First, let Ukraine win the war, then Ukraine decides what it should get, if it will be possible, because there's another problem. Who are you going to negotiate with? Is Russia going to capitulate? Can you actually sign a peace treaty? Will it be a prolonged border war after this? So there's so many problems, but I actually think, and I'm absolutely sure that Europe has learned from its past, and it won't do the same mistakes as the Versailles Treaty was. And I'm pretty sure this will not happen. But the really good point to have is that Ukraine will negotiate in its own terms and on its own accord, and it should get whatever it should get everything that it deserves, and it should get after this the reparations needed to pay, if anything can pay, for the lives lost and the welfare and this whole tragedy that has befallen upon a peaceful nation, a neighboring nation for Romania, for example. So this is maybe a discussion for later, but it's a really good one to have, and I think that worries about Versailles type treaty are unfounded, to be honest.
Thank you, Christian. Jens?
Yeah, I think that worrying about reforming the criminal is maybe not appropriate when the crime is still ongoing. And for a negotiation later, I think we can also see how Ukraine are treating their prisoners of war and how Russia is treating theirs. So when we talk about humiliation or fair negotiations, I think we have to come to terms with that Russia is a bad faith actor and cannot be trusted for anything else than violence and deceit. So I think in order to not repeat any mistakes, we don't have to repeat the last 30 years where we tried to trade with Russia, where they took our money and used them to buy the yachts and to corrupt the West and to build up their ragtag army and, perpetrate crimes in Georgia and wherever. So I think really it would be a mistake to treat Russia as a normal country that you can have real diplomatic relations with. And I usually left, but I was here the other night when he brought up the term catastrophic success, where that sounds like a good deal to me. I don't think we have to worry about Ukraine succeeding. I think we have to make sure they succeed. And if we don't want to embarrass Russia, well, then we have to unsink the Moscow, and we have to invent a time machine because they embarrassed and humiliated themselves. That was all.
Thank you, Jens. From my part, I think there is no excuse for what they are doing, for how they are behaving on the battlefield with the POVs, anything. So, yeah. Jimmy and then Nikolai.
Go to Nikolai. Let's hear from him first.
Oh, sorry, Nikolai, please.
Oh, thank you. Hello. I don't think that plan, let's win the war and we will think about what next later, because Ukrainians, and not only them, they need to be prepared for next move right now, because when they will win the war, they need to have a plan on that time, because later, if they will start, or world will start later, think what to do with Russia, or Russia will stay in the place where it is. I don't think that maybe government will change, but I don't believe that it will change dramatically. Maybe Putin will go away, but Navalny came there, or someone else who will be, very nice for liberal Western world, but it will be the same kind of person, but in better makeup. The thing is, I think that maybe the treaty, trade with Russia should be taxed, and for example, for oil and gas and grain, because that main export product what Russia is exporting should be taxed. For example, for example, 5% should go for special recovery fund for Ukraine, because I don't see any other way to and it's supposed to be treaty with some banks which make this trade between Russia and the other countries, and these banks should take this, let's say, tax for their funds, and they're supposed to send them, to UN or somewhere else, to some organization which will be, rebuild Ukraine, because Ukraine right now is damaged. In my opinion, in the same way like France after First World War, because when we are thinking about Versailles Treaty, that there was a subject like that. France, in Europe, France was of the most damaged, destroyed country, at least in the past. Whole north part of France was completely destroyed, and that's why so much money, this reparation, so big reparation, was taken from Germany. And right now we need to think what to do with Russia, how to get money for rebuild, because I'm afraid that because we have a world crisis, monetary crisis, economical crisis, and new Marshall Plan, I think it won't be as much as good as it was after Second World War. So that's the time when world need to think how to cope with that, and that will be a long time, a large amount of money. But Churchill said that we would be stupid if we couldn't use use this crisis for something good. So I think that's the time when we need to think about it. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Nikolai. 3 points on your on your comments. First, if I remember correctly, yesterday or the day before, Zelensky said specifically he is not going to negotiate with Putin. So if someone else comes, then negotiations can start. That's first. Who will come? We don't know. Navalny is not any better because Navalny clearly stated that Crimea is Russian, which is it's a no-go. Okay, so
Well,
this. Sorry.
I would interject here. I don't think Navalny has, first of all, any chances of going of becoming a president or anything like that. Not in the world. But those people, they may say a lot of things, but when it comes to negotiations, they can change terms. Even if you say Navalny was saying that Crimea is Russia, but trust me, when things will change, he's gonna someone there will be someone who was having one position saying one thing, and then he's gonna say another thing when he he lost it. And so I don't think that Navalny or any other people should be off the table at the moment. But I think it's really far from there. I think Putin is not anywhere near to losing his grip. It's gonna take at least, I think, 3 to 6 months for this to happen, and it of course is going to be decided on the battlefield. That's my personal take on it.
If I may, Konstantin, look how Navalny is in that prison. Yeah, look, he make tweets, he make videos in this lager. So, in my opinion, he's prepared by some group in Russia to take a government or something like that, or be someone very important. And as you know, he's a Russian chauvinist, and he may be nicer. He looks nicer. He better talk, but he's still the same. Russian chauvinist. So there wouldn't be any other any option for Russia, to be honest. And Russia wants change for good.
You're totally right. If we look at the past, it's like that. But there is one big but to this. Russia is, they don't remember their people at the moment, don't remember what was happening yesterday, and thinking that right now we will find there will be some perfect person that's gonna do perfect negotiations and be exactly who we want it to be. That's not gonna happen. Ukraine, it would probably happen if Ukraine would invade and occupy Moscow. Then we could discuss something like that. But let's be real. No one's gonna just invade Russia, and we will have to negotiate with someone. I don't know who it's gonna be, maybe it's going to be Putin in the end. Maybe, he's going to, Zelensky can change his mind. If Putin changes his mind, it's obvious that politics is and diplomacy is, sometimes you have to put pressure, and you see someone's backing up. Well, maybe you can agree with that. And obviously, Putin, we will never like Putin. It does not mean that we will not be able to talk and negotiate with him. That's the reality that we'll have to face. If Russia would not have nukes, that would be a totally different story. That would be a really different story. Then it would be probably game over by now for them, because they would just all run away. But the reality is the reality, and probably the negotiations will happen with someone we don't like, but who has more, I would say, constructive agreement. And I think that the result of this will not be a happy ending for everyone. That's my personal take on it. Once again, result is probably going to be a huge wall between the Russia and the free world, and those negotiations are going to be based on military successes, not on the not on the fact that someone has decided to be good person and stop doing bad things. That person probably will have malicious thoughts, but he's going to be just put in the position in which he has no other way but negotiate.
Yeah. Konstantin, are you Ukrainian? Sorry, may I ask?
Sorry, I did not understand.
Are you Ukrainian?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So you should remember that we've been in Moscow in 1610 to 1612. So everything can happen. But last thing, I hope that that Russia will collapse and it will fall apart for smaller parts, and this big empire will fall.
Well, right now you're discussing just scenario that we'll hope for, but I would not just we'll hope so, but let's you don't talk about your dreams, right? We keep it to ourselves. That's all.
Have a nice day. Goodbye.
Yeah, thanks, Viglar. So I promised our listeners, right, we would try to trim these Russia segments down a little bit. So I'm going to give Jimmy the final word on this. Then I've got a question for Konstantin. Jimmy, go ahead.
All right, thanks. I just want to touch on a few points, picking up on what people are talking about here. First, with Russian politics, if you want to be in Russian politics, you have to toe the line, or else you're dead. Let's just be realistic. Navalny has to agree with Crimean annexation if he wants to survive. He's alive. Nemtsov is dead. It's as basic as that. Nemtsov died. What was it? 1 month, 1 day after he it was the anniversary of annexation, and died on his way home after telling Russians to go protest in the streets. So let's be realistic. Navalny, as much of a dark horse as he is, under the right circumstances, could easily be put in a position, but you're going to see OSCE force an election when that time comes. It's not just going to be riots and then someone installed. Prigozhin is posturing to be the next president. I don't think it'll be Lavrov or anyone else like that. It's not likely. The other thing, I hear that people saying the United States is being super generous and being really supportive, and the view in Ukraine right now, people who work for the government, people who work for SBU, within the rapid application to NATO that happened on the weekend, 10 countries out of the 30 support it, have come forward and supported it. We're still missing 20. The United States spoke out against it, saying now is not the time. Ukraine is pissed off about that. Ukraine is livid about that. It's give us back our nukes. Give us back our nukes, and you guys can F off. We're so done with these generous gestures that aren't guaranteeing sovereignty. Like, let's rewind the tapes to 2014. Where were you guys then? Like, this is just, let's have a reality check. There's been the damage to Ukraine. Like, the United States has given billions of dollars. The damage to Ukraine in trillions of dollars is close to $8 trillion as of September 29th. Like, billions don't even put a dent in that. Like, let's be realistic. Like, the United States has an obligation to Ukraine. The United Kingdom has an obligation to Ukraine. Everyone who signed the Budapest Memorandum has an obligation to Ukraine. Your soldiers aren't getting their genitalia mutilated and being buried in a shallow forest outside Kharkiv. Like, Ukrainians are pissed about this space, about people pussyfooting around, telling us to put on velvet gloves, how to deal with this situation. Weird. That's like, the economy is like on the brink of falling apart, and everyone stopped donating because the United States is being very generous, as they should be. But like, at the end of the day, it's Ukrainian soldiers dying, and I don't see NATO living up to their end of the bargain. I don't see anyone else living up to the end of the bargain. It's we're here fighting it by ourselves. So let's be realistic. All it would have taken for this to be prevented, this whole invasion to be prevented, Ukraine could have had NATO offer Article 5 protection. You didn't have to make us members of NATO. That would have been enough. So when we were talking about what's going to happen after the war, after we take back every centimeter of our land, Ukraine's going to decide what's going to happen. NATO, we don't owe anything to NATO. We're not a member of NATO. We don't have to do anything NATO tells us to do. So let's be realistic. We're going to dictate the terms. There's options. We've looked at what's happened in Japan after World War II. We've looked at what's happened in Germany after World War II. The biggest difference, what we're expecting, is those two countries had total military defeats. They were bombed into submission. They were beaten on the battlefield in their own country. Pain was brought to their doorstep. They felt pain. Russians aren't feeling pain. We can't even cancel a visa ban to Europe. Like, let's be realistic. We're worrying about humiliating Putin. Like, wake up. This is insane. Like, hearing people talk like this is just, it's crazy. We have movies, go watch Fury. We have movies about Nazis. You guys should know exactly what we're up against. And we have people like Tucker Carlson, 2 channels over, praising Putin. So the war is at your doorstep too. So choice is yours. You have a responsibility. Whether you choose to live up to it, it's your call. I know what I have to do. You guys know what you have to do. That's all I gotta say. Дякую вам дуже.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy. I mean, I can't disagree with anything you said. If Constantine wants to address anything you said, I feel like that would be the appropriate person. Otherwise, I can go on to Constantine.
I wanted to say, yeah, I totally agree with what Jimmy said. I could not be so succinct and short to say something like that. But yeah, just you think that there is like this huge notion in the United States that is being pushed that Ukraine is getting too much, like this billions and billions are going back. But once again, United States signed Budapest Memorandum. Ukraine lost 1,500 nukes. Let's roll everything back. We don't need any military aid. Just roll it back. Give us back our 1,500 nukes, and we're gonna say, okay, we're gonna nuke Russia. We're gonna destroy in all the cities that Russia has, if it does not roll back. And we don't need any military aid then. But now we have to beg for 18 HIMARS. I don't know, 500 javelins, 5,000 javelins. I'm sorry, that's like nothing to be compared with. I could not put it better than what Jimmy said. And that's the reality that we live in, and when people say, okay, we, United States, it's so bad, and why we're sending billions, and we have inflation. Well, I live in the United States. And it does not. I don't feel like it's collapsing. I don't feel. I feel like, yeah, prices are going up. Prices has been going up because of the war, because the Russian, oil suppliers all over. Russia is the biggest oil supplier in the world, and yeah, prices go up because it went to war and no one wants to buy its oil anymore. But how much do you make a month? How much your gas pump per month? How much you spend on gas pump per month? How much did your spendings increase by? Like, it did not increase by 70%. It increased by 7%, and it increased all over the world by the same 7%. And another thing I wanted to know that salaries also increase in the United States. If you look, it's not only inflation; it's also salaries that have grown by about the same amount. So it's like, it looks. We like to complain, but I live in the United States and I see that prices are going up. I see salaries going up, but it's nothing compared to what Ukraine is going through, and that's just a small price to pay for for 1,500 less nuclear weapons in the world. So I would suggest that we keep helping, and keep helping more and more, and give Ukraine what it needs to win the war.
Thank you both. I think you both had some powerful statements coming from people who suffer, who have relatives and friends who are dying right now on the front. For you too, it's not a theory, something you see on TV or hear on a podcast. It's something real and tangible, and you lose people that you cannot bring back. And it's not only soldiers, it's women and children and whole families who have died in this invasion, in some of them in horrible conditions. And yes, it's not something that Ukraine choose. It's something that was thrown upon it. But we have the option at this moment to do something or not. And that something can be to donate when you can, and with what you can help. Talk with your representatives, talk with your friends, influence in your own country, so that the other countries, United States included, but not only, would help Ukraine win this war and gain their territories back, right? I will sign off for today. I have to tell you, I am deeply touched by by what was discussed in the last hour, and I will continue to donate to MriyaAid and to help Ukraine with everything I can. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. It's always great to have you here helping to co-host. I think you do a great job, and yeah, I'm just glad you're on my shift, man, or madam. So yeah, it's always great to have you. We'll see you soon. And so we got Tim up. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, Joseph. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, but you know, I think Anna's absolutely right. I think this is just you know, for those of us who maybe you know, don't have a personal stake in this, but we can obviously see you know, you can hear what's going on, and people who do. This is a good reason to write to our politicians and say, look, you know, we know that you think we're worried about gas prices and inflation and what Tucker Carlson's saying and blah blah blah. You know, and it's we're not, right. What we want to do is we want to liberate Ukrainian territory. We want all of Ukrainian territory, Russian soldiers out of it, right? And until that day comes, we want Ukraine supported fully with weaponry, with like a lot of weaponry. And we know you're hiding that weaponry on the shelves, politicians. We know you've been doing that, and it's eventually you're just going to swap it out with newer weaponry anyway. So just send it to Ukraine. I mean, there's absolutely no reason not to. And doing so will save Ukrainian lives. It'll give them protection that they need. It'll give them firepower that they need. And yeah, just, I mean, write your politicians, be honest, be real. Explain to them that this is something that you feel deeply about, that this isn't a partisan issue for you. If you're so inclined, I mean, for me, it's such an important issue. I'm willing to say I'm a single issue voter, right? You know, that's what I care about. So you know, just do your best. It's going to be unique to everyone's you know, I guess political situation across the world, but we should do our best, right? The space represents at the end of the day just a movement of regular people who are watching what Russia's doing in Ukraine, and we don't tolerate it. We cannot stand by and silently watch what is happening there, right? The torture camps, the kidnapping, the mass deportation of children, the mass you know, torture of Ukrainians, the destruction of cultural heritage, the you know, the leveling of cities, the forcing the people in occupied territories to live in medieval conditions. All of it is inhumane, barbaric, cruel. There's a litany of war crimes, obviously. I mean, everyone listening, I think at this point, well, I shouldn't say everyone, but the people who listen regularly obviously know all this, right?
Tim, how do you do? Apparently, we got rid of Joseph in the middle of his great rant.
Oh dear.
Yep.
Did he drop? I thought he just got a call or something.
No, I think he doesn't want to speak to us anymore. He's tired. He said this so often. Speak to your representative. Let everyone know that this is what we care about. As I said, not the price of oil, not the price of anything. We're resilient. Yesterday, this great Ukrainian economist, who was, of course, her name is eluding me at the moment, who said something along the lines of resilience is the bedrock of deterrence. So we're resilient for us and for the future generations. That is the best thing we can do. The bedrock of deterrence. Tim?
The bedrock of deterrence. That'd be a good motto for an aircraft carrier.
Man, I was in the middle of my speech. Guys, I get really mad at Twitter sometimes. I'm sure you guys can relate. But yeah, thanks Tim and Ben for covering. Yeah, so I'm gonna get you know, Ben and Tim. So thankful that you guys are on helping me out. So I'm gonna go. I know Jimmy raised his hand. Go ahead, Jimmy, if you want to add anything.
No, it's okay. I'll let you guys handle it for now. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries, Jimmy. But anyways, I was like wrapping up my speech. I think, guys. I think you get the gist, right? I mean, right. People that you think matter that can do something about this. Let them know, right? There, we know there's military equipment. There's a bunch of Bradleys sitting around in Tucson, Arizona, and so on and so forth. We just want that stuff sent to Ukraine. And yeah, find a way. Constantine will tell you there are people working on this. We're not saying that there aren't, but we represent a popular movement of people who want to help Ukraine more, and I think it's perfectly reasonable to whatever country you're from to try to influence the political process in that way. There's nothing wrong with that, and hats off to you if you're so inclined. So with that, unless you had anything to add, Tim, we can go to Jens. Go ahead, Tim.
I've got a little conversation I want to have, but let's do some hands first. Jens, welcome. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sign off, but I just wanted to say to Jimmy, it was incredibly refreshing to hear some righteous fury. I think you're in a situation now where you kind of have to say thank you for thoughts and prayers, but I think a little bit of foresight and courage could have prevented. I don't know what the body count is up to now, but I think a little bit of courage could have prevented a lot of dead people. So I just want to say thank you for putting words and really putting emotions to it. That was all.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. That's great.
Yeah, thanks, Jens. But if anyone wants to come up and discuss anything with our panel, we got Tim. We got the Europeans are starting to wake up. They're rubbing their eyes. I don't know if you guys know this. All right, here's the deal. Okay, Doman's on vacation. I don't know. I have no Tim. What are the Europeans gonna do? Your rock is gone. What are you gonna do, Tim?
I don't know. I mean, we've never had this problem before because it's never been Slovakian Independence Day before. So, yeah, it's going to be a problem. Sorry, I'm in the middle of an island at the tram stop, so it's going to be a little noisy. Am I okay, or is it not workable?
You're pretty good, Tim. But yeah, I can do this on my own. I just I was going for a little banter, but I can do it. Yeah, no, that's no problem. I got this. So Doman, you guys can probably guess what Doman's up to. Doman is in fact going to a wine tasting. That is literally what he's doing. But anyway, yeah. So he'll be gone for 4 days. I'm very curious what the Euros will do. I will say Tim's been showing up. He's been showing up before midnight, my time every night to help me transition the ship. He's been showing up with great energy. So it seems like I think that the early part will be in good hands. The question is who's going to do the next 9 hours. Is my question, but we'll see, I guess. But yeah, I mean, of course, I think it's great. Honestly, when I first started, okay, so Battle Moose got drunk on Canada Day, and he made me co-host. That was my first day on the job. And funnily enough, I don't know if this is a fun fact. It was my birthday. It was the same day. Apparently, my birthday was on Canada Day. I think, I don't know. It's a weird coincidence. Anyway. So point being that Doman was on vacation like right after that, and because I was a young little co-host, I was like a young little intern at the time. I was like, oh boy, co-hosting for 12 hours at a time. Sure, sign me up. Gee whiz, gee willikers. But now I got 6 hours. I hold down 6 hours for North America. So all I could say is good luck, boys. I wish you the best. But no, I think don't be back in 4 days. We'll do our best to help you out. But yeah, hopefully Europe. It's a dark time for Europe. Tim, back to you.
I got 2 remarks to that. One is you're supposed to call it Dominion Day, not Canada Day. Call things by the old terms. It annoys all the right people. And also, it's quite remarkable that you can do. I learned from Doman that you can do wine tasting competitively. This is like a competition, which is really quite amazing. My sports master at school never told me about this.
Yeah, I don't know what competitive wine tasting is, but it sounds like something Doman would do. Am I right, folks? Anyway, we got.
Maybe it's like a triathlon, right? Maybe it's like you do some skiing, you do a half marathon, and then you drink a load of wine competitively. Maybe it's like a kind of multidisciplinary competitive sport. I don't know. But anyway, we've got Bard's Blonde up. Bard's Blonde, very good morning to you.
Yeah, I'm just following up on a point that has been discussed a little bit over the past hour, which is sort of the prospects of reconstruction of Ukraine and mechanisms to possibly achieve that, or just spitballing ideas in terms of what the future of, how to create the most positive future for Ukraine. And we all know that about $300 billion of Russian assets were seized, and at the outset of the conflict. And at least in the context of the United States judicial system, there are ways in which assets can be seized legally, because I think that one of the things people have been dodgy about is seizing assets absent due process, because it would create an unfortunate precedent in the context of people not having faith in capital markets, or the marketplace where they have assets. But at least in a criminal tribunal in the United States, and the indictment, if a criminal is charged in the United States, within the indictment there are asset forfeiture allegations if the prosecuting authority wants to seize the assets that were the byproduct of the crime, and restitution is mandatory under federal law. So I mean, I just think that I'm rusty on my criminal tribunal law because I've never prosecuted in The Hague. But for the Hague prosecutors, if we imagine that Putin's going to be there, and Medvedev, and maybe some of the cohorts, that I don't know if the tribunals allow for asset forfeiture as a component of prosecution. But one thing that we might want to start spitballing about, or maybe the prosecutors in The Hague might want to start thinking about, is mechanisms or changes to the law that would allow the assets of the oligarchs to be lawfully taken, as they are in the United States, in the context of criminal prosecutions all the time. And that would be $300 billion that then could flow to the Ukrainian people, none of which would have been seized extra legally. So that's just sort of one thing I've been thinking about, is how to, pursue prosecutions of the, not some, I don't know if it's analogous to the Nuremberg trials, but to pursue prosecution of responsible individuals, and also to simultaneously secure assets for the reconstruction of Ukraine using lawful methods that would not disrupt sort of the market system that the world operates on. So that's just an idea, and I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that, but that's something that we can start. I don't know if who's thinking. I hope someone's thinking about it, but that's just one idea I had.
That's a very good question, Bard's Blonde. We've got Florian up, and he's really into this stuff. So I'll pass it over to him in a second. One thing I would say is that I don't think we have to be desperately worried about any asset seizures undermining faith in the system of private property that underlines the global economic system. Simply because we've done it before. And we've done it before at an absolutely enormous scale. The United Kingdom passed an act of parliament that confiscated all of the assets of Germans during, I believe, both wars. So I think it formed part of the Defence of the Realm Act, which is the British legal standard for war, right? And it confiscated all German assets, and it interned all German citizens. So it's. I assume the United States passed something similar, but perhaps you could tell me that Bard's Blonde. I'm not really sure, but this is not new. This is not kind of an unprecedented thing. It happens. But I would pass this over to Florian on this, because he is very knowledgeable in this area. So Florian.
Good morning. Good night. Can you hear me? I'm in a car.
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Good. So First of all, it depends on what national law does, like US law or British law, like Tim alluded to. But I think what really matters is how the war ends. You have two historical precedents. One is the First World War. The First World War ended with a ceasefire in November 1918. But in the ceasefire conditions, it was clearly made out that the following up peace negotiation will contain reparations and for war damage and a clause on fault of war. And then in the Paris agreements, the Versailles agreements, Germany, but also Turkey and Austria-Hungary were then made to pay reparation, and Germany got this very infamous single fault clause that led to this huge reparation bill. In the Second World War, the case was totally different because Germany unconditionally surrendered. And that means in this context, the German state ceased to exist. And then the Allies were basically the legal government of Germany. The four Allies were the legal government of Germany and initially ran a four-party group to run Germany. And in this, they discussed reparation. What then practically happened is that the Soviet Union got reparation from East Germany by basically stealing all industry of East Germany, versus the Western Allies under the Marshall Plan and the London Debt-Free Conference of 1952 didn't ask for reparations from West Germany. However, West Germany paid up, for example, for the Jewish property. Paying in the European Union is a way of paying the debt from the Second World War. Then there were individual agreement. So I think it matters crucially how Russia and Ukraine stops the war. Is there something like a ceasefire? Then you can go for the 1918 precedent. And in the ceasefire agreement, agree there will be a deal, there will be reparations, and so on. I do not think we will get something like an unconditional surrender, like in the German case of 1945. I don't think this is in the cards. I think even something very strange is in the cards, that Russia will be kicked out and actually collapses as a state, and Ukraine can initially not negotiate with anybody. So what do you do then? Then it goes back to what the UN decides, but this is hard because what does China do, even if Russia wouldn't be there anymore? And then I think it goes back to the coalition of willing create EU law, US law to actually pay reparations, seize assets, and in a way create something like a post-war order, including trials and so on. I think it's not that easy. And I think even also the International Court in The Hague has the problem that the UN Security Council can stop everything. So The Hague doesn't work if China says no, or Russia exists as a state, sits on the Security Council and stops that. So the Hague would not work. Only the ICC would work as an answer to that. So I think we need to prepare on both sides of the big pond to prepare national legislation to actually seize this asset legally. And I also don't think it will kill our capital markets.
I want to comment on this. I want to definitely agree that the nation should prepare for seizing assets, because it's one of the absolutely possible scenarios that Ukraine liberates its territories and Russia stays as a state and does not want to pay out anything, and the only solution for that would be the seizing of the assets.
I think the big problem is, how do you end the war in a formal legal sense? And there might be no formal ending. There won't be a 1918 ceasefire agreement, and there won't be an unconditional surrender. It may be very, very messy because Russia would be in a very, very terrible state.
Is that not outdated thinking, though, Florian? I mean, we don't declare war and end war by treaty anymore, do we? You know, that when was the last declared war? Was it Korea?
You're right, but also practically the 6-Day Wars or the 1973 wars ended in not real formal agreement, but informal ceasefires and discussions. There is a degree of both sides need to talk to end this, but you're right. There's not right. Russia never declared formally war. You're right. That's a good point.
Because, you know, the question in my mind is like, how many how many odds and ends are there going to be to resolve at the end of this? Right? I mean, there are some. Does there need to be a formal treaty agreement that ends it, or can it sort of be done informally and quietly? I mean, I guess the two sides are going to have to talk, because we have the issue of the deported Ukrainians in the Russian concentration camp system. But yeah, I mean, I think the idea of grand treaties that settle things, I think that's kind of a bit early 20th century, isn't it?
But in a rational world, and I know Russia is not acting rational, in a rational world, losing Russia has an interest in ending it formally in order to have at least some prospect of returning to the international community. I know, Mr.
I will tell you how they're gonna say the special military operation is over. That's what they're gonna say. They got what they needed. That's how they're gonna legalize it. That's it.
Yeah, internally, but it's not what we accept, Ukraine accepts, and so on. I agree. Internally, they tell you any bullshit operations achieved, blah, 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 blah. I'm with you.
All that Ukraine needs is Russian troops out of Ukraine. We don't care about what Russia signs or not. That's what we need, the troops out of Ukraine. And when that happens, that's basically, we're going to build up another huge wall. We're going to build a military to fight them if they invade. It's going to be essentially like North and South Korea with between Russia and Ukraine, because
but you may have a situation that there is something where you, for example, get the population back. You may get something in reparation, because you could also. I know your feeling. Absolutely. I don't want to argue with you. I get your point. But on the other hand, anything you achieve more would be helpful. But you're right. The West needs to prepare a supporting package of seizures, pay up, sort of helping Ukraine to rebuild its future, so on and forth. But if, for example, there's a change of leadership that has some interest in future of Russia, then maybe something can be done. But agreed, I share your skepticism.
Thank you, Floria. We got a couple of hands up. Jimmy, I believe you were first, and then we'll go back to Bard's Babe. And then I want to move on to the other part of Bard's Babe's question, which was about reconstruction. So Jimmy, you're up.
Yeah, that's my topic now too. I was going to say, like, Ukrainians won't allow anything. Sanctions won't be lifted when Russia returns to normal. Sanctions will be lifted when Russians are deprogrammed for their hateful attitudes towards Ukrainians. Sanctions might be lifted. I know the United States can do whatever it wants with its own sanctions, but the EU sanctions, Poland, Estonia, they're not going to lift the sanctions. They're not going to let it happen. Not a chance. Unless those two governments fall apart, it's not happening. There's an easy way to take money from Russia. We're going to use its greed against itself. This is the one, like, Achilles heel that Russia has. Is always about money. It's always about personal interest. We can use that because that's the one thing you can count on, like rain, is Russian greed, and they have an interest in getting their money back, getting their economy going again. The other thing is you have these regions of Russia that are so impossibly poor, places like Dagestan. Like, and the energy doesn't come from Moscow. Energy comes from these faraway regions that pull it out of the earth and ship it to Europe primarily, now to China, now to India. You have a pipeline that goes right through Ukraine, gas pipeline to Europe. Ukraine's been asking the EU to shut down Nord Stream 1, to shut down Nord Stream 2 from even beginning, and ship all the energy through gas energy through the Ukrainian pipeline, so that at least Ukraine could have a portion of that energy in the form of transfer fees, which is help balance things by forcing Russia to send that gas through these neutral countries or these middle countries. It forces them to have external stakeholders. It forces Russia to behave like a peaceful, normal neighbor, if that's possible. We've been asking this for a long time, and ignored, like, frankly, completely ignored. People are talking about, let's start up Nord Stream 2, and Ukraine's saying, no, you shut both of them down and ship it through here so we can normalize our relationship. And completely ignored. Is one of the things that sucks the most. Ukrainians are still pissed off about that. So there's a chance to have reparations through energy. The other, like, yeah, again, so like what Ukrainians would like to see is a breakup of Russia. As just hear me out for this one. Russia has to give up its colonial ambitions. I had a good talk with Jingu on the weekend. His perspective on this is great. He's an expert, and I've asked him specifically about what happened after Japan. He said first, those countries have to give up, Russia specifically, obviously, give up all of its colonial ambitions. So that's all its interests in like Syria has to stop. All its interest in Ukraine has to stop. All its interest in Africa, and it has to focus on its own internal strengths, and you have to get rid of the superstructure that supports these imperial behaviors. So GRU's gone. We want to see SVR gone, obviously. He said, like, my favorite point is that these countries now today, they don't compete with their militaries. They compete with it's like South Korea and Japan. It's like they compete with their economies. Like it's the point of pride is now this economy thing, right? So if you can encourage these independent states like Dagestan, these colonialized places, to have people, like, whether they have to be warlords or transitional governments, these guys are like, half of Dagestan doesn't have plumbing, like, and where does most of the energy in Russia come from? Like, just got to do the math, and like, if you get them to buy into this idea that they could have a better future, it's possible. Like, you just have to have organizations, institutions to push these areas along or help them along if they choose independence, right? So there are experts that know this better than I do, and they're not pessimistic about this possibility. It's just a long road, and it requires political will from the West, from the EU, to buy into these processes. It happened before. It can happen again. It won't happen with some total military defeat of Russia, but Russia's military is grinding itself to its own death. People speculate that Russia only has 2 years of economic of money before it's completely expended itself. So it could happen even sooner. It's hard to know market prices, profit prices, right? It's Russia's burning its matches, though. It's just like, firing them off. And I know the United States is playing a waiting game to see how it's getting weaker and weaker by the day. If you think of, I'm not going to talk about weapons. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, the gas is a great way to do it. The EU is pledged to rebuild Ukraine. Yeah, we should give. I was telling my relative that works for the government that the Ukrainians should approach Germany to supply every surrendered Russian soldier with a free Bosch washing machine. Cut out the middleman. Use their greed against them. That's what they want. That's what they're here for. This is they go home with a free washing machine if they lay down their arms, and get Germany to pay for those washing machines too. So I'll just turn it over to you guys.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, I like the idea of washing machine-based rewards for surrender. That's a good one. I would push back slightly on something you said, particularly around the Baltic states and Poland potentially refusing to end sanctions. Now, in an EU context, that's not how it works. The sanctions are, well, trade is a Brussels competency. Therefore, trade sanctions are a Brussels competency, and they are time limited. Right, so it's not a policy whose end individual member states can veto. It is a policy that lasts for a certain amount of time until it is renewed. I believe in this case it is renewed in March. So it's not possible for individual member states, if they're, it's not possible for them to block the end of sanctions, so to speak. Florian, please correct me if that's wrong, but I believe I'm correct in that. We've got a few hands up, but thank you very much for that, Jimmy. That's very interesting. We've got a few hands up. I'd like to go back to Bard's Bay, please.
Yeah, following up on the issue of financing reconstruction, which we were talking about. I mean, this is sort of furthering Jimmy's point, which is that one thing. I mean, the leverage as the war goes on does bend such that the West has more leverage over Russia the longer the war goes on, and would be able to extract greater concessions from them. Um, and so, one thing we could do is we could have, if Russia wants to have an energy based, a commodities based economy where it exports oil and gas, one of the major pressure points that the West has is that Russia completely lacks the technical expertise to maintain its own pipelines. So there's about 6 or 7 companies in the world that have the expertise to do things like, you know, provide maintenance to pipelines in the permafrost, because in the winter in the permafrost the pipelines freeze, and then that can have sort of catastrophic problems when there's fluctuations in terms of turning the gas on and off. For example, if someone was to embargo Russian gas, the gas builds up to the wellhead and then the pipes burst and they can't be repaired. So one thing that the West could do is say that no, you Western expertise will not be granted to by ExxonMobil, by Shell, by Halliburton, by British Petroleum, because all the companies are either American or British. To say that no Western expertise will ever be given to Russia to maintain its pipelines or to provide assistance in the event of a wellhead pipeline exploding, and with the cognizance that if Russia's gas goes offline, if its oil goes offline, that's 4 million barrels of oil globally that goes offline, and Russia is left in total destitute poverty because its economy is completely commodities based. And in which case we could say, okay, if you want to continue to export gas and oil, there's going to be a tax on every barrel of oil. You're going to have to pay an additional $10 or whatever tax you want to put on their energy exports, and use the threat of withholding the expertise necessary to actually maintain their economy, and then coerce them essentially into paying reparations to Ukraine, even if it ends in a ceasefire or without a surrender. It doesn't really matter, because to the extent that their economy is completely predicated upon Western technical expertise, which I believe it is, and I think a lot of people do believe it is, then their economy can't continue to function without a lot of technology they're currently being deprived of. And we could coerce them into, or condition any settlement agreement at the end of this by saying that you are required to have a tax on, which is a per barrel, or however you want to measure it, amount of money that you pay to Ukraine to pay for its reconstruction, and absent that, your pipelines are going to burst.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say it goes a lot deeper than that, right? It's it's not just that Russia is reliant on Western technical expertise, it's also reliant on Western imports. So high quality Western made stuff, not all Western made stuff, but high quality Western made stuff. You think of, particularly machines that build machines, for example. So Russia is capable of producing certain things, including cars and, complicated machinery, because they have machines from companies like Siemens that build the things that they make, right? And those machines need to be purchased, they need to be maintained. And it goes down to basics, right? We talk about ball bearings on the channel quite a lot. Russia doesn't make ball bearings. Ball bearings are difficult to make, and they are fundamental to any machine that has a moving part, right? So everything you need to make, if it moves, it will have a ball bearing joint in it somewhere. Russia doesn't make ball bearings at all. The West does quite a lot. Thinking my own country, the UK is not famous as a generic manufacturer, right? The stuff we make tends to be highly specialized, very, very high value added technical stuff, like jet engines, like Formula One cars, things like that. But we still have 18 companies, 18 companies that manufacture ball bearings. Russia doesn't have a single one, right? So there's this degree of extreme reliance on imported stuff to do very, very basic things, and that is a major pressure point, as well as their energy exports. Okay, I believe it was Christian who was next, and then Tom. Christian.
Hey, it's Christopher. Actually, thank you for this.
I beg your pardon, Christopher.
No, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. These are such great comments. This is such an important point about the. Everybody always says, "Oh, that we're dependent on their energy. We're dependent on this oil." They are just as dependent on, exactly as you say, this Western technology and expertise. So, such an important point. I just wanted to, if I can, just go back real quick because I was so moved by the earlier testimony. My phone keeps the screen keeps turning off. The earlier testimony from Jimmy, it was very moving, and so I went ahead and donated a little bit. And I was wondering, I had two questions about that. You know, you brought up such a great point. We should all write our Congress people to maybe motivate some more donations or gifts to Ukraine to help them out in this war. And I was wondering, you know, maybe it would be a good idea to put together some kind of form letter we could all, you know, sign on to or something like that could be available through Mira. Not really sure how that would work. And I also wanted to know, maybe this is something I could talk to somebody later, but I wanted to give maybe a larger donation, and I wanted to know how I could do that in the most efficient way. So thanks.
Okay, two things to unpack. Yes, it absolutely is always worth writing to your elected representatives. They, in my country, I assume it's similar in European countries, they're generally very accessible. So they, you know, you can literally go into their office and see them, right? They have I think it's weekly or bi-weekly, they're called constituency surgeries, where you can literally just drop in and say hi to your MP and complain about stuff. In the United States, obviously, it's you know, the federal government is at a bit of a higher level than that. But my information from this space is that if you write to them, if you email them, if you phone them, you will get a response. You will talk to somebody, even if it's not the congressman in question or one of their staffers, one of their servants, etc. But you know, your voice will be heard. Information will be relayed upwards, and you know, political stuff will come out of the other end if there's enough critical mass. So absolutely always worth doing. We don't have a pro forma letter as such.
And it makes no sense. We've discussed this already in the space in March and April. We've spoken to a number of congressional aides in the US. When I say we, our US colleagues, one of our colleagues, Ryan, who's a co-moderator on a regular basis here, has been in touch with two congressmen/women in the United States, has even worked with one of the congresswomen, not necessarily the one he would usually vote for, but open to discussion, together with Peter Doran from Washington, on a proposal which has been made, and actually that congresswoman has sponsored one proposal in the House already. So I'd say it's a matter of personal engagement, and what is definitely clear, form letters do not work. What works is personal approach, individual approach, and yes, you will have to call them up. If you call the guys up on a regular basis, you will get through at some point in time. If you send them friendly, individual, personalized letters, it always works best, just like in real life. As to donations, it's the same thing for everyone. You can find it on the page, for example, of MriyaAid. There's a clear link for it. We've received donations large and small, and that works pretty much well. And when I say we, it's actually our sister organization, if you select, because we're not affiliated with them. We're not directly associated with them because they are a charity. And MriyaReport is a volunteer organization, which, whilst we work here for information, I call it information awareness, and created a community to ensure that there is a constant
buzz in the world in regard to the unmerited illegal invasion of Russia into Ukraine, and that Ukrainian issues and voices are heard, we have no say at MriyaReport, but we somehow feel responsible for them to receive sufficient amount of attention and donations. So if you want to make a donation, MriyaReport is one of them. The alternative would be to, for example, go to Ripley's Heroes, who also take, for example, donations in kind in the United States. MriyaReport is a Canadian charity, and by the way, is about to publish its first ever audit, given the fact that MriyaReport was founded as a response to this phase of the invasion by members of the Canadian Armed Forces and people who have served in the past with them, predominantly in Operation Unify, meaning educating more than 36,000 members of the Ukrainian Armed Forces over 7.5 years. Therefore, this charitable organization was founded very early this year and has its first audit upcoming, which I find quite astonishing, but there you go. So if you find the homepage of MriyaReport, that's one. The other one would be Ripley's Heroes. We support them both, especially at this point in time, because they're both doing good on the ground. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's great. I just wanted to know, I can't find it on the website, it's just the donate button, but is there a place
There's a
to
link.
avoid
If you scroll down,
like a mail?
if you scroll down,
I can mail a check.
there's a link.
I can mail a check and you'll get it. You don't know? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, check.
I do
check
know.
out, check out
Just
the
check
website
on the
first.
page. There is a direct donation link.
Okay, I just wanted to avoid the credit card fees is what I'm trying to do. Because I don't care about the credit card companies. I want it all to go to you.
They have minimized the processing fees to the point that they have a very favorable deal, as I understand, with their payment processes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for the
You're very
information.
welcome.
I just had a quick question about, did you know what the name of that bill was that you mentioned earlier? Do you have any idea what the name is so I can put it in the...
I don't know that, but I'm sure that Ryan can find out because it's Congresswoman sponsored. It was in association with a movement at that point in time, which I think merged into. There were 3 different proposals, all working towards Russia becoming a state sponsor of terrorism. And this wonderful woman is a congresswoman, I think, from Oklahoma, if I'm not quite mistaken. So you'll probably find it either on her page, respectively, can be found in view of the proposals, which were all then merged in the House, which led to the resolution sponsored bipartisan, if I'm not quite mistaken, to have Russia be deemed a state sponsor of terrorism, the same thing which the Senate also did. But I can definitely, if you DM, say Tim, for example, then we can ensure that Ryan gets in touch with you and tells you exactly how the process went.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Hey guys, so real quick, I just wanted to wish good luck to our European shift. If our listeners could please do retweet the space, let everyone know. I don't know, Tim, can you hear me? Tim, can you hear me? Uh-oh, can anyone? Axel, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly fine. All is well.
Okay.
I hear you fine.
Anyway, sorry guys. So yeah, I just wanted to wish good luck to our European ship. Please, listeners, do retweet the space. Let everyone know Europe's here, ready to go. If anyone in our audience does have any questions, please do come up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You can press the little heart icon in the center, and on the far right, you can raise your hand, and that'll put you in the order so that our great panel can answer your questions. Axel and Tim are very knowledgeable. We got Constantine here. He's probably going to bed soon, but he's got something to say. So if anyone has any questions, please do feel free. You can come on up and talk to us. And Axel already made a great case for checking out MriyaReport.org, so I won't belabor it. But yeah, please do visit it, see what they're all about, and if you're so inclined, do donate. And thanks. So I wish you good luck on your shift, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, and as always, the European team will be available until deep into the European night. So don't be surprised if you still hear us in a good 18, 20 hours from now. And that's not a threat. So, Constantine, you had your hand up.
I wanted to say the news that I read a couple of minutes ago, actually, that Russia offered to supply gas to European Union with full capacity through Nord Stream 2 because it was
which
not
obviously
done.
can't work. But because Nord Stream 2 has neither been finally connected at Mean nor has it received a permit, and the company operating the pipe access is illiquid and insolvency at this point in time.
I totally understand that, but I think that's an idea of applying pressure because they blew up Nord Stream 1. Now they will they want to say, okay, we're gonna save you, we're gonna be a savior with Nord Stream 2, and while we're gonna operate Nord Stream 2, if you agree, we're gonna fix Nord Stream 1, and there voila, you have two Nord Streams working, and they can say, we got what we wanted, and no gas is gonna go through Ukraine anymore.
Yeah, well, given the fact that the storage levels in Germany, which cover Germany for that matter, are already at a higher than regular seasonal level of 92%, and Germany only requires 90% to carry itself through the winter, whilst it continues to buy gas. The effect, which was envisaged in our discussion in early May with Mark Nelson, is already there. That gas prices have been shifting up because Germany can afford to buy gas in the open market. Others may or may not be able to pay the same price out of their budgets, respectively. The companies may or may not be able to buy it at that price level, and therefore currently gas prices for various areas in Europe where it's needed are rising. Italy does not have the same storage setup, which is why Mario Draghi, prior to his government finally faltering, given the fact that he was really left alone by most of the Cinque Stelle parliament members at that point in time, and no further, sensible organization was feasible for him, had managed to attain additional gas supply sources from including nations of Algeria and the likes, as well as through the Bulgarian pipeline. So as a consequence, Europe stands ready to go through the winter. The so-called gas crisis is minimal. But there you go. Tom, you want to go?
Yeah, firstly, can you hear me all right? I'm driving.
No, it's absolutely terrible. We can hear how you're switching gears. It's okay. Come on. Shoot.
Yeah. So I just wanted to comment. I think Bard's Blonde just dropped down now, but she talked about the possibility of taxation on Russian oil and gas exports at some point in the future being used to basically get reparations for the people of Ukraine. And I think this is something that's really worth considering. I think it's a really good point. Not now. Now what we need to do is absolutely try to strangle Russia's economy as much as possible, help the Ukrainians as much as possible, and have the Ukrainians get their military victory as soon as possible with as few lives lost as possible. But, at some point in the next few months, I hope, the Ukrainians are going to kick the Russian invaders out of their country and retake everywhere, including Crimea, although I suspect that bit will be perhaps the last part to be retaken, if I'm not mistaken. So what we need to think about is that when we reach that point, the Ukrainians are going to have two problems. One, apart from the massive loss of life, is the massive amount of damage coming up into the hundreds of billions that's been done to their economy, their infrastructure, their cities, their power stations, their bridges. And the second thing will be the millions of Ukrainians that have been forcefully kidnapped and taken to Russia. Now, even if Putin loses power as a result of this, which may happen and probably will be a good thing, although he could be replaced with somebody else that's equally as horrible, even though the Ukrainians will have won the war, so to speak, it will be very, very difficult to get any kind of concessions from the Russians in terms of financial reparation or the return of those millions of Ukrainian citizens that have been kidnapped. And in addition to there being, a very strong moral case to not buying Russian oil and gas again, there's going to be a massive financial temptation for Europe and other countries to start doing so, along with a kind of an apologist type argument of, the war is over now, we should go back, we need that cheap oil and gas again. So the problem is we'll be having to weigh up a moral imperative to not support the Russians in any way by buying their oil and gas against a very strong economic incentive to try and get cheaper sources of energy. So I think at that point, when the war is won, the suggestion that Bartolon made of having some sort of tax that the Russian companies or Russian state would need to pay for natural gas and oil would be very wise. And I think one of the things we need to think about is what Axel calls the law of unintended consequences in any kind of market intervention. But let's try to think about the intended consequences first. If Europe is getting, say, LNG imports, that's more expensive. And the fact that, once pipelines and things are repaired, there's going to be a source on their doorstep of potentially cheaper gas, there's always going to be a temptation to go for it. So if you have some sort of export tax that the Russians pay, what the Russians will need to do is to reduce their profit per barrel of oil or per unit of gas that's sold in order to still be able to compete. So whilst the Russians will make some money out of it, they won't make as much money out of it. And the extra cost that they pay, which will reduce their profit margin, can go straight to the people of Ukraine. Furthermore, once Europeans get used to that and they're like, we can get Russian gas, it's not quite as cheap as it used to be because of this tax, but the Russians aren't making loads of money off of it, so we don't feel as bad morally about buying it. Same for the oil. You could hold that tax over the Russians for years and years and years until every Ukrainian person that was kidnapped is accounted for or returned to Ukraine. So that's the advantages that I see of it. There's no doubt some disadvantages, some unintended consequences. What do you guys think of that? Because I thought Bartolon raised a very good point.
Yeah, apart from the regulatory trickery, in this, it is the execution of this, meaning preventing circumvention, embargo running at that point in time, which will be hard. Separately, fixing the appropriate price mechanism, price on top, because the price is floating. Gas prices, however, are typically, and specifically gas prices, are negotiated in the medium and long term and set for that. But evidently, there will be a shift in the demand pattern of Europe already, and it's already underway. And different suppliers, such as Algeria and the likes, will harness their resources and sources. So there would be technically a fluctuation in what can be reaped from this. The disincentive, which you just highlighted, or the incentive for Russia to behave and therefore behave better and redeem as part of reparation packages money, as well as repatriate those souls they have forcibly displaced. Possible, yes, but then again, you could technically achieve this with outright sanctions and continued North Koreaization just as well, because the mechanism is pretty much the same behind that. But economically, it is, of course, troublesome if you try to create it's essentially a reverse cap and trade system. And it sounds more like the unenforceable Tuban tax. I think we should be very careful with this. Such market such market restrictions have rarely ever been fully enforced, or have they actually worked. As much as they sound nice, the other part is that, of course, you would have to invest massively into Russia, meaning you have to actually get into Russia and make sure that their industry has the spare parts again. That would mean that the likes of Schlumberger and Halliburton and others would be exempted, or would be allowed to be exempted to act out of sanctions, because otherwise sanctions still have to be in place. They have to send people into the country. They have to sell and bring spare parts. The investment has to be financed. Now, you could answer that, of course, part of that should be financed on the excess revenue. But then again, that would disincentivize whoever is then actually operating oil and gas fields there and pipelines in Russia to do so. Naturally, also, you do not necessarily have a cooperative government per se.
You may have pipelines which say constantly operating suboptimal, or they would probably even not be maintained as such. You may end up having the same issue for the oil price. And I think it will be very difficult to enforce, and that just showcases how absolutely terrifying the situation is, that Europe, America, the coalition of the willing, has to accept one fact. They have to be steadfast, and they have to support Ukraine as America supported South Korea. And this is just on a bigger scale. It may be just harder, and it's not going to be something done in a few months. I mean, I'm open to all creative ideas. I'm sure there will be many of that. But ideas which are germinating out of the World Bank or the IMF rarely make any economic sense. Typically, the market outfoxes them, and the oil traders of Geneva will find a way around it, unfortunately, as well as those who are active participants in the gas market. What we should probably do is actually look at who else in this stance can supply gas, and how we can find a way to democratize Turkey again. But there you go. That's a different thing. Shall we go on to?
Can I briefly comment back? Can I briefly comment back on that? Yeah, I totally agree with what you've said, Axel. I think, you know, restrictions on buying like Russian gas and things at the moment, in a way, are a restriction on the free market. It's a restriction on the free market I very much agree with for the moral reasons, because of the war of genocide. I suppose what I'm thinking about is after the war is won, so to speak, I think it's going to be much, much harder to balance the moral imperative against the desire for cheap energy. And I suppose
Russian gas is not cheap anymore. That's the point. We now know that it's not cheap.
I would hazard a guess that Russian gas that they're burning or is bubbling up in the North Sea would still be cheaper than LNG gas for some parts of the European market.
Yeah, but not the gas which you can get out of other stans and Algeria. That's the whole point. If Algeria is now brought to the point that it generates more gas with heavy-duty investment, the supply side in the market changes, and it changes because of the massive amount of capital investment, therefore sunk costs. That's what I'm highlighting.
Sure.
I think Russian gas will have a significantly, less favorable, price comparison in the future. Don't forget, there will be higher cost of operation also, and higher cost of extraction in Russia. That's what I was highlighting with Schlumberger and the likes. So the total cost of production may be significantly higher, and you do not know how actually the price was composed thus far. Don't forget, they have been exploiting both their people, as well as in the way they do extract natural resources, have been wasting a massive amount of gas, as well as wasting a lot of environmental factors. I'm just saying that we may end up finding out that the real cost of their production in the remote areas of Russia is probably significantly higher than one would have thought.
Yeah, so obviously if that's the case and we can get gas elsewhere for cheaper, then we don't need to worry about any sort of intervention, because the market will sort it all out anyway. I guess I'm just concerned.
But it doesn't address your reparation issue, which I'm very curious about how to find an because I like the idea of taxing whatever they export, for example, and this may be better for grain exports and the likes.
Yeah, I guess it's just a middle ground between not buying Russian gas and going back to business as usual, so to speak. Not that I think we'll ever quite go back to business as usual, but I think there will be a temptation once the war is won to say, we can start buying Russian oil and gas again without any restriction. There will be some people lacking morals making that argument, and this might be a pragmatic middle ground, you know, that British pragmatism. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
I am completely with you. Moral hazard will be there, and there may be opportunity, but at the same time, that is now the key. In facing genocide, there is a different framework. I don't think so. That let's assume the Nazi regime continues. There is a war which is won by the Allies, but the country remains in place. The Allies know since at least end of 1942
that the plans which the Nazis have to exterminate those who they dislike the most, meaning Jews and everybody else they can't stand, gays, gypsies, and the likes, that they are now burning them up in Auschwitz and the likes. All right? So just imagine. But the borders remain intact. Nazis are defeated in the battlefield, but they are not pushed back into their own country. They are not, say, put under military administration. Would you have traded with Germany, full well knowing that they're genociding the Jews? Would you? Should you? Is that what we are about to do? Certainly not, right? 3.5 million people. Jesus Christ, what are we discussing?
As does everyone here, Axel, but I think we all love Ukraine and its people. There are going to be some amoral businessmen that will want to trade with Russia after this is over. And I think, yeah.
I'm with you, Tom. I'm just saying that the gas prices are political prices. And trading gas with Russia, which requires capital investment and therefore sanctions exemptions for Schlumberger and Halliburton, because you will need those two. If not, well, there's 3 other companies as well, but those two you definitely will need. I doubt that we will see these exemptions. I cannot imagine that any of those 2 companies want to be associated with a country which has forcibly removed 3.5 million people, has been selling children into sex slavery and organ harvesting. I find it despicable if politicians were even to countenance that thought. This is why this space here exists. We create information awareness. This is our duty, our moral obligation to make that case, that it's completely, utterly bereft of any sense and any moral argument to allow Russia to trade, as long as it has not repatriated all those souls, dead or alive. Anyone an argument with this? Please shake your hands. Give me some kind of a signal that you want to talk about this issue and have an argument with what I just said, please. Oh, Jimmy, you have an argument with this. Please.
Sorry.
Come on, Jimmy.
I agree. No, I'm agreeing with you this time.
Are you in agreement with
I
me?
agree,
That's
yeah.
fine.
No, I'm
Okay,
I
then we
want less
can-
word salad and more action. So anyway.
Good. Much appreciated, Jimmy. Thank you. Tom, I apologize. I interrupted
Yeah,
you.
last thing was just, I completely and utterly agree with you. And I think it's much easier to make that moral argument now. I'm thinking like 12 months' time, 24 months' time. It could start to get harder, particularly because higher energy prices do affect economies. There's going to be politicians at home going, the war's over, But anyway,
Tom, good point. So in 12 months or in 36 months, we'll make the case. Let's burn the last 700,000 of the 3.5 million who haven't been returned, right? So we just burn them by buying gas. Is that the argument? Should we make that argument? Of course not. We will have to stand here. We have to stand tall as long as it takes to win this war. And winning this war means keeping the flame up in order to ensure that those who have been taken are repatriated. This is our moral duty. This is why we're here. That's why we're not going away. This is why the MriyaReport exists. And a very good morning to everybody else.
Thank you. So Tom and Axel have aggressively agreed with each other. That's always good. And Jimmy has joined the party. I believe it was Brad next. Brad, welcome up.
Hey, how's everybody? I had a few thoughts about reparations and kind of the post-bellum situation. I agree with everything Axel just said. I think that winning the war, what does that mean? It means all kinds of things. It means reparations. It means obviously kicking Russia out of Ukraine. It also, at a practical level, it means that Vladimir Putin is gone, right? Because the war will not cease, not really. Even if you kick the Russians out, they're going to be lobbing missiles in for the next 20 years to the extent that Putin's still in office. So any realistic view of, a post-conflict situation involves Putin being gone. it also involves having all of the children, other citizens that Russia has stolen being returned to Ukraine. Assuming that all takes place, question is, how do we go about doing reparations? But also, in addition to reparations, we can never be in this situation again, where Russia has the type of leverage that it has exerted over the EU like it has now. And at the same time, it is in everybody's interest, assuming that can be the case. It is in everybody's interest that we do get access to Russia's natural resources, their products. One thing that I'd love to hear Axel's thoughts on are, I don't know, I just came up with the following idea. What if Gazprom Bank no longer existed? But what if there were a new bank called Gazprom Ukraine Bank that existed? And all the trade that occurs between the Russia and the European Union would have to flow through this bank that is domiciled in Ukraine, right? And I'm also kind of assuming that Ukraine becomes part of the EU as part of this process, so that it's working underneath some type of set of laws regarding the EU. So on the one hand, you have a bank that is domiciled in Ukraine through which all of this trade is occurring. I mean, that helps out in terms of like building jobs, but it also would come along with a certain set of what I would call liquidated damages. And what I mean by that is, we've seen this very peculiar situation where the United States and Europe we've been able to essentially sequester all these Russian, state reserves in our banks and essentially freeze them. But we don't have the legal apparatus in place to essentially seize them. That's something different. That will require some new laws. Well, in a situation where the war is won, and essentially Russia has to accept certain terms, perhaps there's a place for deposit foreign currency reserves of the Russian Federation being deposited in banks in Europe, primarily in Ukraine, but also with any European country with whom Russia is doing a lot of business, and essentially laws being put in place such that if Russia gets out of line, whether it's invading another country or it's doing anything that we consider to be not great, and of course we'd have to figure out what those triggers would be. Essentially, liquidated damages would come into play, and those deposits would not only be frozen, but they would be transferred under certain circumstances to the states, or I guess you kind of see where I'm heading with this, Axel. So the idea is to defang Russia by essentially putting its foreign currency reserves in the hands of the people over whom it would have leverage, such that if it tried to exert that leverage instantly, the money just changes hands. Thoughts?
Okay, well, fine as such, but how do you enforce it?
What do you mean? How do you enforce it?
How do you enforce the fact that they can't sell to any other party outside? How can they not run the embargo? That's my point. I'm completely fine with the structure. You have to still embargo them. You still have to massively sanction them.
Yes, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about trading partners outside of Europe. I'm just talking about any trade with Europe would have to go through specific entities. Otherwise, it would fall under some type of sanction.
Okay, there's the catch. If you think it through to the very end, you will see that means that there's a complete disincentive for Russia to sell to Europe, and or to any European off-taker,
and Russia will sell to Asian/other off-takers only and solely. And whilst the structure exists to deter sales to Europe, it will not deter Russia from selling to other parties. That's just how it works then. The market force.
Yeah, that wasn't. It wasn't
avoiding
my intent. Yeah, it wasn't my intention to deal with them selling stuff to Russia or India or whoever, because I'm not sure how we would control that. But the thing that I was trying to address was the leverage that Russia was wielding over Europe specifically. Certainly, there's reparations that need to be dealt with, but you know, in particular, I was looking to come up with a way. And granted, I don't know enough about banking in Europe to say how any of this would work. But the general idea was essentially to eliminate the leverage that Russia would have over Europe, and essentially put penalties in place such that we don't have to write new laws. Laws are in place such that there's an incredible amount of assets on the books in European banks that belong to Russia, such that if Russia breaks certain rules, those assets just get transferred. So we're not dealing with $300 billion sitting in banks and trying to figure that out for 7 to 10 years. No, it happens in, if they invade Ukraine again, that money gets transferred in like a month.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, that eradicates the legal traditions of at least 24 members I'm aware of the EU in that regard, having researched this a bit over the past couple of weeks and months. But that doesn't really matter. I generally like the approach of having one institution which runs through this, but you get awfully close to the so-called oil for food program, which also failed. And that's what
do we know why
market
it failed?
Because it was wrongly designed, and you can't.
You can't
want to do the job.
eat.
Okay, please.
You can't eat oil. You can't have oil.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, but of course it's the administration failure. But I agree with you. Neither can you.
And you know what?
Completely correct.
Gazprom would have to be called Hasprom because of the G being pronounced H in Ukrainian. Just food for thought. Unlike food for oil, which doesn't make sense. Thanks.
Okay. And a good morning to you.
Good morning. I figure if everyone else has to suffer, because I wake up every morning at 2 or 3 to feed babies milk, and I figure you all have to suffer with my jokes that I use to get me by. Cheers.
So Axel, how you kind of see the general approach I'm taking to this. I don't know what the right structure is exactly, but the basic idea is the assets have to be held where trade is occurring, and those assets, if Russia breaks whatever treaty we come up with, those assets then get transferred. I'll put that in your hands. How would you go about? Maybe that's the wrong approach, but you tell. I mean, this is your leisure domain, right? And this is your area. So how would you kind of structure the incentives the same way that I've kind of suggested, but something that's probably would actually work? How would you go about this?
Yeah, I'm from the angle I looked at this, and I took a little bit more time going through the Easter weekend, working through various options, and spoke to a number of people I know, and pretty much everything we came up with, and these are some very serious people, way above my mental pay grade, but we all ended up with the same kind of result, that, and this is not game theory, this is just pure market forces, that there is absolutely no way to enforce. There are two things which we are lacking. We can't enforce a market restriction of a country of that size, physical size, and borders to other non-cooperating or incooperating nations. We just can't. We also can't put them under military administration. As a consequence, our force can only be massive embargoes and sanctions. And these embargoes and sanctions will have to have secondary triggers, meaning
secondary approaches for those who engage in still cooperating with them. This whole affair triggers another Cold War. And that's what I've been saying since a long time. I think Europeans and Americans need to be aware that unless they engage in the same kind of deterrence and steadfastness as the United States of America and its allies did throughout the Cold War, this will not be won. I know that people don't like it. I know that people think, shit, this hits all our other ideas. We had such great ideas for the 21st century, and we wanted all these wonderful things. And we really only want to go back to our television and, happily consume. You will not win this without massive long-term sanctions.
I wanted to jump in, besides my hilarious Hasbrom joke. There are some things happening on the ground that I was looking at, and there are a bunch of questions. Can we jump into a bit of a military thing here? Do we want to talk about oil
Yes,
in Germany
please.
and
No.
allgemeine Deutsche Zungenpaper and how fun it is? And I'm not making fun of the Germans. I know it's
Come on,
fascinating.
Yoda. Come on.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
I know, but maybe some of these other folks here have a question real quick there. I'll just key up the computers here. Okay.
We can cycle through quickly.
Yeah,
unless
cycle
you're ready
through
already.
quickly. No, it's just I don't have the map up. I'm going to go to.
Okay, do your thing. So, and Tim, in the meantime, whilst Yehuda is preparing, maybe you can already get a map into the nest, unless Yehuda has something specific.
I'm putting the tweet up, the one that.
Okay, cool.
That's it.
Whilst you do this, quickly, anybody who has a question as to the sanctions and the likes, Florian, Pub, Den, Paulie, one after another. Florian. Sanctions or no?
Yes, I was away
Okay.
from the phone.
No problem.
On the sanctions, since I live in Switzerland, and Switzerland has decided to follow the EU sanction, I've written last night the State Secretariat on Economic Affairs on the formal inquiry how they would enforce this in Geneva. And I've also written the member of the upper house of parliament for Zurich, who I've voted for, how he intends to enforce this. I know it's very hard, I follow you, but I have written, because I sit in the investment committee of a very large pension fund, to their organization that does so-called exclusion lists, companies you cannot invest or bonds not trade in, that everything he's engaged in this type of stuff like Trafigura, that we put them on the exclusion list like whatever Syrian companies. So last night I got a bit sort of angry, and I started to do something you can do in Switzerland, because there's a lot of capital and there's this masters in Geneva. I don't know what it will bring, but I have done this with the State Secretary of Economic Affairs in the formal way that I have to answer within 9 days. And I've asked a few
Swiss
friends to
democracy
do the same
lives.
thing.
Swiss democracy lives.
I've asked a few friends who are lawyers to do this, and I'm talking to the investment community of the pension fund. This is 20 billion, so it's not nothing. That they make an influence on this organization that does this ethical investment behavior, that this is now brought up. So this is as little as I can do, but I just wanted to say I share all your reservations on how this will work in reality. Markets are stronger, but Switzerland is an important place in that thing, and let's kick their butts, because we need to do something. Period.
Excellent, Florian. Bloody
just as a small one, because I'm so frustrated often about politics. I do the little things I can do. I've done it last night.
That's great, and that's the beauty of social media, reaching out and touching someone online and going to your elected officials and demanding accountability. It's a fair.
No, it's the beauty of you Yehuda kicking my ass a week ago on German politics.
No, sorry about that. I'm glad it worked. You sorted your burden.
No. Fully right. I have no problem getting my ass kicked if it's correct.
Fair enough. Well, we'll be gentle, kind of. Let's. No, that's very good. It's very inspiring to hear people reaching out honestly to their elected officials and whatever appointed peoples and saying, "Look, here's our chance. Let's do something." and just keep it up, because I've heard from politicians from around the world on this space saying things like we're emboldened by the support from the public. Often people don't message their representatives. Sometimes people don't even know who they are. But continue it, please. It's great work. Next one.
And it's the market, Yehuda. It's the market. If a pension fund investment committee ultimately decides we're not standing for this, we're not investing in this, we'll put them on a list. And by the way, argue with their might also as a market participant in the political process. That's good. So very much appreciated.
That's an added bonus, but not everyone sits on not everyone sits on a pension board, but you still should contact your elected representatives, because even those individual calls mean a lot, is what we meant.
So, sorry, very shortly, there's an umbrella organization that sets this rules for all Swiss pension funds, and that's around 1 trillion francs under assets under management. And if something gets on their exclusion list, they all have to de-invest. So I'm pressuring the maximum point I can.
Very good.
Amazing.
If you need any support in writing, we'll talk to more of our Swiss friends, and I'll get them in touch with you. Maybe we can get at least some movement started amongst the Swiss elite. Because I would really hope that this takes hold, because it's absolutely vital that the market pushes back against those who would like to exploit it.
Exactly.
Let's go to the other names before we have the Yehuda's update. Then, John, do you have anything on sanctions, or you want to wait for military update?
Yeah, I have actually on sanctions. Thanks.
Sure.
And just want to comment on Brad's idea. It sounds good, but it would still keep Russia's leverage on Europe, being dependent on their energy. I think. I mean, all they have to do is cut the flow. That's what they've done now. They don't care about the revenue once they need to use that weapon. So I think it will not work.
I think my point was that any country that Russia was doing business with, Russia would have to build up its foreign currency reserves in financial institutions domiciled in that country, such that should they ever essentially use that business relationship as kind of a geopolitical leverage point, those assets which they'd be a minimum amount of reserves. It would be some type of ratio based upon the amount of trade occurring. Essentially, there'd be enough assets there that would put that country in a position to transfer away from Russia again. So if for example, if Germany had enough Russian assets at German banks to cover Germany's energy needs for 2 years, that seems like a pretty good, strategic cushion, right? And Russia has to have its foreign currency reserves somewhere. And so to the extent that they're trading with Europe after doing all this stuff that they've done, to the extent that we can defang them in that manner, that was the idea that I had in my head. But again, I don't know the European banking system.
I don't know how much more time I have, so I'm going to just kick off Pub T. Polly, just real quick. Do you have a sanctions question?
Go ahead, Yehuda.
I think I have little one stirring, so I'm going to kick off here. If you look at the map in the nest, you can see what I'm referring to in terms of Kherson. But first, as per usual, I'm going to start in Kharkiv for the 5th of October. In Kharkiv Oblast, Ukrainian forces have advanced and taken crossroads at Makivka in Luhansk Oblast. This is an important place to be, a very vital crossroad, stepping off point for attack in the vicinity of Svatove. And Crimea is also being pressured by Ukrainian forces. Next bounds from there would be Starobilsk and Troitsk to the north, Starobilsk to the east. Ukrainians are moving cautiously, yet are advancing in strength. Severodonetsk and Lysychansk possibly are intermediate or final objectives for this phase of the operation. And I would suspect that before winter sets in fully, Starobilsk would be the final objective for Ukrainian forces in the region. Additionally, off topic somewhat, Iranian Shahed drones, which can carry a 50-kilogram payload, did attack a barracks. 10 drones were sent through. 4 were destroyed with apparently Israeli countermeasure systems or information. The details are not public. 6 did arrive on target, and there was no one home. A civilian got injured. That's for the Lysychansk, sorry, for the Donbass update. It is moving cautiously, but moving forward. Kherson, Ukrainian forces are still clearing the positions, moving southwards in the general direction of the Inhulets River. If you look at the map, you see the dotted lines generally indicate expected or planned movements. The solid lines are either being conducted or will be conducted. So there's a bit of a blurry difference there because I don't have the opportunity to make 15 maps. I'm kind of jumbling them together. However, if you look at the arrow, I have the solid blue arrow at the bottom. Some people notice that it's south of Milov and spelled my love. And they said, well, they're not there yet. Not necessarily. That arrow could have been 3 or 4 smaller blue arrows with the Iraqi screen symbol on it. I didn't put it on. Not too relevant. I figured before Yom Kippur that maybe afterwards it would be a reality. However, Ukrainian Iraqis platoons have obviously passed through Russian lines, and they're doing their business of defining the enemy where they find them. Why this is important, and I will say it again, I put 5,000 casualties. Casualties does not mean killed. It means wounded. It means deserted. It means a series of things which at the end of the day removes them from the enemy's equation of soldiers fit for duty, or their combat effectiveness. Additionally, what's very important about this is the terrain analysis. So if you're doing a terrain analysis, you can go to your Google Maps, you can go to your whatever you're using, satellite imagery, and it is or a topographical map too. It's in the Ukrainians' best interest to exploit a lot of this territory going south. I have gone through, if you notice, there's one mechanized brigade destroyed. That's the red X dotted through the symbol, map symbol. Then you have an artillery regiment, either destroyed or captured as well. You have remaining 3, plus a reinforced 4th now have, I'd say they're not even dug in, but they've located further south. It looks like they've tried to make a defensive position. Why this is a problem and why that arrow shows, the red arrow south shows movement, is because it's open terrain. It's very much farmers' fields all the way south into Kherson. There are about 2 or 3 estuaries, one being about 8 kilometers in, the others being 2 or 3, possibly a place for Russians to defend from. Not such a good idea. They can be trapped as easily in them. So the Ukrainians would have to have a concern for logistics and sustainment, bringing up enough ammunition and fuel and POL down that southern front, just because it is open. And that means that for the Russians, it's very hard for them to form any kind of defensive position, especially in the open. It would be easy targeting for from the artillery side, for the drone operators, ISTAR. They would need a week in a permissive environment to array a series of defensive positions that are sufficient enough to withstand a Ukrainian attack. We're not going to talk about the sizes of the Ukrainian attack. I think some people have. I prefer not to in terms of strength, but it isn't a 3-to-1 ratio. The Ukrainians there's more parity there than I would like. However, the Ukrainians are supremely better trained and possess far more effective force multipliers than the Russians do. So what that means is that they don't have to have 3-to-1 to continuously chase the Russians. That plane all the way down is not there's nowhere, you're not going to have Russian forces using the trenching equipment to build a 20-kilometer series of trench systems or fortifications. They're pretty much on the run There are Russian Telegram channels, and I haven't posted a new map yet, but I will within a day or so, that are reporting them, them finding themselves encircled. Ukrainians have I'd say, a generous bypass policy. What that means is, commanders are authorized to bypass pockets of Russian defenders in defensive positions that may have been in place prior to this counteroffensive, and in doing so, they've removed the time required, less than the time required to advance, and presumably Ukrainian follow-on forces will destroy those smaller Russian positions. Either way, what's even more shocking is there is a 5th Combined Arms Army midway down to Kherson. No one really knows what they're doing. From the chatter, from the telegrams and the Russian social media and comms, is that the forces in the north, which are some of the best the Russians have, were promised reinforcements. They did not come. The last 3 weeks on the sustainment side looked as though they were starting to increase some supply through helicopter airdrops, but not really enough to maintain anything serious, and certainly not able to maintain that under contact or under a lot of pressure. So the supposed reinforcements have never did come, and we're seeing Russians surrendering. Actually, there's a lot of videos of Russians surrendering with the white flag, a BMP-2 video that's going around, and you see at least 3 or 4 Russians surrendering. The Ukrainians, I would add, in terms of field craft and tradecraft, were very professional. It was very much a textbook NATO accepting of a surrender. The infantrymen were well placed. They weren't lazing each other. They looked very, very professional. I was really impressed at their demeanor and how they conducted themselves with the Russians. Obviously, they didn't beat them. They secured them. They covered each other properly. I've seen pictures in other conflicts where everyone has a weapon pointed at each other. Bad news. 1 or 2 infantrymen at 90-degree angles on the prisoner of war and their mate securing them. Just proper stuff. Good to go. Very impressed. And if you look at that video, that is what it looks like in Kherson Oblast. Open fields, mildly undulating, not even that rolly, but for the most part, open farmers' fields with copses of trees here and there. Nothing that's going to hide a brigade, maybe cover for a Russian platoon, but that's it. If you've got a Russian platoon and a copse of trees and a Ukrainian brigade barreling down, it's good night. It's good night for you, Mr. Russian platoon. So definitely my concern, it's definitely a good thing for Ukraine, but my concern is as well moving up your supply. So what I suspect that we'll see in Kherson is the Ukrainians consolidating positions and then another tactical bound. The enemy has a vote. The Russians might try to make a stand, as people say. However, I suspect they're going to remove themselves and try to get down to the comfort of the 5th Combined Arms Army. Hopefully they're digging in because they have a potential to do that. But the 3 and 4 Russian mechanized brigades that were in the north, there's very little they can do on the run. They're decisively engaged. They're probably leaving quite a bit of men and material. 5,000 is actually a low number. I suspect they were closer to 10 to 15,000 in the north there, and others left. So it's not all 5,000 dead Russian soldiers. I do notice that in the comments, of which there are many, in that post in the nest are incredulous to 5,000. That's crazy. It's not crazy. They're up to 25, 30,000 Russians west of the Dnipro. Some numbers are coming in at much lower, 15 or 20, but we know there were 15 or 20 before. There were actually 15 before the movement of those Russian units from Kharkiv Oblast into Kherson. So what this means is there is a 5th Combined Arms Army, almost equidistant from the top of what the Russians did have to Kherson City. The halfway point is Novokhovka, the dam. I suspect you're going to see 5th Combined Arms Army putting up some serious defenses, and then the stragglers and remainders of the northern portion of those Russian forces are going to join them, and some kind of redoubt would be formed, or some glorious defense of something or other would be undertaken. The Novikovka area, I suspect, will be a major choke point and a key terrain, if not vital ground, for Russians and Ukrainians. And now that might sound like a standstill, but I haven't mentioned, and we haven't talked, and I didn't put it on the map, there are considerable Ukrainian forces to the west of that combined Fifth Army. So you've seen a very classic move where the Ukrainians along the western border have been fixing, blocking, turning Russians, whilst another force moves south to clear. Eventually, I suspect that force that was moving south will form its own kind of massive fire base, let's call it. And those other Ukrainians west of them will be the ones assaulting in. So it makes it very hard for the Russians. They now have to defend themselves from two positions, the north and the west. Right now, they've been chased down from the north. So all in all, it's an amazing situation that the Ukrainians find themselves in. I suspect we will see more of this over the next couple of days. And everyone now, I think, is recognizing, all the talking heads and the military analysts online on TV are saying there's at least 15,000 Russians that will either be forced to surrender. I don't think they'll put up that much of a fight. Their supplies, again, are low. And we said this a month ago, and they were. But a month passed, or 3 weeks at least, while Ukrainians focused more of their energy on, instead of destroying sustainment supply chains in Kherson, because you have to do it continually. You don't just do it once. They can move around. They went up to Kharkiv to do this spectacular attack, and that means artillery, and that means all sorts of ISTAR capabilities. But now that's focused back on Kherson, and you're going to see the Ukrainians start hitting anything that moves to bring the Russians resupply. So I say it's fair to say that 15,000 could very well be trapped on the wrong side of the river yet again. So this is overall very good news, and I'm going to go over instead of the military from the military aspect. Again, just look at the terrain. Anyone can do it. Google Earth maps, look at the terrain, and imagine you're a strong Ukrainian force chasing down Russian forces. There's almost nowhere for the Russians to stop, and it's not enough that it's a 1 kilometer valley or ridge. There are way too many Russian forces. There are 10,000 of them least, if not a little more, moving south, and they need a lot of space to defend themselves. They can't be shoulder to shoulder. That'd be bad. Anyway, terrain analysis, check it out. Politically, Czech Republic has reportedly agreed to supply upgraded T-72s and an unknown number. Some suspect it's about 75 tanks, and they've been fixing them up over the last few months, let's just say. EU, as we have said, has agreed to a Russian oil cap. Lithuania, sadly, I understand, has said there has to be exceptions made for some Russian oil. We can talk more about that later, but that's a point that's interesting. And OPEC obviously announced a decrease in oil production, 2 million barrels, and that could obviously affect the price somehow. It raised it, and it's good for Russia and obviously bad for the United States. Having said that, the key takeaway point here is the Ukrainians are going to exploit whatever they can in Kherson. Obviously, they'd love to see the collapse of all Russian forces west of the Dnipro. They've seen it pretty much in the northern part of that AO. The remaining Russians are being cleared, and the rest are trying to get back to the 5th Combined Arms Army. I hope that helps, and if there are any questions, I'll take a few. Axel, Tim?
Thanks, Joe. I see Brad has his hand up. So Brad, fire away.
Yeah, Yehuda. I'm just curious, if you're Ukraine, I mean, timing's everything on something like this. What is that list of check boxes that if you're commanding that group that's going to attack from the north, what are the check boxes that you have to tick? And what do you think was the last one that they were waiting for? Such that when they finally ticked it, that's when it was go time. And then second question I had was, You know, I hear that 98% of people in Kaliningrad want to join Czech Republic. Is that what you're hearing?
Something like that. And I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
Oh, the first part. What's the checklist of boxes that you, as a when you're deciding to hit the go button to invade Kherson from the north, which boxes do you have to check in order for you to say now is the time for us to go? And what do you think was the last thing that they were waiting for to be in place on the Russian side for that to occur?
The Russians, I don't know what they need on the Russian side, but are you talking about the attack they just made, or Kherson City when you say Kherson?
Yeah, the attack that they just made. Like,
okay, yeah, got it. I'm tracking. Look, they degraded their potential to resupply severely 3 weeks ago. I suspect that they didn't have resources to do those two major offensives at the same time, and so or to provide the resources and those force multipliers. What I mean by force multipliers, all the ISTAR capabilities and artillery. So that allowed for drips and drabs of supplies to make it over across the river. I suspect the Ukrainians attrited them for about a week with artillery, harassed them, defined the enemy, shaped them. And so once you have a good idea with pretty awesome recce maneuvers that you know where everyone's at, you drop your order and off the formations go. I think they obviously assumed, and they assumed correctly, that the disposition of the Russians wasn't really good, that their ammunition would not last that long, and they made the decision based on those factors. And there's timing, there's all sorts of things that I'm not privy to that could be direction from higher, that they need to trade time for security. So even if it's not the perfect conditions, and there never is a perfect condition, then you go. And that's what they did.
Cool, thanks.
No problem. Pub?
G'day. Thanks for taking my call. First of all, thanks, Jimmy, for your earlier comments. It's really beneficial for people on the other side of the world when we're a little bit detached from the situation to find out exactly, how it's affecting people on the ground in Ukraine. So thoughts and prayers for you. My questions are more of a general question, not so much related to military activity. I've been having a discussion with a gentleman on Twitter who, for some reason, doesn't want UK to fund the war in Ukraine. I went through the Budapest agreement with him, the Budapest memorandum, and what it came out with was he made a point that agreements can be broken, and he felt that it wasn't his war. Now I understand this, yet is there any way of enforcing those agreements? Where does Ukraine stand? And does it need to address this? You see it many times on Twitter from the States. Why are we sending this money to Ukraine when such and such is wrong in our own country? And when you point out that you've got an agreement in place, the apathy or the disconnection from it, I can't understand, or does it need to be addressed by Ukraine?
Yeah, I got it. I don't know how Ukraine can address it by other than saying, "Hey, you promised us that you would protect us, and we're not." So you could tell your friend that, and I don't hear coming from everywhere or a lot from the United States. It comes from a particular group. Generally, they're the group that believe in non-intervention and isolationism. That really worked well for America in World War I and II. So I think history is on our side, and also a lot of those people believe that the world is not even a globe; it's flat. And I'm not joking. I just was in several of the rooms today not today, a few days ago rather, kind of giggling, conspiracy theories, baby eaters, blah blah blah. So the most vociferous Americans or people in the West are usually cranks. I got to be honest, right? They're the ones that use the word sheeple the most. Everyone's a sheeple. You believe in science, you're sheeple, chemtrails. And I'm going to lump them all in the same basket because for the most part, they all give each other supporting fires. I've seen a lot of accounts that look legit, especially from the UK or the States, and they'll have as seen on BBC. So at one point in their life, they were on the BBC or they were on Sky News or on CNN, and this is their claim to fame. They'll say they're a journalist, and you'll see them. Why are we doing this? Why are we helping Ukraine? This is crazy. And then you look at a lot of their connections and they're cranks, strange people. I mean, you can't really argue with that. But at any rate, you could say to your friend who said agreements can be broken. Well, I'm sure he wouldn't like that with the IRA, would he? You can't just say agreements can be broken and expect no repercussions. So the Ukrainians are involved in a very secret dialogue, peace negotiations. It's called warfare. And that's the way they are communicating with the Russians. It's a force, it's a language that the Russians understand because diplomacy, civility, decency, human rights, these aren't languages that the Russians care for. So I am not a warmonger by any chance or any means. I think negotiations are always important. However, there are no negotiations with Russia. Russia does not come to another country and next 20% of it and say, okay, we can negotiate. Negotiate what? Your surrender? If the Russians wanted to negotiate, can you please let the rest of our soldiers leave your country without capturing them or killing them? I think that's a fair negotiation, but something tells me that's not what the Russians want to negotiate. So all of this BS from especially uneducated, irrelevant people, I don't care if you're a great businessman or you're a this or that, but you have no idea about military. Don't go telling the world that, oh, it's only going to get worse because Russia can mobilize millions more. Millions more what? Millions more people to put on green clothes and die? I mean, what are you going to mobilize them to do? And with what weapons will you give them? We see it constantly. So I think that there are just people that think that soldiering is like, working at Tim Hortons. You can put on a hat, and this is how you pour the coffee, and this is you say hello and thank you, and then boom, you work at you work at a coffee shop. That's not what being a soldier is, and the equipment that you have to give each soldier, the complexity, and the way you work as a team, all that stuff is stuff the Russians don't possess. So if and I'm obviously referencing Elon Musk with his comments. He said, "Oh, there's 3 times the population; they can put millions of okay." If 10 years ago, the Russians changed their entire military structure, mobilized 10 million men, while they didn't have any sanctions, built weapons, and this would be a different story. Ukraine would be screwed. But the Russians haven't done that, and they're not trained to do that, and they don't have the supplies, and they're not going to build new weapons to outfit 2, 3, 4 million men. They're not. They don't have it. They made a cosmic error, a gargantuan mistake. They assumed, because of bad intelligence, because of corruption throughout the Russian system from top to bottom, that the Ukrainians, this is the big factor here, the Ukrainians wouldn't stop them. They thought Ukrainians would support them. Putin was living in a fantasy land. He still talks about it to this day. He just had an interview where he was talking to, like a town hall. And he said, the majority of Ukrainians, they love us. We're this, we're that. And it's just not true. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for that. Look, I agree. I agree with you on the idea that Putin, I see Putin has always wanted to re-establish a USSR when he was in the KGB. Apparently, he was devastated from the documentaries I've seen on it about the fall of Russia, and was always his goal to re-establish it. With that in mind, the force structure, the force stance at the moment is with Ukraine. The will's with Ukraine and the momentum's with Ukraine. Can you see anything stopping that?
I'm gonna have to pass on that one. I have to do something at home now. Sorry. Tim, Axel. Sorry, I have to feed it. I thought I had a whole night free, and I was wrong.
Thanks for your time, Uganda. It's
No
been
worries.
great.
I'll be back. Thanks.
Thank you, Yehuda. Sorry, pub test. Could you please repeat your last question? And I will do my best to answer it, and then we'll move on to John.
Yeah, really, I'm addressing that elephant in the room. We're all assuming here that it's a foregone Ukraine win. I'm saying the force stances with Ukraine, the will's with Ukraine, the momentum's with Ukraine at the moment. Can you see anything impeding that?
No, and I will not rely on my own opinion for that. I will refer you to the interview that General Sir David Petraeus gave to I think it was CNN a few days ago, when he said that there is nothing Russia can do militarily to turn this round. He was really quite forthright. I don't have the article in front of me, but he was really quite forthright, saying, look, this is a military defeat for Russia, and it's a matter of when and not if. It's simply a matter of how quickly it occurs. He said that there is nothing Russia can do to bring this around. There's no degree of mobilization or no degree of reinforcement they're capable of executing. They cannot successfully defend the Ukrainian territory that they hold. Okay, so spaces like this, we know which side our toast is buttered on, and so we can fall prey to wishful thinking, I guess. But David Petraeus certainly doesn't, and he knows a thing or two about warfare. So I would say, no, the momentum is with Ukraine. It's with Ukraine for a reason, and there's precisely nothing Russia can do about it except lose.
I agree, and I believe General Petraeus also said that if Russia was to use a tactical nuclear weapon, he'd sink the Black Sea fleet. Do they have any left? Yeah, look, thanks very much. I've found this really rewarding, insightful. You're doing great.
Thank you very much. John, very good morning to you.
Good morning to you, sir, and to General Sir David Petraeus, who apparently got a covert knighting somewhere. So good effort to him.
No, it's an honorary.
Yeah. No, it was a quick one. I lost signal mid-update, so missed all after damn. I don't want Yehuda to repeat himself, but Tim, Axel, either of you, was there anything said, number one, about the possible Recce forces that had crossed to the east bank of the Dnipro? And secondly, just interested around that dam. A few of us have been chatting offline. That seems to us probably like the vital ground now, is basically seizing that crossing, and if possible, seizing the far bank. And the city at that point can probably be. We've been talking about the problem of Kherson City and how to address it, and the most likely outcome is for that to really to be screened longer term and then isolated by taking the other bank and moving across the Dnipro there. Really just interested if I missed anything in that last half of the update that touched on those issues. Thank you.
I'll jump on that. So I did say that there were Recces. I didn't mention east or west. I suspect there are some. However, in order to isolate Kherson, you don't need to be on the east bank. You can isolate it effectively with fire control from the northern outskirts of Kherson. So at no point do I think that they will. I don't think they'll engage in Narbanop. I think they'll just choke them, isolate them. There will be nothing that the Russians would be able to do to interdict this Ukrainian isolation. I think judging by the amount of forces the Ukrainians have, they're not moving. They're not securing a bridgehead on east of the Dnipro until they're ready to go. But yeah, that doesn't mean that recce's aren't going back and forth. I suspect they clearly are. But when you get real close to Kherson, as you know, the river Dnipro cuts more southwest, which leaves the entire approaches to Kherson from the east on the east bank of the Dnipro well open to fire. Not a place that the Russians want to be like sat and trying to move things across in barges. It won't work. So I suspect that's not in the cards, any substantial size Ukrainian forces east of the Dnipro for now. John?
All right, that's grand. Thanks for repeating that. Sorry for losing signal.
Problem. Yeah, well, it's not your fault. Yeah, so again, when it comes to Kherson, when it does get to the city itself, you can expect, some either. I'm sure the surrender negotiations will come back up. Again, we don't know if that even would work, because there are some zealous Russians that will not want to surrender, and they might affect any surrender negotiations. But at any rate, they won't have anything to eat or to fire. It'll end some way, by hook or by crook, perhaps. Let's go to Edward and then Jimmy.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, just to sort of follow on from John's point. I mean, once all the Russians in Kherson are either dead, surrendered, or except for a few strong swimmers, should we expect it all to go quiet? I mean, I was looking in that area because if you look at the road that they took down to Mylov from Zalota Balka, there's that whole stretch from the bend in the river where it bends east all the way down to Kukovka. It's sort of 75 kilometers and a 6 to 8 mile gap between two parallel roads. And I'm wondering if anyone will bother to hang around on the Russian occupied side for artillery exchanges. I mean, I think we've seen some movement, at least it was advertised on Twitter, of Russian units heading west to that bank. Or will it all just go quiet and we'll wait for another offensive down into Melitopol or wherever?
Well, as Ukrainians move south, counter battery moves up with them too. So if the Russians wanted to try to attack from the east bank, there would be consequences for that. So I think they are being tracked, though. Okay. Let's go to Jimmy.
Hey, just wanted to hear if you guys know anything about the tanks that are being built up, materials being deposited north of Kharkiv. You have any numbers or what's happening? I saw something earlier, but I couldn't follow up with it. But maybe
By whom? What side?
Kharkiv, I think north or north.
No, Ukrainians or Russians?
Russians. They're dumping material now north of Kharkiv.
Yeah. I've heard stories. Not sure how much or how effective it is anyway. They're definitely into their B and C team of armor. And a lot of as the war progresses, a lot of the material that we're seeing come from captured from the Russian side are effective mobility kills. They don't move very well. So does Ukraine ignore them? No. Do they change everything because of them? No. They're going to obviously try to do what they would think is disperse Ukrainian forces. But again, the Ukrainians have far more forces than I think anyone is readily able to admit or share with us. Does that make sense, Jimmy?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's. I'm just concerned that if they're going to park that stuff there, that Ukraine can't. Well, I mean, they can hit it with their own artillery. They just can't use the HIMARS, obviously. So, but that's just how it is.
No, 100%. And also, any other future Russian incursion into Ukraine is going to be dealt with very differently, much differently. You're seeing the power of the Ukrainian military in Bakhmut. Bakhmut has literally chopped up thousands of Russians, and they're not moving. We talked about the loss of Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, and it was a delay, a mobile defense. The Ukrainians moved to where they wanted to, but now we see with all the weaponry and the reinforcements Bakhmut's not going anywhere, and the Russians, that's all they're trying to do. So you can see that even when the Russians want to do something, Ukrainians, their combat power is greater, and they have more force multipliers. So I suspect that if the Russians right now, territorial defense, all sorts of other units within the Ukrainian, repertoire are focused in the north to defend from any Russian incursion. It would not be a repeat of the first weeks of the war. This is a different Ukrainian military, different Ukrainian territorial defense, very much reinforced. But more importantly, they possess those force multipliers when it comes to artillery, counter battery, radar, all of those things. It's just a different game. And so I'm sure that no one wants to hear, of another Russian force attacking, but it's not going to make that much of a difference.
That's good.
Yehuda, during the night
as well, there are some new videos where there will be coming out from MriyaAid about the drones, and I want to say that might be one of the areas that they're deployed in.
Yehuda, can you hear me?
So I thought you had a question about the drones. That's why I sent you a message. Anyway, a lot's going on, and Kharkiv is one of those areas in Luhansk where I suspect Ukrainians are fine progressing to the first major snowfall, and then being able to attrit the Russians in Donbass. It's why this flurry, in my opinion, this flurry of so-called political activity where Putin is babbling about annexing and yada yada and Russian people forever nonsense. It's because he doesn't have any other hand, and he's not going to go. I don't think he's going to go nuke. I'll be honest. It's not going to win him anything on the battlefield, and he'll lose everyone. He'll lose China. And the Chinese have told him, and the Chinese, they're not his friends. They never were. Chinese don't like losers. Right? So the Chinese and Indians have said, we've been quiet or we've been tacit up till now, but you think you're going to go nuclear? There's a very simple reason for that. China wants Taiwan. Russia does something stupid with nukes, then the next time some other a-hole country wants to play games like that, which will be China and Taiwan, the world's reaction will be very difficult. So no one's buying it. I suspect everyone will say, hey, to be responsible, we have to consider that they might, but you have to look at it as in what's the benefit. I did post an article by Elliot Cohen. It's on my profile. I suggest you read it. It is literally the best article I've seen written on it. If someone wants to post it in the nest, I highly recommend, if you are even a casual observer or someone who's interested in any of this, read the post by Elliot Cohen. It's not a post, it's in the Atlantic. And that answers, I think that answers probably every single question that I've heard in this space for the last week, maybe month. Perfectly reasonable, and it makes sense. Putin will flap his gums, he will say whatever, and as we've seen now, the knives are coming out in Russia. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Right now they're saying Shoigu is going to get it because of what's happened. This is all their fault anyway. Doesn't matter, all we can hope is that the more the merrier. The more Russians implicated in all of this, the better it is for the whole world. And it's only going to get worse. Once you see Kherson fall, and if there are 15,000 who surrender, I'm not sure this war is going to continue for much longer. I'm not sure, considering the possibilities here.
Yehuda, can you hear me?
And then, Bakhmut, if the Ukrainians can circle around in Bakhmut and trap the other 15,000, including all of Wagner, that might be the catalyst for regime change that we're all looking for. Anyway, that's just me pontificating. Any follow-up, Jim?
Sorry, I was looking for that link on your profile, so I
just posted in the nest.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. That's good. I was looking at there's Ukrainian, a whole 2-hour thing. Was it Ukrainian Truths that just blows apart all of the nuclear rattling? It's like Russia doesn't even have maybe has 300 operational weapons and of various condition, and it's the nuclear taboo will be maintained by the United States. It'll get destroyed by conventional weapons. The United States won't use a nuclear weapon to reply to Russia. They're going to maintain nuclear taboo. So anyway, but that's I
No,
agree.
100%. Like, listen, we could literally say, Russia has 3,000 nuclear warheads. What does that even mean? Do they have like things that are decaying somewhere in a silo? Let's say you're right, 300. How are they gonna get it there? On an airplane? Those things that they're not using, like an artillery shell.
Well, it's like if they can't even replace tires on their vehicles, they're not going to put more tritium into the.
Oh, please don't get me started. Please don't get me started. People say this. They said, well, the army. They're just not the army. They stole money from the army. That's what it is. But the Navy, the Russian Navy, those guys, top of the line. Oh, the Navy might not be good, but their Air Force, wait till they bring the Air Force out. Holy cow! Gosh, you don't want to play with the Russian Air Force. So we're 3 for 4 garbage. What makes me think that their nuclear arsenal is the one thing they did right? We're pretending that everything else is garbage except that. No, but wait till you see their potatoes.
Look at Admiral Kuznetsov. It's like the perfect. It's the ballad of the Russian military is contained in the Kuznetsov, stolen from Ukraine in 1991, on the day that Ukraine put ballots in the box, voting on to leave the USSR and be independent. And the Kuznetsov was loaded up by Russian military guys and sailed up to Murmansk to be reunited. So it's just like it's poetic actually. It's in a dark way. Yeah. Anyway,
it's a load of tosh. Yehuda, very quickly, just contrary to what you've been analyzing and highlighting already, the Washington Post yet again came out with an article under the headline, "A more strategic Russian retreat signals long fight ahead." Long fight ahead. Person.
A long fight. Long fight.
I read through this and I thought, Jesus Christ, what are these tossers doing? It's astonishing. Isabel Koshudrian and Paul Sonny and Kamila Hrabchuk are writing this. Supposedly, in Mykolaiv, I'm not sure that one of them is actually there. And if they are there, I'm not quite sure what they've been doing there. It's an astonishing statement. But then again, it's the Washington Post.
Yeah, listen, what can I say? A long fight. That's funny. A long series of surrenders or a long series of retreats. I'm not sure what they mean by a long
Russian
fight.
retreat. What was strategic about this, Yehuda?
Oh, this is a strategic Russian retreat. Usually, armies that are supposed to be the number 2 in the world don't plan on strategic retreats. It's not really kind of not part of the whole winning a war thing. But no, it's definitely not this is not planned. If they had half a brain 1 month ago or 2 months ago, starting about 1.5 months ago, they would have. I can't co-host. Sorry, I'm gonna have to put that kid to bed soon.
No worries.
Eating. Yeah, sorry about that. I wish. If they were, if the Russians had relocated all the troops in Kherson on the east side of the Dnipro, just as the Ukrainians were removing their capability to evacuate, and they gave up Kherson willingly, that would have shown me, oh, they're thinking, they're planning, they're going to do this and this and this. But they didn't. They really didn't. So that doesn't show me anything strategic. This is just symbolism, Putin's fantasy. He wants to be king of the world, blah blah blah, chief potato man, and cheap vodka ladder drinker. Yeah, there's nothing strategic. This is completely the Russians. The beginning of a rout. That's all you can say. Same with, they didn't strategic. There are people that criticize my Liman post. Oh, they're not 5,000. There were. Yes, they were. They did not all leave. No. You don't know. Just because the Ukrainians aren't bragging about how many were captured or how many are dead, doesn't mean it didn't happen. Okay? And all you have to do is have a functioning brain and look at a map. Look at the map of Liman. Look at where people could leave from. Look at how many people were there. You think that they all made it out? Come on. It's not rocket science, right? It's like someone Imagine yourself at a concert, all right? And when the concert ends, how many of those people are getting out really quickly? It's a gaggle, right? So this is happening all across everywhere where Ukrainians are encountering Russians in large groups. It doesn't work well for the Russians, and I'm not sure why people even care too much. I think the proof is in the pudding. The Russians came in with overwhelming numbers, with less, tactics, less understanding, horrible command and control. And then once they realized Ukrainians were going to punch them everywhere they went, you're seeing the slow retreat everywhere, or a fast retreat at times. It becomes a trickle, then a flood, then a trickle, then a flood. But it's definitely it's overwhelmingly obvious that the pattern is a trickle and a flood. And you see it everywhere. And everywhere the Ukrainians put their mind to it, everywhere where the Ukrainians focus on, this happens. So it's not a surprise. It's not all these silly comments, it was a feint, and this was that they didn't mean. No, the Ukrainians are controlling the battle rhythm. The tempo depends on what Ukraine wants to do. It's clearly obvious. They started in Kherson. They said, well, check fire there. We're going to get some business in Kharkiv. Let's do that. Boom, that's good. I'm happy there. Let's go back to Kherson. Boom, I'm starting here, right? The only thing that concerns me about Kherson west of Dnipro is the city and how the Ukrainians want to obviously maintain the structural integrity of the city. That's not a bad thing. That's just common sense. If they take their time and we get the Vatniks and the trolls, proof, Ukraine's losing. What are you talking about? Russia wanted to invade all of Ukraine, period. They invaded the whole damn country. Now, then they made it to 20%. And then from the 20, they're being kicked out of 5 already. Almost 10,000 kilometers of Ukrainian land has been liberated since their counteroffensive started. And it's not even dinner. like, who are you kidding? Anyone who thinks where the momentum is going is nuts. They have no idea what they're talking about, including Elon Musk. He's probably a great computer guy. Good for him. But when it comes to the military, he should just watch documentaries. All right.
Yehuda, I have a follow-up question on that. How do you see the end game working on the right-hand side of the Dnipro, particularly regarding Kherson city itself? Do you anticipate a complete collapse and a surrender, or do you think it's all going to get a bit Fallujah when the fighting gets to Kherson? What do you think?
I don't think it's going to get Fallujah. I think it's going to get isolated, and I think they're going to starve the Russians out. Basically, the problem is the civilians starve too. So it becomes, will there be a huge, refugee exodus from the city if possible? What kind of negotiations have to be made with Russians? Could there be some kind of, if it's to trade for the city, maybe even a deal to let some cross unmolested to the east side? I don't know. But I know that Kherson is important to keep, the gateway to the Crimea and the Black Sea. Definitely not. It's not an easy one. I highly doubt the Ukrainians want to level the city and mouse hole it to kick the Russians out. But on the flip side, the Russian morale is so low. I mean, if the Ukrainians surround it, isolate it for 2 weeks, that could be enough. Question is, who's going to surrender, who's not? Do you have a bunch of lunatics in there? For sure. I don't know the composition though. It all depends on how the Russians deal with it themselves. But if they have to, they'll clear it. It's not pretty. But there's the other factor. If you see massive amounts of Russians encircled or isolated, and there's no prospect of them at all militarily, like they can't sustain themselves, they're not getting reinforced. I honestly think that this whole war might not end militarily. It might just end with a collapse of the Russian regime. And I'm not trying to be optimistic. I'm just saying we see it now. The knives are coming out. People are turning on each other. Right now, they're blaming the mobilizers, those who did the mobilization. It's not Putin's fault. It's this guy. It's that guy. It's Shoigu's fault. But if that keeps up, there might be that might just be too big of a cross to bear for Russians, and Putin might be out, and they might just say, "Hey, new regime, everyone get back." But then that leaves the Crimea situation. Ukrainians aren't going to give up Crimea, so part of it might be a total reorientation of forces to the Russian side. I don't know if the Ukraine has to actually push Russians all out. I think they might end up leaving in some places. That's how bad their army is. That's how bad their condition is. I just don't see it in the cards. They're not motivated. They don't have the supply. Those 200,000 that were called up, the first 20, 30,000 that you've made, you've seen them all, right? You've seen the videos, people complaining they were dropped off in the middle of nowhere, told to get your own food. They're like, they don't even have weapons. And even the ones that will have weapons, they're not trained. There's a claim that was just made that we're redoing the mobilization. We're only going to send people with 2 months training. So what? 2 months. They now know how to put on a uniform. They know how to clear their rifle. They know nothing about section attacks. They don't know about defensives. Dig a hole. Okay, dig a hole. A child can dig a hole, but can you make a trench? Can you make a proper interlocking arcs of fire? Do you know how to sight a position? Where are your officers? Where are your sergeants? I mean, it doesn't make a difference. I really don't think that these people who talk about, oh my gosh, my gosh, potatoes, oh my gosh, mashed potatoes. Remember that meme? Oh my gosh, 300,000 Russian troops. So what? 300,000 Russian civilians putting on green clothes go to die in Ukraine. That's the title of the children's book. Doesn't make sense. Sorry. ATV and then Peter.
Dobry jutro. I was curious, first of all, on Snehorivka, have you heard any updates, or do you have a sense of what's going on there?
Not at the moment. Not outside what I already said on the update.
Okay, sorry, I may have missed that. And I'm a bit of a Twitter virgin, so you guys talk about the nest. I'm never sure what that is. I see a map that you posted a day ago. When you're talking about incursions across the Dnipro, were those incursions where the Dnipro is still running north-south, presumably?
Yeah, so it goes northeast to southwest, so it doesn't really matter where, because just if I knew, I wouldn't say it, right? Just for whatever.
Sure.
But I mean, I'm sure in any place where it's convenient and where they can make it across and where students aren't there, so they can establish a temporary bridgehead, do some recce, see what's what, and then scoot back. So that's for sure happening everywhere, right? That's what a recce does. It's meant to screen. It's meant to, figure out what's going on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No worries. Peter.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Yehuda. Quick question. I keep looking at all the oblasts and the governors of Russia and looking for people who are keeping the mobilized in place. Do you think that's like a spicy thing to look at as far as governors not really sending along the mobilized and keeping them in place? Thank you for being here. Thank you for holding the space. Thank you to all the hosts. Thank you for all those behind the scenes. Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Sorry, I did miss I heard the last part, but the first part, was it a question or just a comment there, Peter?
Question regarding the governors. So if they start holding the mobilized Russians in place, do you think things will get spicier in Russia?
You mean the Russian governors of the oblasts?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? The ones that would be the most problematic have already filled their quotas, apparently. So I'm not sure that's on the cards, but you're right. I mean, you could see Russian governors not playing ball. It's almost like a critical mass thing. I think General Hertling or General Hodges, one of them said recently on the news there, you're crazy if you don't think that people are already conspiring. For sure they are. If it was a few people at the beginning is one thing. I'm sure there are plenty of people saying, what are we doing? He's leading us straight into total destruction. Even if so what if we had Donbass? So what if we have Kharkiv or Kherson? We're screwed. We can't do anything. They're not going to buy our oil. We have to kiss ass to the Chinese and Indians now for them to take our stuff. We hate them. Right? I mean, there are people everywhere. I mean, it's not just the oligarchs, it's the Siloviki. All of these people, there isn't one, I guarantee you, I'll bet someone else's farm on it, that there isn't a Russian leader whose kids haven't gone to school in the West, haven't lived in the West for a certain amount of time, go visit Paris with their wife or their girlfriend or the mistress or whoever, constantly. Their lives are about to change. Well, they already changed, but they'll never go back to normal. There have always been the Magnitsky Act. Oh, this guy's sanctioned and that guy's sanctioned, and this guy's daughter has to leave. But this is for keeps. It's over. They they don't. The one thing that we've never really talked about is the reality that so many of the Russians in power, you know, nominally live and play in Russia, but their lives are for the most part outside, and they come and go, and that's all gone. And when the realization comes that this isn't just a momentary sanctions thing, this is for good, this is for keeps, then the questions have to be asked: why are we doing this? What's in it for? Like, what's in it for Russia, right? Or are we going to turn St. Petersburg into New York City? It's not happening. What happens? So, to what end? His gameplay, the message that Putin sold, he didn't have to sell it, but the message that was pushed is: look, we're going to have a crappy year. We'll have all Ukraine, and we'll install our own people there. We're going to annex all of these regions into Russia proper, put in, because I believe everyone loves me. And yeah, they'll get mad just like they did in Crimea, and we'll sanction a few people. Your kids are not going to be able to go to Harvard this year, but other than that, we'll be good. I genuinely believe Vladimir Putin thought that. He thought the West would react the same way with Crimea. He saw the U.S. as not in descendancy, but entering a phase of isolationism and non-interventionist behavior. So in his mind, he goes, no one's really committed to this. So I could probably take all of Ukraine, install a new government, and then have half of Ukraine part of Russia. And the most I'll pay for it is maybe a year of sanctions and some discomfort. So he obviously miscalculated, right?
He overestimated his own economic strength vis-a-vis the depth of the pockets and the resolve of the United States of America. For whatever worth this terrible economic policy currently is, and the continued quantitative easing and all the inflation brouhaha, still, the United States of America has substantially more economic capacity than what is even needed to defeat that of Russia. And I think this is the major mistake, and you're absolutely right in that regard. Both strategically, tactically, militarily, but predominantly economically, he has no power whatsoever. Yehuda, we have a couple of hands up. Would you, shall we?
Yes, exactly. Hold on one second. Right. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, Voltaire, you're from Manila.
No, south of Manila.
South of Manila. Okay, all right.
Yes, 1 hour. I was wondering about the students. How are they doing in Ukraine and Russia? So, and their livestock, pets, like nimble. So that's my questions.
Walter, did I understand this correctly? You were asking as to the the current livelihood of foreign students in Russia as well as in Ukraine. Did I catch this correctly?
All the students, local and foreign.
Yeah, I think students in Russia currently have the same kind of challenges like everybody else. If they're students and if they're of military age and male, they obviously will fall at some point in time into the partial mobilization. Foreign students are in no way or shape or form impaired by that. But then again, if I were a foreign student in Russia, I would have made my way out of there a long time ago. Ukrainian students, typically, if they are therefore, say, eligible age, and if they're male, they would have already been either conscripted or asked to stay in country and support the war effort, which they have done. There's very few people who actually have tried to flee. That's the main difference between the two cultures. One invades the other and can't conscript its, let's say, male young population to support that war, whereas Ukrainians actually have flocked back even to Ukraine to fight in that war for freedom. And as to other students, foreign students have at the very beginning, when there was a threat to Kyiv and to Kharkiv, and Kharkiv, as you may know and may be aware, has had one of the better and larger universities, including a large technical university component, and has attracted many, many foreign students. And in the first days and weeks of the invasion, when Kharkiv was predominantly pursued, foreign students had to obviously be moving west for security reasons and try to escape from the country. A couple of, should we say, border issues had to be resolved. But all in all, foreign students have rarely been impaired. There were a couple of students who were caught, by the way, by Russian occupying forces in the east whilst on trips. That's true. Even in Kharkiv, some foreign students have been impaired by the bombings and the shellings by the Russian Federation's so-called army. Absolutely correct. But other than that, student life in Ukraine, at least, continue. We can't opine much on Russia, and I wouldn't want to at this point in time. But student life in Ukraine is digital. At the moment, most students are enrolled and classes to continue, both for younger students as well as those of college and university age. I hope that answers your question. Let's go to Captain Pickles. Do you have a question for Yehuda in regard to the military update?
I do, thank you. Yehuda, I was wondering if you could speak to the situation in Belarus. Any analysis there? I know there's talks of mobilizing troops and, I don't know, a potential opening of another front or something? Or is it a never know mind?
1 second, please. Look, so it's come up. Does Belarus have any input in this? Probably not. Is it something to worry about? No, I actually don't think. I'm not trying to sound overly optimistic, but Belarus has, I think, a maximum of 10 BTGs worth of infantry that are, believe it or not, if possible, are actually worse than the Russians in terms of training and everything. And what would they mobilize? So they're not mobilizing. He'd be gone. Russia doesn't even have the ability to support Belarus in the repression of its society, right? Because that would be the next thing. So could they, tie up forces? Well, they're territorial defenses in the north. Again, just as the same person, Jimmy, asked about Kharkiv, Ukrainians are going to be able to defend their position pretty well. There are a lot more Ukrainians in uniform right now than the Russians know. I think it would be a bad go for them.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem. Axel?
God damn it.
What happened, Finance? Sorry, Yehuda. Yeah, I just asked Finance to please take over for a minute, but seemingly he just had an issue. Alrighty, not a problem. We will go to Paulie and then Waypoint. Paulie, you have a question for Yehuda?
Yes, I do. And good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning,
Yehuda, your updates are always honey to my ear. Could you analyze or have some kind of estimation on the artillery forces and the air defense of Russian racist forces at the Kherson front? So what's the capability currently? Like how would you describe it on the basis that the Ukrainian forces are doing air sorties and I guess they're also moving quite rapidly at the front. So how would you analyze the artillery and the air defense for the Russian forces? Thank you.
For the Russians, their artillery capabilities, depending on where, they're really limited in terms of ammunition. So that's been a very interesting condition. Sorry, just with the kid. As for air defense, again, Russians they're really degraded. When I was talking earlier, I was referring to force multipliers, and that's what I was referring to. The Russians are lacking in everything sophisticated. They're not lacking in numbers of human beings, but even in the training of those human beings, they lack. So it's a lot of bad stuff going around. However, the problem for the Ukrainians is that they still have to process this, right? They still have to go through these forces. It's just that they're not very, they're not very good. If the Ukrainians didn't have the same values as we did, perhaps there might be, they could do this faster, but because they don't execute prisoners and don't just shoot them on the side of the road like the Russians do, that kind of warfare takes more time, and that's a good thing. So the fact that you're seeing, if it was a Ukrainian BMP and Russians rolling up on it, they would just kill everyone, even if they were surrendering, and boom, they'd be on to their next bound. Every single interaction like that could take a half an hour. All these little small things, they add up. So I'm explaining that to help highlight why there are time considerations that you're not seeing. So the Russians were able to do a lot quickly at one point just because they rolled over people, literally just drove over civilians in their cars, let alone shooting Ukrainian POWs. So the Russians' ability to conduct warfare properly, obviously highly degraded. Their ability to bring ammunition, which is quite heavy, those rounds, those 152s across the river in helicopters, they don't have anywhere near enough. They're not moving 200 per gun for 1,000 guns, let's say. They're not moving, 200,000 rounds for one day in a helicopter, or even 50 of them, right? So they can't keep the fight up, Paulie. They cannot. And on the flip side, the inverse is true for the Ukrainians. They have those rounds. They're all there. It's really a matter of, time.
Thank you, Yehuda. Sorry, I'm back.
Thank you.
After some exciting Twitter glitching. Apologies for everyone having to hear that. All right.
So that was enough. Was there a follow-up there, Paulie, or are you good?
I'm good, and I just want to add to the Russian, future, that they also have to take into account that Sweden and Finland are going to NATO. Baltic Sea is going to be a mess for them, and the sanctions are just going to grow and grow, and we're going to also see many, many more weapons in the Ukraine front. I think we're going to expedite things. I'm quite certain.
All right,
even Scholz might find his balls finally.
The rumblings, Yehuda, from Finland in last 48 hours have been quite remarkable in regard to weapons deliveries.
Yes. What has our Bürgermeister friend in Germany said?
Yeah, the former Oberbürgermeister of the free and Hanseatic city.
Oberbürgermeister.
Yeah, I know. But the terrible former Oberbürgermeister of the free Hanseatic city of Hamburg is still behaving as stubbornly illogical
as a hamburger.
Can we get a translation? That sounds like somebody who's over a hamburger. What's an Uber Burgermeister for those of us who are American?
Like Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, exactly. Yeah. But the thing is, don't forget, he is not from Hamburg originally. He is from Lower Saxony. He is what we would call ein Landei. He is just from the countryside.
He's just regular pastrami, not a hamburger.
Wait,
Yes.
You're telling me it's the Burgermeister from Hamburg? Am I getting this right?
That's right. You got it.
It's a state. Hamburg is also a federal state. The city is that important, that large, and that significant that it has its own state. So
right.
as a consequence,
so the Hamburg has a burger.
I've that has a Burgermeister. All right, finance. Let me grab these two, and then I gotta go to bed. Waypoint and Edward.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. Just a really quick question. With the Russians retreating the way they are, I can't imagine them be given enough time to actually dig in and defend themselves properly. But your opinion, do you think they'll be able to defend themselves against the likes of Gimler, the Excalibur, with them being precision weapons, or the new weapons they've been given with the tungsten bolt? Do you really think they can dig in to protect themselves?
It's actually, I said the exact opposite on my update. I said they won't be able to. They're not. It's not a permissive environment for the amount of troops they have retreating in the northern AO. They would need a week at least in a permissive environment, like not under attack, to dig trenches and to coordinate the sighting of defensive positions. I suspect they're going to have the 5th Combined Army in the center of the Russian one, building defensives, which will get populated by that army, and then those 3 remaining brigades, or 3 plus, or they're not even 3 full brigades. They've been attrited so much, but they'd have to get somewhere else real quick. As I said, the terrain. I don't know if you heard the update, but what you asked me, I think I said by inference that the terrain does not support the Russians being able to stop and defend, because it's just too open, and there are very few places in and around that area where they can defend anything from. There are copses of trees, small forests, small wooded areas that maybe a platoon or perhaps a company could defend, but that's not big enough for the brigades going through, even though they're brigade minuses. So I suspect they're going to be on the run until they can get to somewhere safer. And I suspect that 5th Combined Arms Army is doing something in the center.
Yeah, sadly, I only caught the end of your sitrep today, and actually your last couple of sitreps I've completely missed them, sadly. Thank you very much for what you do. You remind me very much of my late father, who served 28 years as a para. Falklands and stuff like that, and when you're talking and explaining stuff, you remind me very much of my father. He was a really switched on guy, went up through the ranks all the way up to be commissioned, and it's really cool. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to listen to you speaking. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I'm honored that I'm definitely not half the man your father was as a para, but I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Let's go to Edward.
Yehuda, you're everybody's daddy. But I was thinking the one thing we actually care about as far as Russia is concerned is that they continue to be the largest supplier of military equipment and ammunition to Ukraine. But in this headlong retreat in North Kherson lately, I've seen lots of nice photos of liberation videos of happy citizens being liberated, but I haven't seen much in the way of equipment, tactitrows, and so on. I guess it might be a bit early for us to know, but have you seen any large-scale equipment handovers?
No, I haven't, but it doesn't mean it's not happening. And also, these forces that are being pushed out, their vehicles aren't in vehicle parks or motor pools, right? They're on them, so either they're being destroyed or they're just being left and abandoned. So I don't think you'll see the real scope of it until after the whole area is cleared. It's a big area, and they were attrited. Those brigades have been attrited for quite a while. So I don't think everyone had a tank. It wasn't an Oprah show. You get an APC and you get a BMP and you get I think that there was quite a lot of attrition. However, there's still quite a bit that has been surrendered. Not always does a platoon have a person with a GoPro that can just miraculously tape the surrender of BMP-2 with 4 Russian personnel. And in this particular case, they had it. But it's not unheard of. It's happening. You'll see more of it. Just wait out. That's all.
Yehuda, before John goes, can I ask a quick question before you go?
Sure.
Yeah. So this Russian equipment doesn't seem to be so bad in Ukrainian hands. And one of the things I've really taken from you, especially, is just how much the lack of training of the Russian fighting man is contributing to their inability to fight well. And we're seeing guys pushed up to the front with no experience right now. I'm assuming that has a lot to do with why they're trying to do the new military maneuver of running faster than a cheetah away from the front. Does Russia even have any core of guys left with any training and combined into a serious group that is there anymore? Like, is that something they can even field at this point? Like, is there anything like that?
There's 2 points you made. You talk about the soldier, and then also I think you made reference to the vehicles. I'd like to think that I'm, maybe switched on, or a good infantry officer or a signals officer. Put me in front of a TAP-V, a LAV. I have no idea what does what. I don't know about tires, I mean, it just looks like a big old green tractor to me, kind of. I couldn't tell you anything. I couldn't maintain it worth a lick. I wouldn't know where the oil stick is yet. And so in other words, you can't just be a good trained soldier. You have to have the people, the maintainers for these vehicles. The Russians just don't have them. So when it comes to a lot of the equipment the Ukrainians have taken from the Russians, they're garbage. Oil leaks, this, that. No, they're not irreparable, but they're just not in good condition. So basically no one's doing their job. Not the fighting people, not the maintainers, not anyone. Under Ukrainian conditions, obviously those vehicles have been pulled back. They've been worked on. They've been, inspected, assessed, repaired, and then they're good to go. So those are two factors there. The other issue is that we're looking at VDV units wiped out, GRU units wiped out, the best of so-called the best, which doesn't say so much. The most mediocre best forces many of them have been destroyed. Gosh, there'll be a lot of openings at the VDV school there because all of them are gone. And a lot of their best are actually in Kherson. The Naval Infantry Brigade, bye-bye, gonzo, adios, sayonara. Shocking, really, really big losses. So, and as everyone, even the generals who come in here say, you need years to train up a proper soldier, a proper officer. They say VDV officers take 8 years. I can't imagine that to be true. I mean, maybe that's the Alcoholics Anonymous version, where you only go to work like 2 days. I have no idea what he's talking about. 8 years. 8 years maybe for a pilot, like for a fighter jet pilot, not a vodka bottle pilot. But that's supposedly their best, and they don't have many of them left. So you'll see it play out. You'll see it play out in the next couple months. These great green, civilians dressed in green clothing. I suspect you're going to see mass surrendering, mass by those guys. It's going to be the first sight of a Ukrainian. It's going to be, we're done. We're done. I literally don't care. I want to go home. Leave me alone. Anyway, let's go to John.
One thing, just very briefly, as you refer to the size, just for our American and say non-European audience, importantly, the area on the right bank of the Dnipro, which Ukraine has in front of it at the beginning of this offensive, is roughly 11,000 square kilometers. That is half the size of New Jersey. As a consequence, it's not like in Izium or Liman that you can find all sorts of equipment around. Most of the stuff, as Yehuda highlighted, is in the field, and it's being either destroyed or captured individually in columns and the likes. There's no big storages and the likes remaining, because most of them have been destroyed by constant artillery fire over about 30 days and specific HIMARS fire. So a lot of trucks, a lot of truck logistics, a lot of storage capacity has been destroyed in recent weeks.
Okay. Go ahead, John. Unless those questions are for other people.
No. To be honest with you, it was just a quick update. The Kherson Occupation Authority have released a notice this morning that all schools will be closing today, and a Russian Telegram channel has announced that all school children will be evacuated from Kherson to Crimea today. I don't know how they're physically going to execute that, but it seems to be child abduction and hostage taking as their latest response to what's going on.
Not sure how they get across.
I appreciate you.
Well, thank you. I guess.
No, as you said, I don't know logistically how they're going to execute that, or whether they're going to start trying to check them in helicopters or what. But I mean, I don't even know how many children there are in Kherson city. I would imagine there are thousands and thousands.
The bridge is broken. The dam is closed. They're not going to put them onto barges, right?
Well, exactly. Unless they're, I mean, I don't want to sound really, really cynical, but unless they're going to try and use them to mask, exactly, Yehuda, mask either exfiltration or bringing in more forces. I don't know.
It could be just a ruse to garner sympathy. can't speak to it because I haven't read anything about it yet. But on that note, I do have about an hour and a half to try to get a 4-year-old to bed. It was a pleasure. I hope to talk to you all in a few hours, and we'll talk. Be well.
Thank you.
Slava Ukraini.
Everyone, Slava.
All right. Thank you very much, Yehuda. Always appreciate his military updates. All right, back to things. John, how are you today? Nice to see you up on the panel.
Well, sir, yourself?
I'm doing well. Before we go to Johannes, I want to know your thoughts on this recent breakout. We saw that Ukraine took the David Bridge, and good things have been happening all across these open fields. You're a military man yourself. What are your thoughts on these things? I like hearing some positive news and hearing the military gentlemen talk about it.
Well, I'm a very ex-military gentleman in that sense, mate. So I haven't got anything of interest or value to add that Yehuda hasn't just put on the table. But I mean, it's obviously fantastic news that it's happening. As he said, it would be interesting to know quite how many are in the bag now, what the 5th Combined Arms Army in the middle are actually doing in terms of preparing defences. But I mean, I think the Inhulets now is probably the next. Well, the Inhulets and Novokakhovka are the two really interesting pieces of terrain to look at now. If they can take the dam, and I know Yehuda said they won't cross, which is fair enough. I think that they would try and get some forces across and take that town on the other side if they could, even if they just went into a defensive position there. That's absolutely what I'd do. But the Inhulets is sort of the only really natural barrier between those forces coming down from the south. Wrong, from the north to the south, but obviously they can take it from the other side as well. So, I mean, I don't know. Other than what's been said, I haven't really got anything to add, buddy.
Sure. Well, you're an on the ground military man and worked with competent forces. If you were about to lose a key bridge, and behind you was a lot of open terrain and the less well guarded points, wouldn't you put a bunch of TNT on the bridge to make sure the enemy couldn't grab it? Isn't that what a normal military does? I would just assume that you wouldn't want that being a massive, beautiful way for tanks to get across. I mean, again, I can sort of understand logistics here, the military part, but wouldn't that be sort of standard operating procedure of anywhere you've been?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. And I've got a bit of a family tradition of doing that. My grandfather blew the last bridge in Ypres on the retreat back to Dunkirk, but that's not really relevant to Ukraine. But yeah, absolutely, you would blow that thing up and get behind it and probably keep going, to be honest, unless they think they can dig in and defend the actual line of the river itself. But I just, as you said, it takes time, days, a week minimum to prepare really good defensive positions. And with the fires that the Ukrainians can bring down now, the precision fires they can bring down, anything, just defending open ground like that is just an absolute nightmare. It's it's your worst nightmare as an infantryman. So yeah, they're stuffed. But to not blow bridges is absolute lunacy.
All right, yeah, that's just checking if a competent military person would actually blow their bridge, and the answer we get is yes. Johannes, you had your hand up. You're up, sir. Johannes Rohr, are you still with us?
Yeah, my phone has been hanging, so I'm not sure whether you can hear me. I was actually also going to ask about bridges, and specifically, I don't know if I missed it because my phone has been hanging for half a minute or so. What your idea is how the Ukrainians, once they have the entire west bank of the Dnipro under their control, are going to make it across the Dnipro. I mean, the bridges are blown up for everyone, so I just wonder how they are going to manage. But I don't know if that's already been covered because, as I said, my phone has been hanging and I couldn't get any sound.
Well, I would say two things, one thing at a time. One, let's let the Ukrainian armed forces take all the west bank of the Dnipro. There are a whole lot of Russian forces still in that area, and if they're not cleared out, then we're going to see. That's clearly not a good scenario to set up bridging across a very large, very rough river. So I'd say that's the first thing. The second piece is, look, we've seen the Ukrainians be able to cross rivers without that we've heard taking huge, ridiculous casualties, while we have seen the Russians not be able to do that. And somebody who can actually talk to logistically how one would cross the Dnieper is coming up right now. So I'm going to kick this over to David, our sapper friend. David, please cross the Dnieper for us. If Ukraine, God willing, sooner rather than later, clears out all these Russian schmucks who are all over the west side of the Dnieper, how would they cross that big roaring river safely? David the sapper, we see you. Your hand is raised.
Yes, it is, and I thought I'd press the mic button, but completely failed in my old ageness. So Museum and I have been chatting about this. We suspect that that what's most likely to happen, or who knows? The Ukrainians are very, very smart people, but they'll have all the specs for all of those bridges, both Antonovskys. They'll know what they need to do, and they could just have pre-made over bridges, right? So if the distances are enough, say on the rail bridge, they may have a section that they could just put in place, which is just like a piece of bridging equipment, or they could have just made the pieces, had them ready, they'll bring them in and put them in. Either that, or they'll have a plan for how they can fix this stuff pretty quickly, i.e., and by quickly we mean in a matter of days, because the Ukrainians can outrange the Russians with artillery. So the real danger point that the Russians had was because the Ukrainians could just hit the bridges at will, right? But as soon as the Ukrainians get in towards the city, they'll be able to outrange the Russians. So what they'll only really need to do is supply some cover from air. So that'll be SAMs around the vicinity would keep them there, and they could just repair. I say repair it normally, repair it as quickly as they could. But I really think that there are a couple of places that they could. The Ukrainians, if they really wanted to go the pontoon route, and all pontoons and the rest of it, just like the bridges, the issue is how do you keep them safe? How do you stop them being targeted? Which, if they've cleared out that area between the Inhilets and Novakovka and have outranged the Russian artillery, they could do that. But my main thought is that they'll use Novakovka and use that because that's a really small section that they need to repair so they could get tanks and other equipment over it quickly. So that would be the real deal. As long as they can repair that one bridge, right, and they could get stuff over it quickly. And by stuff, I'm talking about heavy armor and some of their artillery, and obviously get their because they could get infantry troops over there quite easily in many different forms. There's boats all along that river, and you could get 1,000 troops over it in several boats quite quickly. So it would be getting the heavy armor and artillery over on the other side, which pushes the Russians further away. I mean, and the question is there even a need to go into Kherson at that point? Just cut it off, right? Eventually, the Russians will just run out of supplies, and they'll just go, "What are we going to do?" Just force them to surrender. So, that's a good thing about with the Antonovsky's bridges as well, is because they're not really in the city, right? So they could just repair the rail bridge, and you can put these you can put little protectors over the rail railway, over the actual train tracks, and put normal vehicles over it if you wanted to. It's just a case of having the pieces, the equipment pre-made, and having some people who can put them in. So they've got a lot of different options. The real deal is they're relatively safe from Russian artillery now because of their abilities with HIMARS and counter battery. Did you hear that?
Yes, thank you very much, David. So
yeah, thanks from me. Sorry, my phone was hanging again. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So, given the speed that they're moving and the relative safeness from Russian artillery, is there anything the Russians can even do at this point now that this bridge has been taken?
No, I can't see that there is really. Although, has Novikhovka Bridge been taken yet?
Davidorov Bridge over
No,
the
it
Invades
hasn't.
is taken.
No, it hasn't yet. They're not there yet.
No, but they're close. So they're really close to it, right? So I would just guess, right? And and John and the rest of it can tell me I'm wrong. That really they're in the position of clearing out sort of east of the Inhalets River, which gives them that sort of protection they need, right? For Novikhovka, and then they're in a position of taking it, aren't they? I mean, I guess they could just cross over in another place further along the Dnipro, but it's just that they've been marvelous at waiting, though, isn't it? The waiting game for the Ukrainians is really useful because every day, right, Russians get increased supply problems, right? So there's no rush for the Ukrainians to rush in and do stuff. They can do everything at the time they've got. So further troops on both sides of the Inhalets, but make safe that area east of the Inhalets, make it safe, and then they can just move over. But I mean,
absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
The only real say need for speed is based on the fact that every single day the Russians are killing civilians.
Yeah, no, and that's it's a real worry, isn't it? And sometimes I guess we worry that maybe their worry about this might force the Ukrainians to do something really, a bit more quickly than they would. I mean, look at. I think everyone.
They have been very calm. I mean, you just mentioned it, David. They have been exceptionally calm and methodical still.
But it is a tragedy.
I mean,
and I suspect sorry.
I would say, David, that they've known about this level of horror since. I mean, the Ukrainians know who the Russians are. They've known about these horrors since these cities were lost, and for better or worse, and probably mostly worse, for better militarily, but for worse for everyone under occupied territory. The Ukrainians have showed impressive patience so that when they could do an offensive, they would win at less loss of life. But they've known about this since they were taken, and they haven't acted rashly on the field per any military expert, period. So fortunately, I guess, given what we're talking about, they have shown impressive patience in the face of horror.
Yeah, they've shown incredible patience, haven't they?
Yeah. So on that horrible note, we have two hands up, Waypoint, then John.
Yeah, David, knowing that a lot of the senior ranks are doing a bit of a runner with the Russians, and the quality of the reserves and the mobilized that are coming up, can you really see Private Smirnov being able to keep his head to get on barges or boats or whatever and actually make their way safely across a river? I mean, I really can't see it. I mean, they're struggling to really put a pair of shoes on. When you look at some of the videos that are coming out, they don't know how to put a white rifle over their shoulders.
No, I don't. Does anyone here think that they'll be able to make their way over in good order? At the and would you even try, right? If you were thinking about this, your options probably, because the Ukrainians have been making it very clear on how people can surrender, right? And the more often they tell people you can surrender and this is how you can do it, I'd be going for the I'll surrender than rather than making a run for it, because anyone with any sort of sanity would recognize their chances of survival would be much higher in that direction than making a run for it and carrying on staying in the shit show of an army they're in.
Did you say sanity?
Well, and there's the question, really. I do. They have an IQ problem, don't they? So,
or maybe they could be offered with when they go to. I mean, I've seen the this poster when how they're supposed to surrender. Maybe if they offered like a bottle of vodka to go with it, maybe they'll all be putting their hands up and running.
or just a series of breadcrumbs of vodka bottles, right, that lead out to the city.
I mean, you laugh, but look, we've seen at least one Russian battalion surrender for lunch because they didn't have supplies. So, as much as I'm happy to take the alcoholic jokes about the Russian army, because some of it has a lot of truth to it, their supply situation has actually turned into a surrendering problem for them, because if you can't eat, you're going to die of literal starvation. Surrendering to the Ukrainians is, possible you might get lunch. Like that's where they're at.
Yeah, and they got cold days coming in, haven't they? Yeah, so the time, well, I say cold days, cold nights, right? So when you're starving and it gets cold, it's a serious problem. Anyone who's been really cold with a lack of food will understand it's a very serious position, and it'll be maybe it'll bring some clarity of mind, maybe.
Your word in God's ears. I trust that somehow these idiots will continue to put up not just a fight, but actually in the meantime, kill out of spite.
And I think that's what everyone's fear is, isn't it?
That's not a fear. It's a realistic observation. There's no fear to be had. Why would you fear something which you can't control?
Oh, no, I meant the fear for us for sitting here in the this is what they may do, as opposed to I'm trying to say a different use of the word fear.
Yeah, no, I get you. I was just
yeah.
But then again, I think we both understand where we're at.
Yeah, sadly.
And John, you had a hand up a moment ago, but I don't see hands right now. Let me see if I can fix my Twitter hands.
No, I did have my hand up, Finance, but I had my hand up to answer the question that you polished off very well about the strategic patience and the prioritization of military objectives over, making rash moves out of concern for the civilian population, or prioritizing those concerns above military objectives, which, as you said, they haven't done at all through the war. They've been extremely disciplined. And actually, the more I think about it with this announcement about these children in Kherson, it makes the only thing that really makes sense here, I think, is that they're thinking about using these kids as human shields and just putting penny packets of them, say like 5 kids on a barge with 100 soldiers. And it gives them an opportunity then to try and evacuate a good chunk of those forces in the city in good order, and really putting the Ukrainians in a position where, okay, if you want to fire and destroy our soldiers on these barges, then you're going to have to shoot your own kids. And as focused as the Ukrainians have been up to now, as Finance rightly said, I don't think, if they know that there are a couple of kids on each barge, I don't think they're ruthless enough to then go ahead and destroy those soldiers.
Yeah, well, you can anticipate this by lighting up the whole other side of the Dnipro with napalm.
Yeah, that would be an option too.
I would continuously light up the other side with napalm, because then even those bastards can't get across anyway. Simple. You have to anticipate how stupid they are, but they don't want to burn themselves. Burn the whole damn thing. Doesn't matter.
I would like
They
to make
won't
the
cross.
comment. I would like to make the brief comment that was correctly sent to me by one of our listeners, that they have known about these atrocities since 2014, and that's absolutely true. That where the Russians have gone, atrocities have followed since the very start of this, and not the February start, the 2014 start of this. In fact, that has been listed as one of the key reasons that the eastern parts of Ukraine have become so incredibly pro-Ukrainian and have almost no Russian support left, is that they got a taste of what Russian rule looks like, and it wasn't very pretty, shall we say. So unfortunately, they're correct, and I would like to go back to what they said. This is not recent that they've known about this. This has been the whole war. And I would like to thank that listener who sent that to me. All right, we're trying to get some people up. People are having some technical issues today. Nina is trying to get up here for like the 4th time or something. Hopefully she gets here. Anyways, hope everyone is having a nice one. Chris appears to be beating Nina into the space. Oh, Nina on the 3rd try.
And by the way, before we go there, it's a quick public service announcement. We have now started to upgrade the host phones to iOS 16 because the second patch for iOS 16 is out and it seems to be stable. That means the host phones work better, and every single iPhone which you can upgrade, if your iPhone allows to be upgraded to iOS 16, you should consider doing so, because it will give you more stability vis-a-vis the Twitter application and its integration. And iOS 16 has a significant impact on the video chipset. And that is important for Twitter Spaces, because Twitter Spaces were programmed as a video display of the space. So what you're seeing on your screen is essentially a video animation of the space.
All right, Nina.
Thank you. I think I have to check this iOS 16 because I have a new phone, so it should be. Well, I will check it, but I have seen less glitches lately on my phone. Finance and others, you were talking about the problems of winter warfare, and if you don't eat and you are cold, yes, that's a problem. But even worse is dehydration, because you don't really understand how much you can like lose liquids from your body when it's cold, and it's really dangerous. And also when you get really cold, your head starts not working, like it's not working. So that's that.
The Finns come in and tell us that when things are cold, it gets really bad. Quite frankly, I hope I never understand winter as well as the Finns, because y'all crazy. I don't know why you all would stay there in winter. I would buy a beach house in Egypt or something if I had to be Finnish.
Yeah, we are all crazy here, and this is why we stay here, so we won't bother the other people.
All right, Chris, you also came up with a hand up a moment ago, and I assumed you wanted to say something. Sorry, I'm having issues seeing hands, so you may just have to poke me if I don't see them. Chris.
Yeah, morning all. Just a warning, the Malamutes are kicking off at the minute, so you may get a big howling and that. But I just want to say thanks again to Axel, because I've been sat here, since hearing the news about the children. I've been sat here seething and working out various things that I would do with them if I was in control, the Russians, that is, obviously. And, Axel, of course, comes up with something that sounds really good, cook them in napalm. I quite like that. I'm sure there are other things as well that we can think of doing to them. Unfortunately, for me personally, this type of thing is what I suspected. you know, that when they got cornered and that, they would commit yet some other, or attempt to commit yet some other atrocity, which just, you know, shows who we're actually dealing with here. And, you know, there was a conversation, I can't remember when it was now, last night, this morning, something, I've basically been here all the time, apart from when I fall asleep, you know, which is, you know, we don't think like the Russians do. We don't understand how the Russians think and that. And, you know, we're basically never going to think like them. And that's the problem. You know, they'll do anything to get what they want, and we'll just like pussyfoot around. You know, we'll let them do something to us first. We will never actually take the initiative and be proactive and do something to them, which is what we need to do. So, you know, I'm just absolutely seething and disgusted about the children, but I'm absolutely not surprised.
Yeah, I can't disagree more. You know, there was a gentleman earlier who his English wasn't great, so I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. But he did ask if how the education was going in Ukraine and Russia for kids, and all I could remember is the commentary that we got from Russia, where they commented that, you know, the kids would go in, and that when they first got there, that they would express anti-Russian views, but after a while they would be pro-Russian views. And all I could think is, so they're just admitting to brainwashing kidnapped Ukrainian children, which is absolutely vile, and you know, speaks for itself in its own horrific fashion. So yeah, I feel you. I think we're all on the same page there. All right, Nina, I see your hand is raised.
Well, actually, because I came late here, I now hear this talking about some children, and I have missed this completely. So I don't know what is going on, and I don't know if you want to tell me in one sentence, or is it possible? Because is it something that I can read on newspaper later? Or
No, it's simple. It's a provocation which is currently being put out, and therefore it's strategically or specifically launched by Russian groups, highlighting that supposedly Russian troops would now, by order of the governor of the occupied Kherson, seize all school activities today, take all school children to Crimea, which then led to various speculations and the likes. Now, first and foremost, the issue is that they can't cross the river because the bridge is gone, and they can't do anything else than take the children, so to say, as human shields on barges, if this were any real. The whole thing is just there in order to create fear, panic, horror, and speculation, to create another narrative to dominate today's news cycle, as opposed to highlighting that the Russian troops are beaten in the bloody battlefield, and heavily so. So let's stay away from this. It's irrelevant for the time being. I gave one argument as to what to do in order to prevent from the Russian soldiers being interested in crossing the river. Simply use napalm to bomb the other side of the river and make it therefore completely, utterly unattractive for them to try to barge over. Thank you very much. The Ukrainian armed forces do have napalm. They do have air force capacity. They have Excalibur ammunition. Things are in HIMARS range. They don't have to bomb the children as human shields or troops with children as human shields. No, they just have to make the other side of the river so unattractive as possible. That's it. Next.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Rich, I've never seen you up before, but you came up and politely raised your hand. Rich, what's your question, sir?
All right, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question, probably for David. I've worked in bridge structures for about 12 years now, but I've tried to kind of think about the issue of the Dnipro River is an issue for the Russians at the moment, but I'm thinking when it becomes a sort of issue for the Ukrainians crossing and stuff like that. And I was just wanted to ask a little bit more of the expertise in the sort of temporary and pontoon structures that that they could use and stuff like that. And maybe just elaborate on that a little bit, or also send me some sort of information that I could look at in terms of the sort of pontoon bridges and stuff that they use. Thank you.
Ask away, Chris.
Chris, sir.
Hi, sorry. What was that?
Did you have another question, or are we good to go?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Actually, I mean, I think the only thing that I would say is that, you know, I completely understand what the Russians are trying to do, you know, in terms of like getting this into the news cycle and all the rest of it, right? I completely understand all of that, right? But for me, what this just is saying is send the bloody tanks, send the bloody APCs, send everything now, right? Before they do any more atrocities. And, you know, I'm quite, well, I hope that they don't do anything, right? But we know that they are capable of extreme atrocities. So all I'm saying is send bloody everything now. Stop pissing around.
No argument from this party. Send it all, baby. I think that I'm in favor of, as I've said before, sending everything other than a nuke to Ukraine. You know, I have the Atacam Trans Cigarette Company, and I think we should have sent them a few hundred of that extra Atacam stock so that Russian trains would just stop working, and then they could figure out on their own what to do about their problems, like how to take all those recently mobilized troops and get them to the front when they can't actually have any rail lines. And, you know, then they can also figure out what to do with all those recently mobilized troops that are on the front and how to feed them when they can't actually use their rail, which is their back end of their military, and their logistics suck as it is. And without that, they don't have any logistics. None, zero, zip, zilch, nada, no logistics, no supplies, no people, no nothing, no logistics, no military. They're done. So yes, big favor. What are we waiting for? Cut it out, give it to them. Let's get this thing over with. Let's have Russians back where they belong, stuck in Russia, and they can do all their horrors to themselves and not the Ukrainians. Waypoint.
Yeah, hi. I've just been watching a short video of, is it Prigozhin, the Wagner clown?
Prigozhin.
That some of his people have been arrested by security, by the police in Moscow, because of all the things they've been saying about Sugoyu and Volodin and stuff like that. It'd be really, really nice to see them eating themselves from within. And real music to our ears, knowing that there's going to be trouble up top within the regime in Moscow. That they're all starting to beat each other up, and maybe it would be the start of some sort of a collapse.
Yeah, we won't stop them doing this, but at the same time, almost likely this is a chimera, and even if there's a little bit of infighting, most of it is just kabuki.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they don't have logistics after they've mobilized people, then we can seriously discuss collapse, because they literally will then have large amounts of ill-trained, with a gun troops sitting across their nation in inconvenient places, and they'll have problems with what to do with all of that. So that would be interesting. Yeah, at present, all of the Russia will collapse narratives, you know, we're not seeing that. It is a brittle regime, so quick collapse is possible. Vladimir Putin's not a young man. As I pointed out, at least in private to people, he could die of natural causes, and like none of us would believe it was natural causes. But I mean, he's 70. Like, people just don't wake up at 70, right? Like, it doesn't take no one would ever believe he actually had a normal heart attack, but like that's a possibility for him. And if it does happen, we're talking about a very different situation on the ground, because Ukraine has made it quite clear that they will negotiate with somebody different, and somebody different would have all sorts of incentives to blame Vlad and get the hell out of this situation as best they could to try to save the horror that is the Russian regime. Now, I don't know if that works, but yes, we don't know. But until we do see the regime collapsing, we don't see any evidence that that's going on. They can hold things together with horrors and oppression basically forever, and the Russian people are not in the streets revolting like it's the early 1990s to take the regime down. So we've seen absolutely no signs of that. So yeah, none of those discussions are I take seriously, nor do I think many others take seriously at this time, sadly.
They have said that they won't negotiate with Putin. They have also stipulated what the position of Ukraine is. And they've left it open as to whether they will ever negotiate with any Russian. I think at the moment we can see quite clearly that they're very methodically working their way to free all of Ukraine. And when that's done, they will defend all of Ukraine. And when that's done, I can only hope that we will have the guts to send them whatever is necessary, meaning including Patriot batteries galore, in order to deter, deflect, and destroy any missile attacks.
Yeah, amen. Look, as I said, I think we should just be sending them things like ATACMS so that they can not be dealing with, Russian horrors now, so that
I'm with you.
Ukrainian civilians are saved. The longer it takes for them to defeat Russia, clearly that's going to happen. The Russian military, latest doctrine is turning the other direction and giving their equipment to the Ukrainians. That's quick, but on their way out, they commit days. Look, I'm sitting here in Estonia with you, and the KGB museum around the corner from me killed the last person, 2 days before the Soviet Union collapsed? 3 days? It was something insane like that.
3 days
they
before.
will kill people until the last minute, because that is who they are, right? In Bucha, they were getting their asses handed to them as the Kyiv offensive fell apart completely, and they were having to retreat to Russia. And on their way out, they did Bucha. Mass graves, all the horrors. Don't need to go through it all. That's what they do when they lose. They did it in World War II. They did it before World War II. They did it after World War II. They're doing it now. The sooner you can get them out of there, the less horrors they commit. That's it. There's no other way to put it. Edward, your hand is up, sir.
Hi. Yeah, and I couldn't agree more with what's been said on that. But I had a question for Axel about this latest EU sanctions package. It says it's been approved by the council, so I guess that means we don't have to worry about the Hungarians and stuff. But is there anything in there that's new, that's good?
I haven't been able to go through the details since yesterday. I apologize. I will have to familiarize myself with it. But the drafts I had seen were very good, actually. Nothing is perfect. And yes, they're not sanctioning Gazprom Bank, which is petty. It's absolutely stupid. But then there you go. If you give me some time, I can have a little look-see and we can talk about it a little bit later, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks.
I was just sent the EU sanctions package by another listener, and I'm trying to go through it now. So give me a bit. I have been hosting and haven't had the time to really dig in yet. I will just say at this point, I like to see that the EU is seriously adopting the latest sanctions package and going after them, because that just as logistics is a soft underbelly, so is the industrial capacity or lack thereof, and its complete reliance on foreign technological import and foreign machine import. So, I will just be happy that there is one. But that's about all I can say now. I don't have any details. Speaking of details, our favorite co-host of the radio show Between Two Heimars, CJ, has joined us. CJ, how are you today?
I'm doing well, and I'm here with an EU question, so I think this is very timely.
All right. So you're asking which kind of landing platforms you have now for your jump with a M777, right, in the EU?
Oh, trust me, we're going to save that for Sunday. I know Thomas wants to dig into the EU and also the defense industry as well. So I'm sure we'll hear a lot of great criticism that has come about the last 7 months.
That'll be perfect. I'll try to get one of the guys from Rheinmetall to join.
That would be good. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't turn into a brawl, an Italian-German brawl.
I would love to have
I
a guy
doubt
from
it.
Rheinmetall up.
Well, the thing is, Rheinmetall, don't forget, Finance has actually cancelled the Molino contract, and it was different companies, including an Italian one, which continued to build Molino out.
Yeah, they canceled it, but then they started sending all the parts to a Russian cutout company, which then installed it.
They didn't.
They didn't
Actually,
install it quite
didn't.
as nicely.
No, they
but
didn't.
They did send
No,
it.
they did not. They did not.
The receipts are
Rheinmetall
all
did not.
posted with pictures,
Yeah, but the thing is that it's not
including
their, it's
Rheinmetall
not,
posting their income from it.
No. Wait 1 second. Rheinmetall had a pass through of the payments because 3 of its sub-suppliers were exempted from these sanctions, and they were used and they were paid. Rheinmetall was the payment agent for the consortium they led. That's the whole point. And by the way, the then head of the division of Rheinmetall left his job right after because he was told to go and take a hike because he had tried to continue organizing the syndicate, which he was told by the board not to. It's a little bit more complex than that. But we can talk about it in detail.
I completely disagree with your defense of Rheinmetall on this. I think that they did it that way. But anyways,
I'm not
CJ would like to
defending
talk.
anything, Finance. I'm explaining facts.
I appreciate that. I disagree with your explanation of the facts then. That said, I think that this was far more boring for the audience than whatever CJ has to ask. Let's go to CJ.
Well, this is, I don't know if it's more or less important, but this notification of the new evacuation from Kherson. So a couple EU officials seemingly reported it. I mean, this is politicians. Again, this is why I don't know if it's true or not, but they are certainly verified at least. Basically, the official notification from the Russian occupation authorities of Kherson, which are, of course, very temporary these days, have canceled all school starting on 21 October. And for the rest of the year, and they have until that time to begin movement to Crimea itself. Now, well, first, don't know if this is true, so this is why I'm hoping to get more information. Secondly, don't know if this is just the evacuation of children, or well, I guess deportation in this case to Crimea. But since Crimea is still Ukraine, that's much better off than going to Russia. And then also, too, does this mean more people are evacuating? And the reason why this is so important, obviously, is because Ukraine's had incredible success in Kherson recently, but also I finally, thanks to the hard work of some real good OCT analysts, able to see some of the fortifications that have been built in Kherson. There are actually fortifications, believe it or not, despite everything we've seen, but they are all on the very edge of the right bank of the Dnipro, so right around the Novikhovka Dam and everywhere else. It looks like Russia is going to make some kind of last suicidal death stand at the edge of the river, which of course is very, very dumb for the reason that they're still on the wrong side of the river and can't get easily resupplied. So it doesn't matter if they have a lot of fortifications there because, well, Ukraine just has to wait them out and just watch the river. So that's a separate issue. I'm really just, obviously it's very important to know whether or not this evacuation order is true, and if Russia is actually moving children from Kherson to Crimea and also civilians as well.
Well, we discussed this already in a bit of detail earlier prior to you coming on, CJ, that almost likely this is yet another fear narrative they are seeding into the West in order to create more panic and more aggravation. And then you can obviously speculate as to whether they want to use them as human shields and take them on barges because the bridges are evidently not working, so they would have to transship them. And if they were to do so, how could one stop them? And well, my explanation for that was just, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Just shoot napalm onto the other side of the bloody Dnipro across the whole range where it is suitable. No Russian soldier will deliberately and voluntarily try to cross.
And of course, what's important here is not, Russia necessarily trying to scare people. You're exactly right, Axel. I'm much more interested, and I think hopefully the people are much more interested in what this means for the future of the battle for Kherson itself, right? Because if this is just fear mongering, which it most likely is, that changes who can go over on barges, right? If they actually were trying to move civilians simultaneously with military reinforcements, it would become a very difficult thing. And also, too, it would change the nature of who is in these villages as Ukraine moves through. It might actually help them slightly if civilians were in, of course, at the cost of them no longer being in their home. So I think it would just be very important to discuss if it were true. So, yeah, sorry for hitting it again if you already did, but it seems like a very important thing that'll probably come up a lot today.
Yeah, and that's why we need to discombobulate people.
All right, so CJ, since artillery spotting is kind of your thing, setting up defenses on the wrong side of the river, just thinking through this at a really basic level, isn't that sounds like a really good way to get to wind up 6 feet underground? Is my intuition here wrong or something, or is this just a really good way to wind up 6 feet underground?
No, you're certainly right. And in addition to that, if we can see it on OCT, what does that mean for everyone else, right? So this is the important part: is you can't move a fortification overnight. If it's just if you've built it up and you can see it from a satellite, well, then you can also target it very, very easily. So this is the thing: is that if it doesn't have overhead cover and is defendable, then it really is no good of a fortification.
So, and we've seen that Ukraine has air assets, right? Like that's something they now have access to.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they've been using them with great effect. So we saw, just last week, a Ukrainian close air support mission on at least a couple tanks and a wood line. So, a pretty easy start. But at the same time, this is very indicative of where this thing is going, which is, tanks are moving, so they're actually pretty hard to hit with an aircraft, especially with an unguided bomb. But hey, buildings and fortifications, again, they don't move. And I think that's the most important thing to understand here, because as we saw yesterday in some incredible videos of Ukrainian soldiers advancing over fields, jumping over literally bumps and ridges in their Humvees, they were getting shelled by artillery, and they were still taking some casualties, of course. But because they're mobile, it was very hard for Russia to get a lock on them, or be able to adjust fire accordingly. So this is one of the positive things about Ukraine going on the offensive so much, is they actually take less civilian, or well, hopefully less civilian, but less military casualties, because they're not in one place as long. So while Russia decides to buttonhole up in their fortifications, that's fine. Ukraine will stay on the move and stay more alive because of it.
Can you explain how difficult it is and how wild it is that at this point in the war, Ukraine is the one able to do close air support missions?
Yeah, I mean, it's no one would have expected it, and if you did, you would have been just completely lying to yourself. Not only because necessarily Russia has I think a 12 or 14 times larger air force, but Russian has combat pilots, right? They have people that are well trained. They have a lot of money for this sort of training. Now, whether it all gets stolen or embezzled is another thing, but theoretically, their pilots, pilots tend to be a little bit older than your average, soldier, because, you can fly much longer than you can run around and shoot stuff. And so what that means is there's pilots that served in, both Chechen campaigns. It served in Georgia, served in Syria. I mean, if they weren't going to have 4 different, deployed theaters of war, they maybe have 2 on average. So these were very combat experienced people. Now, of course, they hadn't necessarily had to go up against, difficult air defense and, of course, other fighters as much in those cases. But, they at least had a really solid baseline bombing civilians. But again, that's kind of beside the point in terms of this. And so all that's to say, they have at least had some sort of practice with bombing runs and just, a lot of comfortability in the cockpit. And this is where it just all fell apart, because almost all of these pilots are dead or wounded. All their best aircraft are dead or gone. And so now they're using, as we said, since July, training pilots, people that are supposed to teach other people how to fly and maybe would be medically disqualified otherwise, to fly combat missions. And those people are going down too. I mean, they've lost a third, if not half, of their Ka-52 helicopter fleet. So really just, I mean, it's hard to say for exactly why it happened. I wouldn't speculate because I'm not an Air Force guy, but at the end of the day, it's a miracle it did, and it's of course due to the bravery and really the skill and planning of the Ukrainians.
When you say they're losing, so I thought they didn't do much training to begin with. Like, what's the value of a training pilot if you don't have them train anyone, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's just a really short-term approach. I mean, I just would always chalk it up to a lack of planning overall. And a pilot is is one of the the few jobs, of course. Quite obviously, you can't just shove someone into it as like a conscript, even if they're very well educated, or even if they're maybe a civilian pilot. That would be obviously your best bet, but who knows what Russian civilian pilots are up to these days, just flying around the country and whatnot. But it takes about 2 years from start to finish, not only to get qualified at your initial airframe, but of course to get qualified on what helicopter or plane you'll fly in combat. And then, it takes about 6 months of gunnery if you're going to use it in some sort of offensive way. And so even if you were to shorten this by, 50%, and you got down to a year, that's still a long time, especially when you're trying to do it in a wartime situation where, well, your training pilots are dead. So not really a great situation to train in. So if it is going to be shorter, it's going to be a lot worse.
Yeah, thank you, CJ. Walter, new Walter. See your hands
Hi.
up.
Hi. Mic check, please.
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. First of all, as someone said before, this is all honey to my ears as well. Two things, Yehuda, talking about Rheinmetall is a lot of things, but not boring. Second, I have a question about the timelines you guys have. CJ said, and I believe you said, Yehuda, that this is going to be over shortly after winter.
I'm not Yehuda. He has dropped down because he has one in America where the time is crazy. I don't know why CJ's awake. And two, he has other things to do, like small children, which we often hear in the background. So he's not up.
Okay.
I'm
finance.
I'm finance, but we have CJ here. So all military questions right now go to CJ or David or Axel or John or any veteran. I am the least military man you can possibly find of our hosts.
Okay, fine. Sorry about that. As I said, the timeline's different. Yehuda said, and I believe CJ said as well, this is going to be over shortly after winter because the Russians won't make it through winter with the kit they have or don't have. And I think 2 days ago, Chuck said this is going to last at least until next Christmas. Can anyone analyze, please?
Well, I don't know the context under which Chuck said it, so I can't speak for him. But I will say that end of winter assessment isn't necessarily Yehuda's or mine on its face. It's actually the assessment of the Ukrainian General Staff, who have predicted such things as a massive change of events in September, which of course came true. The attacks on Kherson that were mostly true, and so I would tend to agree probably with their assessment because they know their plans better than we do. A couple of reasons why I think personally it'll be by the end of winter is, well, to put it simply, that's when the Russians are going to run out of ammunition for artillery. And without that, they are going to be pretty in a bad place to try and do any kind of movement or maneuver with their troops without them all being killed by, Ukrainians. And so what do I mean by that? Well, just to put it, real basically, because we don't really have great information on this, Russia started the war with a stockpile of between 15 and 20 million shells. We know based on the daily rate of fire that they've fired somewhere around 7 to 9 million. So that leaves them in a spot where they have about, anywhere between 8, optimistically 5 million rounds left. And what do you know? HIMARS, right, with the amazing strikes, it's been confirmed by the U.S. and Ukraine and by open source, actually, in terms of tracking the fires, that 400 different ammunition depots and targets have been hit. So trying to assess how much ammo is there is hard, but if you're pretty conservative with it, meaning not too optimistic, it's at least 5 million rounds. However, the reality can be quite more. So the last factor, of course, is how is Russia getting new ammo? So they doubled their production, we know for sure, up to about 600,000 to 700,000 rounds a year, which is way less than they need. And so that means if you just put all that raw data in an Excel spreadsheet, that they run out of ammunition if they fire at the current rate by January. And if they conserve it and shoot way, way less than they have previously, they run out of ammunition by February or the end of March. And so the last factor really is, do they get any ammunition externally? Because this could allow them to fight on into the summer. So we all remember, about a month ago or sometime around then, that North Korea and Russia had allegedly come to some kind of deal to give about 3 million artillery rounds, which seemed to be, I guess, to me, a no-brainer. Two dictators working together. North Korea has somewhere between 20 and 30 million artillery rounds that Russia could certainly use. So this seemed to make, it seemed to pass the sniff test, as we say. It seemed to make sense. And then, just 2 weeks ago, North Korea said, absolutely not. We're not doing that. So that doesn't mean it's not happening. Of course, it could still be happening, but there's been no evidence that ammo has been moved, and that's pretty easy to track by lights and just to watch the trains and whatnot. So really that leaves us with a situation with Russia running out of ammunition by the end of winter. And we've seen what happens even when they do have a lot of artillery, right? Ukraine holds fast, and when they shoot a little bit less than that, they get completely overrun. So again, unless some other sort of scenario changes or some new variables are added, based on what we know, it's pretty safe to say it'll be over by the end of winter when they run out of ammo.
Thanks a lot. Really interesting. Thank you.
Now, if only Rheinmetall produced more ammo for Ukraine, right, Axel?
Axel's apparently off. It's just me. But yes, it'd be really nice if Rheinmetall was allowed to give their stuff to Ukraine. That's currently being blocked by the most hated person on this space by me, not named Putin. That would be one Olaf Scholz, who's been Scholzing all the aid from Germany that they do want to give, because despite my misgivings about their earlier love of Russia, Rheinmetall, like all the other German defense boys, are in fact a for-profit business that would love to be showcasing all of their shiny new weapons in Ukraine, and would rather not have all their stuff sidelined and not be at work where it could be best used. So yeah, if Scholz could just get on that and pull his head out of his very, where the sun don't shine, we could hopefully see some of this action. I will not be holding my breath. Chris.
Hi, I was just going to say, whether accurate or not in regards to the children, over the last week or so, we've had torture chambers, teeth being pulled out, gold fillings, and now children. So what else is it going to take to actually release the Leopards and the Abrams, is my point. The other thing which I'm just like thinking about at the minute, there seems to be this sort of like discussion about, okay, should we stop the Russians leaving, or should we encourage them to leave? And I'm like thinking about that, because like what I have been thinking is, let's destroy all the entrances into Ukraine, and I mean destroy them, so that the Russians can't bring any more in. But obviously, if they can't bring any more in, that also means they can't get out. So I'm currently debating that one with myself. But I think I'm erring on the side of destroy every single entrance or exit into Ukraine that the Russians can use.
Well,
CJ, I'd love to hear your thoughts, because this has actually been an interesting debate by the military gentlemen on the space before, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it again.
Well, I can tell you maybe a little bit more about what Ukraine is doing differently now in terms of retreating Russian forces, and maybe that'll kind of help you decide what you think is better, because I don't think there's really a wrong or right answer here. It just depends on how you want to go about it. So in the first massive retreat the Russians did from Kyiv, they did lose a lot of equipment and gear, but the reality is it was a pretty militarily, it was an okay or successful withdrawal. And the reason it was okay or successful for the Russians is because they were able to keep most of their forces intact as they left, even if they did lose some vehicles. And the way they did this was by massive airstrikes and artillery bombardments in support. So as they were pulling out, they basically blew everything to hell. It was not very pretty. Of course, civilians died, but it kept the Ukrainians off at a distance. And so they were able to recover, I think the estimate was 70 to 80% of their gear. So they were definitely quite degraded, but they were able to fight pretty soon after in April in the Donbass. But as time went on, they've been less and less able to do this. And so in Kharkiv, at the beginning of September, they had these sort of terrible fighting positions that they weren't really planning on taking contact in at the time. And Ukraine just went around them and, trapped them and captured a lot of their gear. So the air support came, but this time, I hate to say it, but thanks to Germany, the Gepards just tore apart the Russian aircraft as they were coming in. Drones had come to try and spot for these massive artillery barrages, and to no avail, because they were well protected at this point by Gepards and Stingers and other sort of air defenses. And so the last and sort of major evolution in this sort of cycle of retreating and Ukraine advancing is what we saw in Liman and what we saw in Kherson. And this one was a little bit different, and it was different because Ukraine used to great effect artillery mines. And what do I mean by that? So both MLRS and, of course, NATO 155 rounds can accomplish this task with RAM mines and DM1399s. And basically what they can do is shoot at a road and leave anti-tank mines there that are temporary. So for a 2-day, 3-day, 4-day period, they'll be there. And then if no tank or armored vehicle rolls over them, they will explode on their own, meaning they won't harm civilians weeks later when it's safe to come in. And this is very, very important. It's important because it temporarily blocks the Russians from leaving, and if they try to, they'll just get destroyed. And so that's why in Liman and in Kherson, there wasn't as many captured vehicles, but there was a lot more destroyed vehicles. So at that point in time, basically, as far as I can say, Ukraine has said, you can leave Russia, but you're not leaving with your stuff in one piece. And so Russians have to make a choice. Do they take and steal civilian vehicles and just try and run for the hills? Or do they try and go on foot and maybe get captured and really just be in a bad situation? But they're still not necessarily blowing the bridges on the way out. So it's sort of a middle path between letting them go, but not with their equipment. And Ukraine has so much captured equipment at this point. Not only do they have more military vehicles and artillery pieces in most of the fronts than Russia, but they don't necessarily need to capture everything intact anymore, even if the Russians are surrendering left and right. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more understanding of what's going on. I mean, it's a super interesting point. It shows that Ukraine still needs a lot of artillery and a lot of ammunition to safely advance, but it's definitely they have the upper hand in this regard as opposed to previously.
Thank you very much, CJ. I appreciate the explanation. It seems we may have lost our questioner. Hold on. A few people are trying to get up. Let me see if I can get them back.
And finance, you wonder why I'm up so early. Well, it's for, PT or physical training. So unfortunately, I'll have to leave you now. But this is normally what Doman and I do every morning for about 15 minutes before I have to go work out with my unit. But hey, someone needs to defend.
You're lifting 5 kilos with the left handle, and then you run 500 meters.
Today, it's a competition of a forced march, so a ruck. So it should be very interesting as we run around with weight, because
What do you do? 5 or 10?
Just 10.
Good.
Do we ask what PT doing now?
Yeah, perhaps, but what Russian PT doing, honestly. But if we jump into an airfield, we're not just gonna leave and run for the woods. We're gonna fight it out. So that's the key difference there. Same with the Ukrainians, of course, to a much larger extent.
All right. So what Russian PT doing? Yeah, no, I mean, quite frankly, these guys look like me showing up. Like it's a bunch of fat, drunken, middle-aged men trying to go to war with no clue what they're doing. And that sounds like a terrible plan. But terrible plans is what they do, and you're used to making up for that with atrocities. And the Ukrainians are unfortunately having to deal with the atrocities, but are definitely not going to quit, which the Russians now don't know what to do. All right. With that, I could have sworn I brought somebody up. Indy, welcome to space. Also, Lisa. Indy Gunworks, first time I've ever seen you. Welcome to space. You know how to unmute, or raise your hand.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing this morning?
It is the afternoon here in Europe, and I'm doing great.
This morning here, I'm just on my way to work. CJ was leaving. I had a question from him. He appears to drop down now. I was just curious what the training time frame for the 105 howitzers that they seem to be using with a lot of success. What that actually takes to train up on a piece of equipment like that, in order to do close fire support and how accurate those things can be. But I think CJ's gone, and I'm not sure you or I are the best ones to discuss that.
I know absolutely nothing about that and will not pretend to know anything about that. And you were correct. I am not the right person to discuss that, but maybe Axel does. Axel or John, or if he shows back up, or anyone else who is a military man. David, do you have the answer to this? David, the military man, is up. David? Waypoint, you might know this.
Yeah, I believe I actually asked him this question about, I think it was about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and he said for an individual position working on a gun, about 3 weeks. He said, I think that was right, about 3 weeks it'd take to get somebody that they can actually do a single job. Obviously, if you're learning different positions on a gun, obviously it's going to take every time it's going to take longer. I think it was roughly 3 weeks.
Thank you. And David, did you have something you wanted to add? David. All right, I'm muting David till he sorts himself out. Lisa, welcome up to the panel. I see your hand is up.
Good morning. It is almost 6:30 in the morning here. I haven't been on this space as much as of late due to some issues, but have you guys discussed, I just saw the referendum from some Russian authority having a letter saying that they're going to take children from Ukraine to Crimea for a summer break or something, or a school break. Has anybody heard anything about that?
I have not heard anything about that, so I have absolutely no clue. As said, everything about everything about this is about Russians and kidnapped children is absolutely depressing.
Very much so.
I sadly don't have a good answer for you, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is it's in the threads, and it has a copy of the letter. And I just put on there a sham referendum to kidnap children and to stop their Ukrainian identity, as they have when you had talked about, when they resort to atrocities. That's what they do, and they want to take these children. And I just wanted people to look through there and look for it and be aware of it. As you said, it's horrible. But I just wanted to put it out there for people to look at it and to read into it and see what's going on. Thank you.
Yeah, anytime, look, retweet it out. Many of us follow you. I think that'd be a good way of doing it if you can find the article itself so we can see it in that direction. Waypoint. Sorry, Edward was first, then Waypoint. Waypoint, I'm sorry. Edward had his hand up already.
Okay,
so Edward, then Waypoint.
Just very quickly, if Edward, I was actually the one who posted it on the board, so I can.
Oh, perfect. So Waypoint will answer the question, then we'll go to Edward.
Yeah, from what I was reading, Lisa, it was from the 21st of the 10th. Basically, all schools will close until the end of the year, and it looks like they're going to take the children, try to get the children over to Crimea. But nobody knows how they're going to do it because they've got to get them over bridges that are bombed, and so nobody actually knows how they're going to do it. And then it looks like they're going to be used as shields, with the military, and to try to save their own asses. That's basically it. But it's Russians, genocide, part of genocide, kidnap children. pull teeth out, yeah, everything you can think of, and they're doing. This is the next stage.
Thank you. I'm glad you were here to explain that. Thank you so much.
That's not a problem. I actually live about 40 kilometers from Bergen-Belsen in Germany. I'm a Brit, but I stayed out here after military time, and yeah, if you go to places like that, then you can read everything you can possibly think about with genocide and what they did and how they did it. And I mean, obviously, it wasn't Auschwitz or Buchenwald, but it was bad enough. I mean, genocide is genocide. Doesn't matter what they do. It's all completely out of order, inhumane, and the Russians are doing it on a massive scale, and they just won't stop until they have their asses kicked and they're out of the Ukraine. Then they just will not stop doing it. They will just look for another thing they can do to terrorize, commit murder of every type of evil thoughts, thing you can possibly think of, and it's absolutely disgusting. Have a nice day, Lisa.
Thank you, and you too.
All right. Okay, Edward. And then
David. Hi. I just was interesting. You saw there's an article on Sky News. Deborah Haynes, the defense correspondent, has been given access somewhere on the Eastern Front, filming M270 and Mars rocket launchers. And rather amazingly, in this article, there's this paragraph where the Ukrainian commander of one of these rocket launchers says, in his opinion, around 30% of the successes achieved by Ukraine in a major counteroffensive in the east were thanks to British as well as German rocket launchers. And this made me feel oddly emotional, because normally in English newspapers and media, it's more like sort of don't mention the war and all that sort of thing. So I hope that a more muscular response from Germany is supplying. I hope the English or the British can start cheering Leopard 2s advancing across the steppes. I hope we can see that soon.
Yeah, amen. Look, the Ukrainians are going to be successful at their counterattacks. They've shown that's the case. But if they could have a Leopard 2 as opposed to this Mad Max craziness, as much as I love seeing the Mad Max stuff out there, because like it's cool in a certain sense, a Leopard 2 is a lot safer and will save a whole lot more lives. So if we can give them high quality or even medium quality, Martyrs are fine, infantry fighting vehicles, that's going to be more Ukrainians who are alive at the end of the war, more Ukrainians surviving and less casualties. So really, at this point, it's not changing the face of the war. It's just changing how many Ukrainians die. And that is a sad and true fact. David.
Yes, so I finished eating now. I do apologise for not answering earlier, but it would have been deeply unpleasant me talking and eating. So I can answer a question. So at the moment, whilst the bridges are down in Kherson, they still have ferries. The Russians are still running some ferries, right? Periodically, it sounds as if some of them may have been hit, but they've replaced them. So the ferries are still running, and which is quite tragic in terms of if they want to get children off. There are civilian ferries, as in foot traffic ferries. In the videos that came out in August, when the Russian media was in Kherson taking, doing their little videographies, and you could see there were the tourist ships going up and down the river. So getting people across the river, i.e. if they wanted to get children over, very tragically, wouldn't be that difficult for them. The thing with the Russian, I call them the pontoon ferries, because they're basically bits of pontoon that they attach stuff to. They're just quite big. They just don't have enough to resupply their troops. But there's more than enough if you wanted to get, 500, 1,000 kids over, and they're big enough to put a bus on as well. So unfortunately, there is a methodology in which they could use.
Can you explain that a bit? What do you mean by a methodology?
Oh, I mean, they've got a ferry. right? So there's a method. Sorry, that's really what I meant to say. There is a method of getting people, as in and civilians across the river. They just put them on the ferries, and the ferries are big enough to put buses on as well. So stick them in a bus, put 2 buses on, bus them over, or they could just stand them on the bus and put them on trucks afterwards on the other side.
Yeah. Okay. So they're able to use ferries. How hard is it to hit or destroy a ferry, David?
Well, you probably wouldn't want to do it with kids on it, but these is one of my one of the things I've been saying. These ferries the Russians have been using are very slow and they're really big. I've been saying for a very long time that the sensible option, if they had the equipment, would be to just have smaller ferries and many more of them, right? But they've insisted on having these big mega ferries, which are big. They're probably, some of them are probably 40, 50 meters long, and they're probably something like 15 meters wide. So they're big targets and they don't go very quickly. CJ and I discussed this ages ago and went, sure, there'd be quite a relatively easy target. And we know the Russians aren't that inventive, i.e. they're not so inventive that they would use multiple exit points. They would just go to the same place every single time, right? So if you had someone who was spotting this, or even a drone up in the air, you could go, okay, so at this point, it takes them, at this point, it takes them X number of time to offload. That's enough time for the artillery to hit them. I mean, the Russians aren't that inventive when it comes to these things. So if it was a military target, they'd be very easy to hit.
All right, so it's not so hard to hit these. Okay, excellent. Thank you. 2 hands are up. We have Ben and then Nina. Ben, welcome up, my French friend.
Hello, finance. What are you now? Estonian, American, something
I
in
think
between?
I'm permanently American.
Oh, damn it! There's good medications. I can point you to a couple of decent doctors. No, what did I say? Oh yeah, since Nina is here, I wanted to start with this. Congratulations. The new numbers of the Finnish foreign trade are out, and you've well, the performance is quite impressive. Up all over the board. Trade with the US, trade with China, trade with Sweden. Everything is up, up, up. There's just one country with which you're not trading quite as much, apparently. It is the Russian Federation, of course, where by over 70%. This is massive, so year on year, 70%. This is really, really, really big. Russia was an important trade partner still. Also, it's not quite the same thing for, say, Britain or the United States to stop trading with Russia because they're far away. The relationship is not very organic. Whereas between 2 neighboring countries, even those with such checkered past as Russia and Finland, trading is natural. Trading across the border is very, very natural. So such a massive, massive drop has tremendous consequences. And I'm ready to bet that the 30% that remain are probably things, icicles, or things like that are exported, produced in Finland and consumed in Russia, probably 20 kilometers away from the border. So it's not entirely impossible that all long-term exports from Finland has collapsed. And just to make sure, I checked where was the trade with Turkey, because yesterday numbers for Poland were released, and we learned that Poland had multiplied its export to Turkey by a factor of nearly 3. and indicating that, considering that Turkey is not doing very well, indicating that they're probably exporting to Russia via Turkey to a significant amount. By the way, it's our friend Misha who came up with those numbers. So Poland is the trade between Poland and Russia is declining, but part of it is picked up by a new route that goes through Turkey. It's not the same at all for Finland. Trade with Turkey is up, but relatively by not much. So they seem to be really severing all relationships with Russia, and I think they really need to be commended for this. And Finance, I had a question for you regarding Poland.
Yep.
If I don't know if you've ever been into the import and export trade, but if you had to replace a trip from Warsaw, an export from Warsaw to Moscow by another one that went through Ankara and potentially Georgia, and then had to drive all the way from Georgia to Moscow, how much more expensive do you think the transport would be?
Given that Poland is right next to Russia, give or take, possibly with a little short trip through Belarus, which is kind of Russia these days, that would be kind of cheap. Nice rail lines, or it used to be that you could just drive right through. And to go from Poland to Ankara to Georgia to Moscow is circuitous at best. There's some waterways and bridges in between there. You may have to use flight or water on part of that. Yeah, to do that, I'm going to guess that your cost of shipment goes up by 3 or 4 times, and that assumes that you can find the container / spare parts capacity for that leg of Georgia to Moscow, because I hear there's a spare part shortage in Russia.
Have you heard about this? Oh, surely nothing important.
Yeah, so am I right? Am I close? Is it 3 to 4 times increased cost? You probably actually know this.
Oh no, I actually generally don't know this. I'm not very big on the international logistics. I know national logistics, but as soon as you cross the border, especially beyond the EU, I'm a bit lost.
Yeah, no, I actually am not in the illegal import-export business, contrary to popular beliefs. I have not ever been in that trade. But no, it is a good question. I know that months ago, it was shown that all the shipping routes in Russia, prices had collapsed all across the board, with one exception, and that was the Georgia to Moscow route, which meant that was the smuggling route. But it also wouldn't surprise me if that's also the route that, because that's the route where everything's coming in, that's obviously that's the one expensive route to get your questionably legal products into Russia. Excuse me. So I would say that since that's the only one that's gone up, and you also have all the costs of getting it to Georgia in the first place, that I'm going with that ain't cheap right now. How exactly expensive it is, I do not know.
Okay, maybe we should try to ship something to Moscow, a nice parcel full of nothing, just to see how much it would take us back. But you're not exactly correct in the sense that Georgia is not the most traded route at the moment. The most traded route is the far eastern one, with ports such as Vladivostok seeing a tremendous increase of their activity because Chinese exports are up, as well as a number of Asian countries, which are also either increasing or at least coming back to their original level of exports. So that's Malaysia, Vietnam, this sort of places. There's shipping a lot of gear to the Far East. So there's this, but the Far East has 2 problems. The first one is that, as the name indicates, it is far. So great. You've got your chips in Vladivostok. Now you need to take them like 6,000 kilometers by train to wherever it is you want to take them. So this is very, very expensive. And secondly, there's not many people living there. And apparently the port of Vladivostok has been hit severely by the mobilization. And they don't have enough dockers to process all the new ships arriving. So their logistical apparatus is collapsing under its own weight, which is yet another thing that we all enjoy seeing there.
Yeah, well, so before we get to the next sandwich, I'm going to do it after this. I would say that Vostok, we saw problems with their cost and everything much earlier on because they had, they had significant. As the Chinese trade went up, the Russians don't have the infrastructure capacity built up to trade with China over there, so they were having exploding costs of pallets of all things. So our pallet expert was missing there, and all the real basics. And trucking is really inefficient in Russia. There's huge amounts of graft, and there's big expenses that you have to pay the central government per mile. And between the two of those things, it's just not economically feasible to truck much stuff through Russia. So with that said, it's sort of an issue to try to. It was already an issue to try to ship through Vladivostok. So the fact that even more problems have occurred as the Chinese are attempting to profit and make some blood money off this war is not surprising, to say the least. That said, let's move on to Nina. Nina.
Thank you, Finance. And about the pontoons or ferries, what you were talking about earlier, are they like moving back and forth day and night? Because my question would have been, the Ukrainians have been successfully HIMARS clock them earlier and the bridges, and now if they are trying to take the children over, but it can't be like they are going back and forth all the time. And I'm thinking that in the night, are they stopping the ferries? Are they like somehow in a port or something?
I have no idea, especially the ferries in general. I will kick that to David if he knows anything, or anyone else. Otherwise, I think we just don't have the information. And moving on to Chris. Anyone? No knowledge about the best way to hit ferries or hitting them at night?
And if not, I can ask about it later. But Ben, I suppose you saw my DM.
Hi, did you want me to come up?
Yeah, sorry, Nita. That looks like it's a later question. We've lost David. So Chris, you're up.
Thank you very much. Sorry if I came up a bit prematurely there, but sorry, the Twitter space ate my phone again earlier on. So can you just tell me quickly what was the conclusion about destroying all the exit and entrances very quickly?
It has been discussed. CJ said that part of what the idea was, the Russians were able to make a successful retreat in the Kyiv offensive from a military perspective.
Yeah.
And part of the change in the Kharkiv offensive is making sure that if the Russians retreat now, that they cannot successfully retreat with their equipment.
Yeah.
So that they have the choice of running, dying with their equipment. That if they try to get out their equipment because they don't have the same air and artillery capabilities they used to have, or they at least demonstrated earlier in the war, they appear to have been degraded. That this gives the Russians the choice of dying or surrendering their stuff, and that's made a huge difference for the Russian the Russian Lend-Lease program, as we regularly joke about it being called in the space. So that was the far more excellent answer than you directly asked, but that was the gist, is that basically the Ukrainians have switched tactics so that the Russians can absolutely retreat if they want, but they can't retreat with their stuff and have a good chance of surviving. And that's made a world of difference. So that was the answer to your question.
Okay. Well, I'll think more on that, but yeah, I have obviously heard about this, whatever they are, mine laying shells or whatever they are, which seem to me like a great way of killing Russians. So that's good. I'm sort of, well, I think the one overall thing I think here is that the Ukrainians will have thought all of this through, right? So I have supreme confidence that the Ukrainians will have an answer to all of this child stealing stuff and that. The question is whether they have all the kit they need, as again was quite rightly said earlier on. The Ukrainians will tell us what they want. We just have to give them what they want so that they can implement it. So that's the key, I think, to all of this. In regard to the barges, I can only assume that the way that they got those barges in was before they were considered high value targets, and perhaps before Ukrainians had the weapons that they needed to sink them, but and again, I'm thinking, okay, if they want to destroy them, they probably can, since they can, drop nice, neat holes in the bridges, as has been said, earlier on. Those barges are big, and that they can certainly destroy those barges if they want to. So I guess at the minute they don't want to, and that so that's what I'm sort of relying on. So all I'll say is just whatever the Ukrainians want, keep sending it to them, and send it to them now. So
Amen.
Thank you again.
Amen. All right, I'm going to David because I could barely get him up here. Twitter just hates him today. So David, before you get knocked down, please answer.
Yeah, it does really hate me today. So Nina, to answer your question, the ferries the Russians have been operating initially, and we can't tell now, but they were only daytime operations. They weren't using the ferries overnight. The reason why we know that is because they were parking them up in the same place every single day. So the satellite was picking them up at night time.
Thank you, David. Finance, can I have a
follow up? There's no hands. Keep going.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Yes. Well, if they are in the night somewhere parked, wouldn't that be a really easy target for the to use the HIMARS? I don't know exactly where this is. I suppose it was somewhere in Kherson, but yeah. So
you were asking why haven't they taken the ferries out, right?
well, yeah. This is like maybe a really stupid question, because they would have if they could have, probably.
Well, no, I've thought for a long time that it's suited the Ukrainians, because obviously they want to react at the time they want to react, right? But if they closed off all supplies to Kherson, then there's issues with the civilians, how they're getting supplies in and things like that. I suspect that because the supplies were so limited and the military supplies were so limited, it wasn't really a factor for them. Otherwise, they just would have. I mean, if OSINT could see where these things were, and they were certainly in range of HIMARS, there would be a military reason for them not to take them out, which is probably they're not really supplying that much. And quite often when we've had images of the ferry, there's only been 1 or 2 trucks. These ferries, which are big, and by big, I mean, as I say, 40 odd meters long and 15 meters wide, so they could take a fair number of vehicles. The ferries have rarely been full. So they've not been using them to the maximum extent. So why go to the effort? Because they may have another plan for those ferries themselves.
Thank you. It makes sense. Yes, of course. But is it that there are? Do we know how many civilians there are in Kherson still? Thank you.
I can't answer that question, I'm afraid. I've no idea.
But obviously there are. Yeah. Okay. Obviously there are so many that the Ukrainians don't want to start HIMARSing the Kherson.
Oh, you wouldn't want to be bombing your own city.
No.
Yeah, it's Ukraine has shown lots of restraint, and quite frankly, it looks like Ukraine has shown a restraint around urban warfare to avoid the head-to-head grinding murderous kind of combat that Yehuda and our other military experts who are on the space regularly keep discussing. Is just not their preferred approach. That's the Russian preferred approach, because they have lots of people that they don't care about, but Ukraine both cares about the people and doesn't quite have as many, so they would prefer that their people stay alive. So yeah, Tim, welcome back. Chris, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, there's some sensible stuff being said there. Again, I think at the end of the day, we know that the Ukrainians know what they're doing and when they should do it. So that's exactly right. And I think the other thing, which I was glad that's been mentioned, and that is people sort of say to me, like, what can you see from a satellite and that? And I just sort of say, roughly, you can see a person holding a cup of coffee and that, so I don't know if anybody agrees or disagrees. And obviously it's top secret, but anyway, that type of level and that, so gives you some idea of what who can see what going on.
Is that good coffee? Bad coffee? What kind of coffee can you see?
I only drink good coffee, so I only drink good ground coffee, so I'm sure it's going to be good coffee.
All right. Well, the Russians probably don't have good coffee in there, but Nina might have some ideas. Nina, how's the cold northern Finland?
Oh, but talking about coffee, I have really bad coffee, and it's even cold right now. So I'm. it's not something nice. Yeah. So my question about Kherson still is that I don't see the picture, because is it like it's encircled somehow, that the Russians are inside and the Ukrainians can't go in from any side?
I wouldn't look at it as they can't, they're not, right? So there's many things that they need to do, all those ducks to get in a row before they go into Kherson, and they may not even try. They may just go, to the Russian south of the river. If once they've taken Novakhovka or they've cut some other, they use for putting the bridges, for putting the trains on. But what they hadn't done is worked out that those barges are really big targets and they're not moving, and where they're going to put them, etc., etc. So they towed them up and started putting them in place. And then the Ukrainians started bombing the Antonovsky Bridge in earnest. And then they tried other things. Went, okay, shall we put them in at night time or whatever? But they never ever completed those barges being put together. At some stage, I think they recognise that the Ukrainians could easily just take out one of the middle barges, which would just sink everything around them, and they haven't done anything else. The thing is about everything that the Russians do is signaling. They don't do anything and go, you know what, tomorrow morning, tonight at 1 o'clock in the morning, we're going to do X, and then by 6 in the morning we're going to be finished. What they do is they start putting stuff in place about 10 weeks before they need it and expect it's still going to remain there, which never ever happens. Just another example of their inability to think, really.
Yeah, I'm guessing you can't expect something to stay in place after 10 weeks in war. I'm going out on a limb with this one.
Yeah. No, don't expect that. Yeah.
And I see your hand is raised.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon. I jumped in just for a moment. I'm during my lunch break, and I wanted to share with you a piece of news. In Romania, it arrived a ship with. That's because you talked about barges. Arrived a ship with 1,000 tons of goods, consisting in intervention vehicles, medicine, and food ratios that are to be transported to Ukraine through the hub from Suceava. This vessel arrived from France. It is a cooperation between French embassy and the Ukrainian one in Romania, and they will be distributed to the Ukrainian emergency services, the Ukrainian Ministry of Health, but also in the cities of Kharkiv and Chernihiv. And it left. It's from Marseille. It left on 28th of September, and basically it has, among other things, 200 meters of emergency bridges, which are to be utilized to rehabilitate the broken infrastructure, the broken civilian infrastructure. I will make a list with everything on that boat, and I will send it to you for finance. And yeah, basically this is it.
Excellent. Thank you. Speaking of things that Europe is sending, there has been a new sanctions package that we were asked about in the space. I've actually had the time to review it now. Brief report. It is all basically stuff that is reasonable, sort of reasonable things that the Ukrainians are asked for. Not surprisingly, the Ukrainians always ask for reasonable sorry, reasonable deep breath. It is reasonable things to be doing to try to slow down the Russians. One of the more interesting points in the package is they're trying to stop cryptocurrencies. I'm not sure how successful that will be, given people's ability to use, VPNs and foreign wallets and things. But it's just nice to see that they're even thinking of these directions and how, because that has been a major source for Russia to get, for Russia to move money in Russian, affiliated actors to get their money in and out. So, hey, it is nice to see them blocking one regularly used way of moving money in and out of Russia. They're also working to stop any technology that might have dual use for, it literally says cruel torture in the document, but the amount of electronic parts that you could use for the very basic horrific things we have seen in Russian liberated positions where Russians were torturing people would be almost everything electronic. So that is being taken seriously. And the Europeans take that one as it should be taken. That's basically going to prohibit almost every kind of electronic equipment from going from Europe to Russia. It would be nice to hear them talking, actually shutting down the Turkish cutout game, but that doesn't seem we're there yet. But however, it is generally good stuff. It is things that, if they are implemented well, obviously here in implementation, the devil's in the details. Again, as Ben regularly points out, there's the Turkish cutout game, but it is nice to see Europe acting. It's definitely better than nothing. Some of the things are quite interesting. I particularly like the parts about any component that could be used for torture, because since Russians really like to electrocute people, that means anything that would carry a current would be qualified on that. And if all of Europe gets really serious about blocking anything that carries a current to Russia, especially if they block its passage through Turkey, Russian industry just dies. They cannot keep it up and running without that technological import. So that is what's going on. If anyone has any questions about that, I am now at least capable to answer the broad overall questions. There aren't enough details out on enforcement mechanisms for me to know for sure on those metrics, but it is nice to see the EU coming up with a new sanctions package that, one, is targeted at things that matter to Russia, and two, is really clear that they are not accepting of the human atrocities that the Russians are creating. Tim, I see hands up.
Yeah, I just had a quick question on the attempt to sanction crypto transactions. Now, I don't know very much about cryptocurrencies, and I'm a bit allergic to them conceptually. Do most retail crypto users, do they not use regulated firms to provide wallets and transactions? I mean, just here in Tallinn, there seems to be quite a lot of these kind of startup-y companies going. They do seem to have some kind of regulatory institutional framework.
You're asking the finance guy who actually hates crypto more than you do. So I don't know how retail users like to answer that. But David
I can answer
does like
that.
Crypto for unknown reasons. David the Sapper likes the crappy crypto. So we'll have David the Sapper answer the crappy crypto questions.
Well, in fairness, I like a specific type of crypto, ones that have utility. Right, so I can see that there are some that could take over from Swift very happily. So the way retail users happen it is you just have a wallet. All you need is a wallet, so which is a piece of software, and people transact that way. Once you've got the someone, you say, for instance, let's use a cryptocurrency I particularly like, XRP by Ripple, who will be doing CDBCs. Say I'm selling something, and I say to someone that's 1,000 XRP. All they have to do is send it to me, and it's incredibly cheap and extremely fast. So no, there are no regulated ways of